Soul pulled up. Jonathan, yay, no fuke. And Alan was up here. Space Artist, bring your ass back in the Flat Earth Fridays, bruh.
Got a bunch of bots in here tonight. We got some glow birthers in here tonight too. Interesting. Let's see who pulls in tonight. Let's see who finally grabbed the mic. We got 7 other listeners.
You see anybody else down there?
Yeah.
Oh, I see Chaos requesting.
Oh, Fight the Flat Earthers in here. That's good. Okay, Craig pulled up. He did enough spiraling on a TL.
Wait. Jimmy Neutron in here?
Much like his solar system.
Nah, Jimmy.
Y'all know Glober tiers always seek level.
Hey, no matter where y'all from, what y'all believe in, we appreciate y'all for pulling up. We got a lot of stuff to cover tonight. Y'all know what type of epic space we done came off of last week and the week prior to that. This the first Flat Earth Fridays of 2020.
Damn.
And we still here.
That's really
hey, yo, they told me Flat Earth was dead. Then I seen the TikTok stats. Then I keep seeing Flat Earth going trending on Twitter. Is it fake news? Or are we controlling the narrative, y'all? What's going on? We need some answers.
How Flat Earth dying? How is Flat Earth dying when you got people out here named Fight the Flat Earth? How are we dead if there's people out here named Fight the Flat Earth? Tell them, Craig. Make sure you come tell them that Flat Earth ain't going nowhere, man. They ain't putting you out of business, man. Tell them. Make sure you.
Bro, they ain't tell you we feeding the streets out here. What would they do without us? You know they gotta eat. You know they gotta eat, Proud. So they know where to come to get it. And trust me, this is our kitchen. We will be cooking up. Believe that.
If you are new here and this is your first time here, welcome. We do this. We have been doing this. We start off our intro. We get y'all in here. We get y'all warmed up. Get some flat bars going. Get some shout outs going. Sometimes we do start a little open topic with our guys, or sometimes we jump straight into the topic, when the Globers can't control their pants. But we do have, our guests in the house. So we're going to see how we take it from here. We want to get through the topic, which is Coriolis, before we get to the nitty gritty frequencies. But again, appreciate y'all pulling up. If you are flat, if you are globe, if you are globe skeptic, questioning, we thank you for being a part of this conversation.
Hey, yo, who's talking? I can't hear somebody.
I think I'm rugging too. Hold on. Give me like 2 seconds, you guys.
Uh-oh, somebody can't hear me? Not space-time bending our space already. What? Okay, so I got a thumbs up. I think I can be heard. Somebody said they can't hear me, and I was the only one talking.
No, you sound good.
Awesome. Y'all enjoyed y'all Flat Friday. Glad we could make it better for y'all tonight.
Man, y'all showing. My bad. They showing hella love. Got me glitching. Appreciate y'all, man. Can Rife hear us?
I can hear you, but whoever it is, I don't think I can hear Proud Flurf. Should I disconnect and come back?
Yeah. I think I'm gonna have both of you guys just drop down just to make sure that everybody can hear you guys. You too, Proud. Make sure we got to get it right because we can't. We know how Elon feel about Flat Earth Fridays. So while I get my co-host right, let me just make sure I direct you guys over to where you can direct your comments since we don't have a chat bubble. We be stepping on space all the time, so they be deactivating our spaces, our space features. So I went ahead and I put one of the space links on the top right in the nest. So although we don't have a chat bubble, you could use the tweet shouting out Matthew Rife for pulling up and helping us host today's Flat Earth Fridays. You could direct all your comments there, or you could redirect them to the pinned tweet on my page, and we'll go ahead and keep track of the conversation. Just in case you don't want to grab a mic, we'll be checking those noties and addressing all the replies there with everything everybody got to say. So let me go ahead and get my co-host back up here real quick. I want to say what up to the guys, and then we'll jump into a little bit of this back and forth, man. Hopefully we get a dope build tonight. Still don't know where Proud is. Well, while we wait for Proud, everybody, welcome Matthew Rife to Flat Earth Fridays. What's up, bro?
Hey, man, thanks. I can tell you right now, every bit of this, it's been like the worst week of my life. Because I don't necessarily look at things and be like, oh, no, I can disprove that. Like, I work with physics on a daily, I work with medical on a daily. And now that I am in the algorithm of Flat Earth, dude, I promise there's a lot of people in here I don't even want to talk to. Like, I would just walk away after just hearing them. So it's been wild, but I'm ready for it.
Yo, we always say this, bro. It's like the moment that you even consider an alternate idea to what current mainstream narrative is perpetuating, you get swarmed and swatted with the bots, the shills, like the ball proponents. It's like, bro, I can't have my own individual idea. I can't think critically without being ridiculed. Like, bro. Hey, man,
Well,
I know what that's like.
I look at it, and I'm like, okay, during the day, this happens to me often. Have you ever met somebody and you're like, there is no reason at all to even try to explain things to this because I know that they're not going to understand. And this happens a lot to where I just walk away from people. I've had to turn Twitter off so much this week. And I keep on seeing other stuff. And like, honestly, I don't know if the earth is flat. I live in the fucking mountains. But whenever it does come down to the science on like Magnus effect and Coriolis effect and low pressure, high pressure, you can really just see that the Coriolis effect doesn't fucking exist at all. And I heard other people talking about this. Oh, and I'll get into all of it, but dude, like, it's just so many times I just walk away. But Owen Benjamin does a great job at disproving and showing people this stuff. So I'm going to use some of his clips tonight too, because that stuff I cannot do it. It gives me a headache. Like, I don't even want to argue again. It's like licking sandpaper once, and then you're like, maybe it'll taste like ice cream this time, and then you lick it again. I just don't do it.
Hey, bro, I know exactly where you coming from. And then what happens is too, right? When you start, getting some of this pushback from some of these science perpetuators, right? The ones that may not fully have thought about the total perspective, they'll end up coming out and admitting that they was wrong in the end. You popped in here a couple weeks for like a couple minutes. This is probably your first time that you put up in the beginning. But even last week, when you were starting to get into some of, how the Coriolis may be spoon fed to us, and you were kind of like going back and forth with one of the globe earthers. You were really getting at him, and I don't think he was really noticing or understanding what you were saying. It was funny because a day later he tweeted out that he was wrong. And shout out to him for admitting that. But again, you'll get these guys coming in here and saying a whole bunch of this, that, and the third as if it's fact. They'll say it with their chest. They'll say it as if it were written in stone, because they're not here to listen. They're not here to have a conversation. And we just wanted exclusive evidence for the globe. We've been asking for that from day one. But when we look into the details, we find out that it's not only not exclusive, most of the evidence is incomplete at best, and the interpretation be all wrong. So I find that super entertaining, but I also learn in the process. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to have one idea. What we're looking for is the honesty in people to say, hey, when this is incorrect, let's change our position. Because at the end of the day, we're not really trying to push a belief. We're trying to find the truth. And it's here somewhere, but it's going to take critical thinking, and your own sound mind in order to come to a determination of what's real, what's fake, what's the reality, and what's the actuality. So hopefully we can have a dope build off of that tonight. I'm going to get into exactly what Rife wants to talk about in a little bit. I'm going to read some of the tweets that we put out there. But first, let's shout out to some of the speakers. Proud, you got anything before we say what up to the guys?
Yeah, just to say, science is always changing, science is ever evolving. So I definitely don't get the people who push back on us for challenging the sciences. It makes no sense. We may not have everything, squared off the same way you guys have because you've had 2,000 plus years, to back your pseudoscience. But yeah, we are and we should be allowed to question the science and push back and build our own frame of reference for some of these things per se. But yeah, go ahead.
That's a fact. So let's just say what up to everybody. It's been a week since I seen y'all last. It's really good to see everybody, and for all the new listeners here, shout out to y'all for pulling up on a Friday night. Because to be honest, y'all could be anywhere across this plane, and y'all rocking with us on Flat Earth Fridays, man. I really, really, really do appreciate it. We don't ask anything from you guys. We don't ask a dollar, a dime, a nickel, or nothing. We just ask you guys to have an open mind and approach the conversation with a little bit of integrity and honesty, so that way we could build and form at least some type of a common ground, even if we agree to disagree. Because at the end of the day, we, like I say all the time, we all are obsessed with the earth and the sky, or else you wouldn't be here. At least the science is at the very least. So we really do appreciate y'all coming through over here to get some of the sauce, or just to be entertained, or just to kick it and hang out with like-minded people, or people that got different opinions. If you want to learn something, you get everything here on Flat Earth Friday. So shout out to y'all for pulling up. What up, TM?
What's up, bro?
Good to see you, man.
Same here. What happened?
You on vacation still, bro?
Nah, I'm back. Back out here. Getting back into the grind of shit.
Bro, the next time you jump on a plane, you gotta let us know. We gotta talk to all pilots. You know the code, bro.
I did. I spoke to a pilot, one on my way back when we landed. He was hesitant on giving me an answer. He didn't give me an answer at all, but he could tell what he wanted to say. He just didn't want to.
Damn, it always
be
like
is it
that.
spherical or is it flat? I don't want to comment on that. I was like, all right. So
look, the way that I like to approach those conversations or those questions, you can't start this is for anybody. If you're gonna take a flight and you want to ask the pilot, what you want to get to exactly how they look at the earth, but you don't really want to hit them with flat earth because that makes people kind of standoffish. You really want to save that specific question for last. You want to ask them about how they operate the plane, what they assume, different type of variables that you think they would account for that they may not, such as gravity or curvature. And at the last question, then you may want to ask them if it's flat or round. And you may get an honest or a more honest answer. And I would also recommend doing it when you get off the plane. Don't go triggering the pilot when you get on the plane. Have them thinking like, what am I doing up here? Like, nah. Don't. Make sure that you get to where you need to go first. Then you ask your pilot whether we live in a flat realm or not. All right. But yeah, that was I seen that you tweeted out that picture with the sunspot on the clouds. See, they ain't like that, bro.
What'd you say?
That you tweeted out the picture from the window, and you caught the sunspot on the clouds.
Yeah, man. As soon as I saw that, it was like 8 8:30 in the morning on the plane. Saw that shit. I was like, I gotta get this picture. And then the sun over the lake. I'm like, why is the sun not covering the entire lake if it's supposed to be as massive as they say it is?
Right?
Something just ain't right. Hey, if you feel like it, throw that tweet up there so everybody can see what we're talking about. Shout out to you, bro. Let's say what up to my man Alan. What up, bro?
Yo, what up?
Good to see you, man. How you feeling?
Good, man. I'm ready for a long one. I'm going for the 24-hour, man.
I don't know if we're doing 24 this week, but hey, that's what's up. At least you got the energy for it.
Can you hear me?
Who's
Yes.
that, Craig?
Yes, hello.
Hello, Craig. Hold on, man. 1 second.
That's Mr. Neutron to you.
Yeah, nah, we hold on 1 second, bro. Don't come off you. I just want to say what up to my guys first. He already ready to take the show over. Attention on me. He want nicknames and everything. What type of baby mama head ass? Anyway, so yeah, Alan, you and Toby been cooking over the past week, bro. Over in Ether Cause. So much sauce over there, and shout out to you for breaking down, some of the atomic clocks and the relativity last week. That was some fire, bro. Y'all tapping in with Alan and Space Audits. We're streaming over there too, as if you want to go double back to that. So yeah, I appreciate that, bro. That was some real dope sauce. Him and Toby really putting in that work, reading these papers out, man. It's a lot of details that we're not considering.
Yeah, it's been dope going through it all and learning everything and, putting it out there. It's been an awesome time.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Hey, you and Toby got anything that's coming up in the next couple of days? I know Ether Cause go on Tuesday. I'll let Toby speak on that if he wants to.
Yeah, Toby's gonna give a banger presentation on Tuesday. I'll let him announce it when the mic gets around to him.
That's what's up. What's up, Toby? My guy.
Man, Alan killed it on Tuesday. The GPS stuff just keeps getting more and more insane, man. It's like, it's so funny because not only is there no quote unquote proof of relativity in the satellites, but it actually works. It's actually really kind of amazing how well it works and how elegant it actually is. And it works purely on classical mechanics. It's pretty cool. Alan just keeps getting deeper and deeper on the subject, and I just keep learning more and more. So yeah, highly recommend people check out that presentation. You can check it out on Ether Cosmology or at Space Audits where Alan streamed it. You probably get the better audio of Alan over at Space Audits. On Tuesday, you might want to listen to Ether Cosmology. You'll get the better audio of me. Otherwise, it goes through Discord. I'll be doing a presentation about Earth's electric field and about the dielectric and electric realm that we live in. I'll be talking about storms, sprites, the negative ground, the quote-unquote ionosphere or the ionos, which they say is caused and generated by cosmic rays, but then they can't even simulate the cosmic rays. And then, probably talk about hurricanes, cyclones, which I imagine we'll probably get into a bit tonight because people want to say that's proof that the Earth is spinning because we have storms that go in a circle. So, Earth ball, go spin.
Storms and toilets, bro. Come on. You got to talk about all the science. Hey, y'all go tap in and show love to Toby, Ether Cosmology and Space Audits. They really take the time out of their day and their week to break down a lot of this science and the papers line by line for y'all. I've been sharing it like crazy because it's so information dense but articulated in such a digestible way. And y'all know that's my style. Like I love giving out the most information in a small amount of time, but in a way where it's going to stick with you. And they do that to such a perfection. You don't got to like try to figure it out on your own. They do a really, really good job laying it out piece by piece, page by page. And it's like super interesting because it completely contradicts our current understanding of some of the things that we were taught growing up. And I'll never give enough thanks to you guys for going ahead and laying that out for all of us. Because man, y'all be putting in that work, and I gotta respect it.
Yeah,
Shout out to you guys.
Sacred. And we keep trying to improve on it, man. We're gonna keep trying to make the presentation better, make things more polished, keep getting deeper and deeper into the research, and but at the same time, try and keep things digestible.
That's what's up, bro. And y'all should see them. They got like all the highlights on there. They're like, oh, this is the most important part of this paragraph. This is in red. This is over here. You can just hold on to this little formula over here. This means this is in yellow. Like, bro, it's dope what they do over there, bro. Y'all really got to go tap in. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna retweet Alan's live and the Discord that Toby's in over in Ether Cosmology. I retweeted it before. I think I did it last week. I'm gonna do it again. Just so you guys can tap in with the community on different platforms. You're gonna get sauce from all over the place, no matter where you at. We're trying to bring all the greatest minds together to give you guys different avenues in order to get the information that y'all need. So, shout out to the gang for pulling up and doing what they do. Let's hear from Jay Space. Jay, what up, bro?
Peace and blessings to everybody for this level stationary non-rotating plane that we live on, and the greatest host and co-host on all of X, Sacred Space and Proud Flirt. I mean, who could you ask for better? Look, he hitting the bell, and I was going to say something about the bell. He's got all these globe tar trolls trained like a Pavlovian dog. He knows he hits the bell, ding, and they come running for scraps like the little beggars for attention that they are. He even got this little bitty wimpy one in here. I'm not even going to give him the pleasure of saying his name. I could meme dunk on this little bitch all day long.
My name, bitch, is FTFE.
You hear it? They can't even control themselves long enough to get through the
If you're going to talk about me, punk, then I'm going to fucking butt in, all right?
Like I said, they have no self-control.
Tight shirt,
I don't need
relax.
self-control. All I
like
need is
his
to show how
accent,
dumb
y'all.
all of you are, and that's very, very easy.
I like his
Coriolis
accent,
isn't
y'all.
real. Flat stationary plane, good lord.
If I
You just
start
like to ignore
laughing,
evidence, don't you? You absolutely love it.
it's
Relax,
not me
bro.
laughing at
Relax.
you. It's
Nah,
not
I ain't
me
gonna
laughing at
relax.
you.
I've been waiting
I
weeks to do this.
really like
I want
your
to ask.
accent,
I want to ask
FTFE.
TM what he was on about earlier, though.
Not on
That you should
about
see
us.
less of the globe. Altitude. Explain that, TM.
Hey, look.
I got you when the time comes, bud.
The one thing you gotta understand, FTFE, we do like to have a good time over here. But when the host
Well,
starts
let me have a
speaking,
good time then. Let's
yeah,
get
but
it
when
on.
the host starts speaking, you got to shut the hell up because we're not.
The host wasn't speaking. There was someone slagging me off, and I butted in.
No,
So you know,
Proud Flirt was speaking. So please.
no. It was someone else before Proud
Hey,
Flirt was
I'm
speaking.
talking
Actually,
right now, and you're still.
I hear you. I'm
interrupting.
talking also.
Yeah, and that's the problem. So if you
Yeah.
continue, you won't be a speaker. That's how we handle it over here. Everyone respects the host.
You're gonna mute me all the time, are you?
No,
So-
I did that. I'm
no,
trying to listen to the host.
based on your misunderstanding and your ignorance on how this technology works, we can't indefinitely mute one person. And we know you make mistakes all the time, so we're probably going to end up having to rehash all of your mistakes throughout the space. So that'd be your first one. Yeah, that'd be your first one, is that we can't just mute one person indefinitely. So whenever you see the room is muted, that's everyone on speaker is muted. Just so you can't start running to the timeline and start crying. I'm trying to educate you on how this works over here on X. Kind of removing some of the fallacies and the fallacious positioning that you guys take on a regular basis.
I don't use any fallacies.
Yeah, we counted them up on Mindshock.
No, I counted Mindshock. He did 502. It was fantastic. Mindshock didn't point out any fallacies that I did. In fact, what Mindshock did was...
We're not talking about that right now, bro. I know I brought it up. We're not going to do it right now. I will give you a chance to get your shit up. But I was talking to my man, Jay Space. So let's finish saying what up to Jay Space, and then we'll get to the rest of the speakers, and then we'll get into...
Oh, so I don't get to respond then?
No, when it's your turn, you'll get your chance. Go ahead,
you just said something. I should be able to respond. That's only fair.
Yeah, when it's your turn. Just like everybody
you said something about me, so it should be my turn, right? If you're going to say something about me, then I should get to respond.
When it's your turn, you will get a chance to respond.
Pretty sure it's my turn right now because I'm talking.
Yeah, and if you continue, you won't be a speaker. We don't care about what you tweet out because everybody know how we rock, and you see who's in here. We've been lit before you. We're going to stay lit without you. It don't matter whether you're here or not. You should be thankful that you get a mic over here, my guy.
Let's
Because you
So
got
what you're saying
all
is
the
I'm not
flat
allowed to
earthers. Hey,
respond
look,
to the
hey,
things that
look,
were
you got
said. Is that
all the
right?
flat earthers
There
in
are
one
other
spot.
Globers on
And
stage.
you
Please,
starving and you starving for content, so we're gonna feed you. But there are other
Starving for
globe earthers over
content.
here.
You guys make my content
There
for
are
me.
some other globe earthers on stage, so we're gonna get to them. But this isn't your show, okay? This is about the level heads and people that been showing love, not people that's starving for for content.
So I don't get to respond to the thing that was said then.
If you
When
wait, it'll
it's
be your
your
turn.
turn, bro.
Well, just
When
give me
it's
2
your turn.
minutes to respond now, and then we'll
I
be
don't
done. won't
care
we?
what you want. I will remove you right now if you don't shut the hell up.
So what you're
I
doing
don't
is you're going to
care.
kick me out instead of letting me talk.
No, remove you until it's your turn to speak, because it's not your
Well,
turn.
let's make it my turn now then.
No, it's not going to be your turn now. Go
Why
ahead,
not?
Jay Space. Because I said so. I'm the host. That's why you've been
Yeah,
crying
but
to
you
get
said
over
something
here.
about me, so I should get a chance to respond.
When it's your turn. Just like it's a moderated, you know how you go to Jaren and you respect his moderation when he says, shut up, FTFE, let the other guy talk.
Yeah, but when Jaren says
you're
something
going to
about...
do the same thing with me. I don't care if the person is 2 minutes or 30 seconds into their 3-minute speaking time. You are going to shut the hell up until the person is finished getting a thought out. If you can't respect me or anybody else in the space, you could take your ass back over to YouTube and starve for some more content. It's up to you, bro. It's your only choice. So I'm going to let J Space continue. If you interrupt again, I'm going to take your mic. Otherwise, you could be patient, and then we'll let you get all the time that you need. It's that simple. Go ahead, J Space.
All I want to say before I land my plane, other than I love this place, I love this space, I love these people. He proved the point for me, and all that bark, and he hasn't said one peep the whole time I've been memeing on him. But he want to come up here and pound his chest while he has a chance to generate some content. Like I said, that bell dings, the trolls come running for some crumbs. I love y'all. Thank you so much.
Appreciate
no
you,
idea who you are, by the way.
And shout out to Lil J Space for liking the playlist. We still got to get you the rest of that playlist, bro. Remind yo, FTFE, bro. Please don't make me remove you from
apologies. That was I didn't realize I was unmuted. I apologize. I'll mute myself now while I chat to so that was my bad. I apologize.
Jesus, this guys loves to hear him so talk. Anyway, shout out to Lil J Space for liking the playlist. We're gonna get the rest of that over to you. We do got a thread of the Flat Earth music, and you know Flat Earth has got level bars, by the way. But appreciate you showing love, man. We love what you do over there in your spaces. You guys be going hard. Anybody tap in with J Space if you like the content. Flat Earth, Truth. I think they dive into all different type of discussions over there, and you're always going to get a mic. And as long as you show respect over there, you're going to show your respect back. The moment you start playing around with J Space, you out of here. That's just what it is. Not a lot of people going to tolerate the bullshit. I'll tell you that, and I respect it. So shout out to y'all, man. Let's hear from Ralph. What up, Ralph?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good evening.
Good to see you, man.
Ready to get into this ether conversation. I mean, I will give it to the room. I really didn't put any much thought into it until I started hearing about it. And the more I read into it, the more it started to mesh up with dark matter and dark energy. But yeah, looking to get into it.
That's what's up. Yeah, so we got a couple different things that we could like really branch off into, like electromagnetism, frequencies, the ether, but specifically we're going to start off with Coriolis. I think that would be like a nice baseline to kind of like spring off 2024. I really want to hear Rife's ideas on his interpretation of what they call this pseudo-force Coriolis. So that would be dope. And shout out to you for keeping an open mind, man. I say this quite frequently, that Ralph was one of the kind of abrasive globe earthers in the beginning. Since then, he kind of like toned it down. He still be popping little shit here and there, but that's expected. But he is keeping an open mind, and when confronted with things that can't be refuted, he indulges in it, and I appreciate that. When we started talking about the ether, in one of the spaces that he came in, dropped a few papers, and he actually did his own research. Read the shit. And you know, no matter what you believe, man, I gotta respect you putting in that work, man. And it's dope that you keep coming back and to learn more, whether you agree with what we have or what we believe or not. Just shout out to you for at least looking at and keeping an open mind. So appreciate that, bro. And you know the globe earthers is more toxic than us. And you caught that in 4K. You seen that in real time. So hopefully
I have currently 312 death threats from flat earthers, so I don't think that's true.
Oh, you wonder why. You wonder why.
Yeah, no, I absolutely wonder why, because I don't deserve death threats.
Nobody is talking to you right now, bro. Look at you. This is the reason why nobody likes you.
I'm here, so let's talk.
Nobody wants to hear from you right now, bro. Matter of fact, go ahead, FTOC. Go ahead. You got 3 minutes. Cool. Go ahead.
So Coriolis is real. It's been verified. It's used to measure the rotation of the Earth. Anyone that says Coriolis isn't real simply does not know what Coriolis is. I guarantee the person wouldn't even be able to steelman Coriolis. As for Mindshock made 502 fallacies and failed to point out a single fallacy that I actually made. In fact, he just dinged the bell randomly and even forgot to put audio in for the first 2 things that he stopped it for. Mindshock is not smart. He thinks he's debunked relativity. That's how not smart he is. So I do want to, I'm talking about Mindshock is a dumb person. You should just look him up. TM, please tell me why you think that you should see less of the globe as you rise. Go on.
No, wait a minute.
Please.
For one, you're wrong on Coriolis. It is not a measure.
I'm not wrong on Coriolis in fucking slightest. Coriolis is a force that is
I'm getting ready
on
to
Earth.
read the definition here in a little bit, and you're going to see that you're wrong.
Definitions don't change what science is. I bet you, without looking at a definition, couldn't even steelman Coriolis right now.
You want me to steelman a Coriolis? No, I have the.
Yeah, I would like you to steelman what the Coriolis force is and the mechanism behind it. Go on.
I don't care what you want. Anyway, I'm going to do this
presentation. So you can't. So what you're saying is you can't do that.
Shut the fuck up and listen, because I don't talk to preschoolers. Okay.
Well, I'm not a preschooler. I've got 2 degrees, one in physics, one in nuclear engineering. And I'm not a dumbass that thinks sound cures cancer.
You're an idiot.
It's not sound, for one. It's electromagnetic fields and it's resonant.
I didn't get my 3 minutes. I've still got 46 seconds left.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I'm so glad that I run
3 minutes. I get fucking 3 minutes. Coriolis is a force that is produced on Earth because of Earth's rotation. And the mechanism behind it is something I am going to specifically ask that be steelmanned before you can debunk it. Nobody can debunk Coriolis if you do not understand it. So, Mr. Rife, do you know what Coriolis is? Yes or no?
Yeah, this is not a time for
definition. It's not a measurement of the spin of the Earth. You just said it.
It absolutely can be a measurement of the rotation of Earth.
It can be, but is it?
No. Yes, it is a measurement of the rotation of Earth. Absolutely. Not only a measurement of the rotation of Earth, but you can actually figure out the shape of the Earth simply from Coriolis.
Coriolis or Coriolis effect? Go ahead and steelman those.
Coriolis.
Steelman, and then I want you to straw man each one of them and then suck your own dick.
Sorry, Coriolis or Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect.
Why he get so happy at
by
that
the Coriolis force.
Why when he told him to do all that extra stuff, he got all super happy?
Bro, this is like...
Okay. So the Coriolis effect is the result of the Coriolis force.
Okay, but what's the difference between Coriolis and Coriolis effect? Because you just said they're the same. You also said they're different. You also said that Coriolis is the measurement of the spin of the Earth, but by your own definition,
Coriolis can absolutely measure the rotation of the Earth. Yes. So
Coriolis while the Earth is spinning. So which one is it?
Coriolis is an effect due to Earth's rotation. As the Earth rotates, it produces these forces because of the difference in latitude on the Earth. So let's say, for instance, you are at the equator with a massive fucking cannon, and you fire that cannon north. The Coriolis force will make that cannon drift ahead of the Earth's rotation. Because what happens is, as that cannonball is fired, it has the 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity at the equator. Now, what happens is, as it travels north, is that cannonball maintains that tangential velocity, but it goes into areas of the Earth, the latitude as it goes north, that have a slower tangential velocity, which means that the tangential velocity of the cannonball is higher than the Earth that it is going over, which means that the cannonball will go ahead of the Earth's rotation. This is Coriolis force in a nutshell. I'm still talking. This is Coriolis force in a nutshell, and the actual mechanism behind it.
I know this is off topic, but since cancer was brought up, I just put in the jumbotron how the cure for cancer is via jackhammers and electromagnetic pulses vibrating the cancer cells.
Yeah, none of that is true. That's a complete fucking nonsense and pseudoscience.
He's an idiot.
I just put it in the jumbotron. That's the only reason I came up here, because he said that stupid shit, and I had to put it up there.
Yeah, no, it's very stupid, and that kind of information will actually kill.
Okay, all right. We're not really trying to get into the debate right now. Just saying what up to the guys. We haven't even got to the ladies yet. This man's starving for content so hard. It's like, flat earthers feed, eat. Yes, views. Don't worry, we're gonna get into it, y'all. And yeah, listen, Rife, you the host up here. Don't let nobody interrupt you if you don't want to be interrupted. You got the power to control the conversation as you see fit. So feel free to do so. I think his 3 minutes was up. I kind of tuned out, I'm not gonna lie. This is super cringe. But we're gonna double back. Let's say what up to Jeremiah. Then we'll go to Shinku, Moody, and then we'll slide over to Shinku. Oh, Ken is up here too. Gotta say what up to Ken.
Jeremiah, what up, Ken?
What up?
Hey, what's going on?
I've actually met Matthew online before. I'm sure he doesn't remember me, but I remember him. Glad to have you here on Flat Earth Fridays. And I hope the rest of the people in here have the respect to at least hear you out, hear your argument before they start arguing with you about it. I mean, I don't know how you can argue against something you haven't even heard yet. So
facts, bro.
Let's have a good night. Let's have a good Flat Earth Friday. Thank you.
Well said, Ken. Well said. You know, we're always looking for productive conversations. We don't start dunking until, you know, the energy get a little crazy. But I'd much rather have a productive build than to be going back and forth off of who's right and who's wrong. Honesty is the best way to get through these polarizing conversations. So hopefully we can all demonstrate that in the process of doing so. So appreciate that, Ken. Jeremiah, what up, bro?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, thanks for having us here. Thanks for creating the space for us. I heard Matthew talk a couple of times. I'm really interested in hearing what he has to say, so I appreciate that. Shout out to the other guys, Ken, TM, Ted, Death, all you guys, Matthew, good guys, man. We have group talk, Flat Earth group talk. There's a lot of information in there. Everybody shares around. It's pretty cool, but yeah, go ahead, man.
No doubt, man. Appreciate you pulling up. And yeah, shout out to the guys, man. There's been some people that's been here since the beginning. There's been some that came in a little while ago. And there's some people that's just pulling up today for the first time. So no matter what part of the journey you're on, this Flat Earth Fridays journey, we appreciate you guys joining and finding interest in the topics that we cover. For real, like I said, y'all could be anywhere else and y'all right here with us. So appreciate y'all. I think we have Moody next. What's up, Moody?
Hey, what's up, y'all? I am so stoked for this conversation, like even with all the anyway, so yeah, it's very interesting. You know, I actually have Matthew's technology and I broke it, but that's because I'm an engineer. But anyway, the thing is, well, you don't have it to even test, break, pull with. You sound like a fool with your pants on the ground, you know? And then you just gotta really look within yourself and ask, what is it? Where is it where you lack? Are you thirsty? Keep drinking because you thought you ate with whatever you said. I don't even know what you said. You're just ranting. It's giving top lip, sweaty energy. But anyways, thank y'all for having me up. I'm going to have questions, I'm sure. I'm just really excited about this. I love the space for Sacred. Y'all always been holding it down per usual. You have a great way of actually, you know, taking your time with getting the information out the proper way. And it has nothing to do with emotions because information doesn't hold emotion. People do.
I'm still cracking up our top sweaty lip. Appreciate you, Booty, for pulling up. Shout out Flat Earth Fridays and the Ether. Yeah. Shinku, what up, Shinku?
Yo, y'all, it's the first Flat Earth Friday of the new fake year. You know, let's not get into that. No,
That's
bro.
a fact. That's a fact. You know, they got the new year kinda misconstrued, but we're gonna let y'all live in this calendar timeline.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to come up here and say hello to everybody. I'm cool with listening, but it's just the fact that I heard the whole cancer shit, and I was like, let me just throw this in the jumbo real quick, you know, because I just love when people talk fast to try to make it seem like they're smart when really they don't know shit. So you know, it's in the jumbo. If you know that whole cancer shit that's fake and unreal, it's in the jumbo. You know, the very real jumbo.
Not seeing it in the jumbo, my dude.
Yeah, I gotta stop tuning out some voices so I can keep up with it, but sometimes it's a little too cringe for me. But shout out to you for correcting that, Shinku. Maybe we'll get into that in a little bit. I do got a few requests I want to come up and say what up before we kind of get into this. If you're not going to speak right now, feel free to drop down and request back up later. If there's anybody else that want to just come say hi, say what up. You know, shout out to, I see Jay-Z pulled up. Jay-Z was one of the first ones that told me, like, hey, you should try to do a space with Matthew Rife. He's a really good guy. They got a lot of good information. I think you guys could do a good build. And that was like months ago. So shout out to Jay-Z for putting Matthew Rife on my radar. Appreciate you, bro. Let me say what up to my man Sheepdog real quick. Sheepdog, what up, bro?
What up, bro? I just requested the mic because I wanted to make FTFE like sit on it for a little bit longer. And yeah, man. So yeah, happy new year to everybody out there. Matthew, thank you so much for coming here and gracing us with a little bit more extended education. I can't say I appreciate it enough. This is important. The only way we're ever going to learn is to continue the conversation in every direction. So thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a fact, man. Like, you know, the one thing that I love about, you know, Twitter X is that, like, you never know who you're going to come across if you're engaging. You know, of course, on a timeline, it could just be anybody, but in spaces is really a unique experience. Being able to, you know, talk to different people with different backgrounds, different expertise, and then bringing it to add value to like one specific topic that have a lot of different dynamics to approach it from. So, you know, I love you guys for pulling up, sharing the space with other people who might find, you know, interest in this topic, you know, as far out as some may think it is. You know, y'all know that y'all can come to one place and get the back and forth, get the sauce. You're gonna get the physicists, you're gonna get the pilots, you're gonna get the engineers, you're gonna get the best speakers in flat earth. You know, that's just what it is. And that's the whole point, is so that way everyone can come to one spot, get what you need out of it, out of the conversation, take whatever value you want to take from it, go do your own research, and then double back on us next week, and let's keep on building from there. So dope stuff, man. Dope stuff.
And I'm gonna step back down. I'm still running errands and everything. So anybody else that wants to grab a mic and come up here and say hi, please, by all means. It's the new year, man. Let's celebrate.
Yes, sir. First one of 2024, Flat Earth Fridays. Tweet the space out. Cub, what up, bro? You outside?
Yes, sir. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, man, because I'm on that Starlink or whatever. I just wanted to say thank you again, man. This is such a good place, good group of people, either side that we're on or whatever. This is my sport. I fucking love it, dude. So glad you got Matt on there. I mean, everybody, but Matt's on there, man. I love my machine. It's fucking awesome. I don't know what Poop Fingers is talking about. Don't really care yet. I also too.
If you're going to insult me, I will butt in.
Yeah. Hey, I get 3 minutes. I get 3 minutes. Just leave me alone. I don't talk to retards. I don't, man. And you have
no, not fingers. You call me FTFE or I butt in.
Yeah.
That's
Anyways,
Mr.
I
Neutron to
really
you.
fuck all. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, go get a haircut, kid. Go get a haircut, kid. Yeah. I'm done. I don't want to talk to this dude. I would smack
I don't care. You're going
him
to talk to me.
in the teeth. Come on. Come
I
out
literally
to
no
fucking
idea who you are.
Tennessee.
Why are you so afraid of me?
I am not afraid of you.
Clearly you are, because otherwise we should have a conversation.
Craig, nobody is afraid of you, bro. Like,
yes,
you
you're
gotta
all afraid
stop
of
with
me.
that.
That's why I'm
You
not
got-
allowed to talk.
No, we're not.
You gotta chill with that, bro. Like, listen,
Keep them
there's
Star Trek
nothing
panties under control,
about
baby.
you
Come on.
that's threatening.
Don't wear pajamas. I like to sleep in the buff.
Excuse me.
Dear God, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, for
This
one,
is
your
how
name's
it goes.
Craig?
To everyone. Hey, Craig. I'm Craig too.
Oh shit! No, don't do that. Don't ruin the name, Craig.
To everybody.
He found his weak point.
God dang it, man. Hold on. Can I just fucking say thank you? And everyone I've tweeted out to this, if it's Elon, if it's Neil deGrasse fucking Tyson, you fucking pussy. If it's anyone else, if it's, oh God, who's that one guy? UFC guy.
I know
Eddie
Elon thanks you
Bravo.
for funding him.
If Eddie Bravo should.
Starlink got him.
Yeah.
Said too much. He said, "What? He can't be insult me on my own Starlink."
Well, I'm using Starlink right now.
Elon, chill off a cug. Don't worry, we'll find Cug again. He in the middle of the woods anyway, you know. GPS don't really work out there like that. Y'all know how that go.
GPS works fine everywhere in the world.
Look, triggered.
Sorry, so I say one thing and that's triggered.
To,
oh, lovely. Typical Flurf logic.
I don't even know what that means, bro.
No, I
When
know
he
you
literally
don't
said
know
his
most things.
GPS was the problem. When he literally said that his signal was a problem, but okay. I don't know if Matt is ready to get started. FTFE, I did want to let you know that you're streaming on your computer. There is a feature called the Jumbotron, which is above the speakers. So the little dots and the little faces. It's a whole bunch of other little dots where we post content and posts and things like that. So you might want to click into that periodically for your viewers to follow along. Matthew's also gonna, present his information that I'm pretty sure you want to rebut, but you would have to actually
The
watch
three
it and
dots
look at
just
it.
bring up switch to listening, hide captions, and report this space.
Look at this guy, not paying attention.
No,
there's a net
below the title. So where the title is, it'll be right below that, where there's like
funky coding
populated. Whatnot.
Not on my screen. Next to the title on the space, because I just see the space, Flat Earth Fridays, and then everyone else
see
underneath
the
it.
tweets? Do you see the tweets up top? FTF.
I believe he's on his PC and he might not be able to see it that way. Because the only
Hold
way
on.
I can see it is
We gotta find out, because I think Alan does a pretty good job locating those tweets.
Yeah, I'll send you a screenshot of what it looks like. You can, or I'll tweet it to you.
Craig, do you see the tweets up top, Craig?
There you go.
No,
check your
that
Twitter.
doesn't show that out on my
FTFE.
PC.
Yeah, that's
Sorry?
where we're all posting the receipts.
I tweeted you
kind of crucial.
I tweeted you a picture of what the interface looks like, so that you can see the Jumbotron. If it doesn't look like that, then you may need to refresh or something. Sometimes the UI bugs out a little bit.
Yeah, that's.
Who's your developer?
Let's wait for Craig to get familiar with his technology.
Yeah, I don't have the box like that you showed it there, so I don't know what to do. So
yeah,
it's okay.
Good.
I can look at the receipts and everything. It's fine. I'll find a way to do it.
Wait, are you on a computer, Craig?
Yes, I am on the PC.
Okay, I don't know where it's at on PC. You said it, Flurf, you just said like computer stuff, right? Up top.
Yeah, because Alan usually streams, so he's literally looking at the same thing Alan's looking at. But I don't know how he.
Well, if you pop over to my stream on YouTube, you can see what I can see and tell me where to go. Because
Let me
when I
go
push
check.
the three
Let me
dots,
go
like you
check.
said, the only thing that comes up
I
is
got
switch to
you.
listening, hide captions, report this space.
I got you.
And obviously, I would like to be able to see the evidence you put up.
Yeah,
I got you.
so let's just we can get there. Like we'll get that to you so you can see it for your viewers.
Oh,
But
that's interesting. Yeah, it doesn't show up there for him.
on his YouTube.
Yeah. Okay. So can
I
you?
see something that just says shared by Matthew Rife. But then that just leads back to your tweets. Is that
you
what
can
you're
scroll
using?
over on those boxes and you'll see multiple.
There we go. It's come up now. Yeah. I don't know why that wasn't there before, but okay.
You had to scroll up. That's why.
Oh, there you go.
It's literally just popped up. It wasn't there before.
Error.
All right.
It's slight user error. So again, FDF, you do have to patiently wait for Matthew to get through his presentation in order to hear it.
Yeah, I'm quite happy to sit and laugh at the misinformation and then respond. No worries.
There are also other Globers who would like to chime in, so just remember that. But yeah, whenever everyone's ready to kick off.
Hey, I'm ready. Just say the word.
Yeah. Let me just say what up to Liliana real quick, and then J Space got one thing to say, and then we'll slide over into some of the topics. What's up, Liliana?
Oh, hey guys. Sorry. I just asked for the mic when you had offered to have us come say hello because of the new year. But I wanted to just share something really beautiful. Sorry, I'm eating. On New Year's Day, I live in Portland, Oregon, and I hadn't seen the sun literally in like 8 or 9 days. No sun, cloudy, rainy, windy.
God, she's
And at New Year's Day, at about 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun showed up, like all out of the blue. The sun showed up. And I ran out to do my sun gazing, and then I did my sun gazing, and I do all my hymns and whatever. And then I turned around to go back inside, and there was the moon. And so I did my hymns to the moon and all that too, also. But I just wanted to say that it was such a magical event for me because it was like telling me, it was like the universe was giving me a message that this is the year that we're going to see a lot of progress in our beautiful flat earth movement. And just want to give you guys a lot of love for the New Year's. And I'm very excited about Matthew's program. My mom, a very cool, hip mom, she's passed away now, but she introduced me to Rife technology, literally it was very similar. I think that if I describe it, you would think it was very similar, even though it wasn't Rife. But she introduced me to this literally almost like 20 years ago. So I'm super duper excited to have Matthew on there. And I love seeing Alan on there. I love seeing Sacred Proud, of course. And then if Witsit gets in here, then it'll just be a star-studded show. So anyways, love you guys. And there's a lot of other stars here too that I haven't named. I love you guys and Happy New Year.
Thank you so much for that, Liliana. I appreciate the love. And yeah, sometimes, I get a little bit overwhelmed, especially back in my organic days as I'm a cyborg now. You know how that go. But looking at the sky, seeing the luminaries, and sometimes just catching myself in awe, like, what is all of this for real? Like, how could we have figured this out already? Is there a different way to look at this? What's actually happening with the motions? How is our system working? And my mind races all the time, when I look at the sky. So hopefully, you guys get that same feeling as organics. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely dope. And yeah, that's what we talk about every single week. Oh snap. My man Gary in here too. Hold up, before we get started, let me say what up to Gary. Gary don't never be pulling up. Let's say what up to Gary real quick. Gary Wabenga in the building. You there, bro? You been in spaces before? I feel like you've been in spaces before.
Just listening in.
Good to see you, man.
Listening to the nonsense from FTFE. It's always funny.
Says the guy that doesn't know the difference between West and South, but
Hey, you posted a picture of a cloud horizon earlier. FTFE.
No, I didn't post a picture of a cloud
Yeah,
horizon.
you did. Yeah, you show clouds and a plane above the clouds. So
You mean I reposted someone else's post?
well, whatever you did.
Yeah.
So if you're below the clouds, they appear to slant down towards the horizon, correct?
Sometimes. Depends on the weather.
Sometimes?
Yeah, it depends on the weather and the amount of clouds that there is.
If there's clouds up in the sky, they appear to slant off towards the horizon as they go towards that, away from you, don't they?
Well, everything above you appears to go down and everything below you appears to come up. We've been through this.
Okay, so when you're above the clouds, what do they do?
Well,
you're
because
flying
they're
over
now
a
below
cloud
you,
bank.
Yep, and because you're now above the clouds, they appear to rise up, which is what is
so they form a
happening in the video.
horizon at eye level above you, all right? And
Certainly
you're above
not
them.
at eye level, no.
Same
No,
thing,
100%
and
definitely
they
not
appear
eye
to
level.
slant down. Which one are they actually doing, Craig?
You do know that just because things
No, Craig,
appear
answer
to
the
rise up
question,
and
Craig.
down,
Craig,
they aren't.
Craig.
I am
Answer
answering the question, Gary, if you will
Are they
listen.
slanting up or down?
Neither.
Let's
They
say
appear
I'm in an airplane above the clouds and there's a guy on the ground below underneath me. Which way are the clouds slanting?
They aren't slanting. They just appear to. You do know the
And they
difference
form-
between actual
and
and
when you're
apparent,
flying above
right?
them,
No,
they
of course
appear to
don't. You're a
slant
flat
upwards
earther.
and
You're
they
a flat
form a
earther, stay.
horizon, don't they? Don't they?
If you cannot see the actual horizon, they will appear to form a horizon, but it won't be at eye level.
Yeah, it's all optics. Period.
No, it's not all optics. I
There's
don't
no
know what. I
ground
don't know.
there.
You don't know what optics means, Gary. You think that
Yeah,
west and
optics is
south
how
are the
you
same
see
thing,
things
so-
based on the angles to your eyes.
No, that's not what optics.
Yes. Oh, okay. So angles to the eyes have nothing to do with optics. That's your claim now.
No, I just didn't. I said they're not the same thing. Optics
No, it
is
is the
not
same. It
angles
is the
to
same
the
thing.
eyes.
Do you?
If you look up the
there are
definition of
angles, there are
optics,
virtually
if you look up
millions
the
of
definition
angles
to Gary,
off
if
in
you
the-
look up the definition to optics,
off
does
in
it
your
say
field of
angles
view,
to the eyes?
you see things based on the angle to your eyes.
I mean, if you want to make
Right?
stuff up, that's all fine to you. It's
Is that
fine. But
made
if you look,
up?
if you look at the definition of
Craig,
optics, does it say
Craig,
angles to
calm
the eyes?
down.
No, it does not.
Calm down, Craig.
Oh, I'm
How do
fine.
we
I'm
see
just
things?
debunking your nonsense.
How are they placed? How are they placed in our field of view?
How are they? They're not placed in our field of view. We just
Oh,
have a
okay. So
field of view.
things. So when we look at the sun that's halfway across the sky, it's not there for a reason.
Well, yeah,
Our eyes
because we're in
place
the
it
solar
there for a
system.
specific reason.
No, our eyes don't place anything anywhere. That's not how it works.
Oh my goodness! To see, this is how dumb globies are.
So you think that our eyes decide the position of things?
is just their imagination. It's just they claim it's just.
No,
our
you think perspective is
We don't
reality,
see in
Gary, which is
perspective.
hilarious.
Perspective is how we see. Perspective is just how we see, based on angles subtended to
Yeah,
our
but you
eyes
don't
from
know what
every object
perspective
out
is,
there,
so, you know.
including the ground and the sky, and every
Gary,
object
you aren't
in that
qualified
field
for
of
this
view.
conversation because you think west and south are the same thing.
Hey, wait.
No, I never
FTFE,
said that at all.
Wait a second.
Wait,
I
I
don't
never
think
said
you.
anything like that.
Yeah,
East
you
is
definitely did.
east, north is north.
Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna let y'all get another 30 seconds in. But FTFE, I don't think that you should be talking about directions, because from what I hear from Jeranism, he put you in a little conceding situation where you had to concede how circumnavigation can work the same way on flat Earth versus globe Earth. I heard you having to concede that point. So be careful when you want to talk about directions, because you got clipped up in 4K walking back some claims that you said regarding directions. So yeah, just chill out, bruh. Just chill out. We know your history. Trust me.
Okay,
Anyway,
so that
y'all
didn't
got-
happen.
What?
Jaren
I
didn't.
seen that live. Don't play with me, bro. They was talking to you about circumnavigation. You was like, "Hey, bro, this can't work." Jeranism said, "Yo, just zoom in on the North Pole," and he broke that broke it down how it could work, and then you had to walk back them claims, bro.
That never happened when I was talking to Jeranism live.
I didn't say it happened. When you see how they try to switch it,
You
I never
just said
that
you saw it
said
live.
when you talk. No, not when y'all was live together. He was breaking down a claim when you was jumping on your live.
Oh, right.
because
Okay. Yeah. When
because
he
you-
didn't talk about the entire thing. Right. Yeah. When he didn't explain what actually happened. Yeah. I conceded I was wrong about a simple thing, not
Wait,
about
what?
circumnavigation.
Bro, you already moonwalking? You try to change the narrative. Then when I
Well,
clarify
maybe
the
if you
narrative
actually
that you
knew
try
what
to
the narrative
claim,
was instead
then
of
you
just
had to
listening instead of
acknowledge the
checking.
fact that you moonwalking your points back because you didn't understand how
I got
directions work.
one thing wrong. But the
Okay,
rest
bro.
of it
So
was right.
stop pressing other people about directions when you
Oh
conceded
no,
in
I
real
know about
time
directions,
that
but
you also got the thing wrong too, bro.
oh
That's
no, I
probably
didn't get
not your.
directions wrong.
That's probably not
I
your
didn't get
best.
directions wrong.
That's probably not your best
I didn't get
argument.
directions wrong. I didn't get
Okay, bro.
directions wrong.
Okay.
So I don't know why you're lying. Oh, I do know why you're lying because you're a flat earther and you guys like to do that.
Okay, I see. That's why you conceded.
Yeah.
What did you concede about?
I conceded about whether you would be able to walk in a straight line and continue around the lines of latitude. I got it wrong when I thought that you could just keep walking and the curvature of the Earth would make you go in a straight line, but obviously you would have to move slightly to the left the more north you got. I got confused with myself, and I was thinking just about the equator, which is the only line of latitude with which you wouldn't have to turn left or right to circumnavigate the entire world. That was the only thing I got wrong. I got nothing wrong about directions. I got nothing wrong about navigation. I just got something slightly wrong about how you would have to turn if you were going up towards the latitudes. And once I modeled it out for myself, which is what I do, I test things to make sure. And once I'd modeled it out, I went back to Jared and said, yeah, no, I modeled it out. You were right. I was wrong about that one thing. Let's continue the conversation, because that's what honest people do. But flat earthers never admit that they're wrong. That's the thing. Ever, ever, ever. Like Gary thinks that you can go west and head to the equator.
Well, I'm glad you conceded that point about going in a specific direction and not understanding.
No, it wasn't a direction. Again, not a direction.
I appreciate you.
And it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
I appreciate you walking back that point.
So here's the thing, right?
More of that honesty throughout this conversation.
Okay, well, let's test the honesty then.
We're gonna get to all of that in just a second.
Hold on, let's test the honesty first. Let's test the honesty. If the Earth was flat,
go ahead, bro.
If the Earth was flat and you were on the equator, would you have to turn left or right to stay on the equator and circumnavigate the Earth?
Wait, what?
If you were on the equator and the Earth is flat and you want to follow the equator all the way around the Earth, would you have to turn left or right?
It depends on which direction you're going.
Well, so you're saying you would have to turn?
It's relative.
Yeah, I think it's
so
all
here's the thing. On the
center.
equator, to circumnavigate the Earth, you don't change your heading. You just go forward. On the flat Earth, you absolutely would, which debunks the flat Earth.
Bro.
You wouldn't even know if you changed your heading.
Exactly. Like, what are you
would,
talking
because
about?
compasses and things like that are things you would know that you changed your heading.
So now you're admitting you're using a compass. Like, what is your...
Yeah, why can't you use compasses? What's wrong with that?
Because you just said the compass is how you know if you change your heading. So
I said one of the ways you could know. It doesn't change what I've said. If the Earth is flat and you are on the equator, then to circumnavigate, you have to change your heading. But you don't do that on Earth at all.
How do you know you don't do that again? Repeat it again for everyone.
Well, one of the ways you could check is by looking at the compass and see what happens with that.
Yep.
Another way you could do is by actually checking
compass in the sky. Then you know.
What's wrong with compasses in the sky?
Well, because you just admitted you're navigating purely by the compasses in the sky.
Again, I didn't say you not be able to listen. I said one of the things, not the only thing. You know, you could use just looking at Polaris to make sure that your heading is
now
not
we're
changed.
purely in a thought experiment.
No, we're in reality. So there's many ways, you would know if you change your heading. You could just keep going forward and physically not change your heading. And on Earth, in reality, you get back to the same point at the equator without ever changing your heading. But if the Earth is flat, to circumnavigate the equator, you would have to, by necessity, change your heading. That doesn't happen in reality.
Kind of the same argument we make about accounting for curvature when they're going over a curve. Go ahead, Ken. What were you about to say?
I don't normally just cut in. I like to put my hand up, be respectful. But his two examples, right? You can either follow the compass or you can keep Polaris to your left. Now,
yeah, they're not my only things. They're just some of the things.
No. Come on. Where does the compass point to?
The compass doesn't point anywhere. The compass follows lines of magnetic field.
Right, but it points north.
Well, if you've got a southern hemisphere compass, it points south.
Are you trying to tell me that it does not point towards magnetic north? Is that what you're saying?
No, compasses don't
Is that
point
not what
towards anything.
Polaris is?
Compasses
that not
don't
what
point
Polaris
towards
is?
anything. They follow
So
lines
you're
of
using
magnetic field.
you're using either magnetic north or you're using a star that's located directly above.
As
Either
two
way,
of the things, yeah. Like we
it's
could
a,
use
yeah,
sextants, we could use many other methods. Those are just two of the things.
yeah, but you're not just going straight. You have
On
to
the
have
equator, you
something
are.
tell you if you're you have to have something tell you if you're headed west. You're trying to make it sound like, oh, you don't need anything. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, so if you keep
Just
going
because you're on
west,
the
if you
equator,
stay,
you're still doing. That's
you don't
that's
change your heading though.
that's
That's the
got to be
point.
the
You
most
would keep
idiotic
going
thing I've
west.
ever heard anybody say. Oh,
But
I
the
don't
fact
need
that
a
you can't
compass. I can
understand
use
it
the
is
North
pretty
Star.
idiotic, right? So if you are on the equator traveling west, you just keep traveling west and you do not change your heading. This is very, very simple.
And how do you know you're headed west?
Well, compasses can tell you which way you're going.
Oh, but you said you can just go west. You can just go straight and you'll go west. And now you
Yeah,
need
so
a
set
compass.
your heading as
But
west
if you don't
and
need a
don't
compass,
ever
you can
change
use
your
the North
heading.
Star,
Keep
right?
checking your
And if you don't
compass.
use the North Star, you can use a sextant, right? So you're
Yeah,
using something to tell you what direction you're heading. You have
yeah, to
no
make sure
idea
that you are
what
still
direction
going
you're
west.
heading.
Yes,
You need
those
the
are just
stars or
references.
you need a compass.
Again, those are
That's
just
oh
references. The
my
fact that
God.
you haven't changed your heading
Sacred,
is the
I
point.
am low key hating on you for letting this
I
idiot
don't
have
care if you're
that
low-key hating on me.
microphone
It's not
before
my
the
fault that you
damn.
don't understand things.
I'm not hating on you.
He wasn't talking to you, Craig. This is not your show, remember.
Well, he was
Thanks
talking. He
for
was directly
joining,
talking to
Ken.
me.
He called sacred. Your name is not sacred, bro. Relax. You're
Well, I
gonna get
didn't
a
hear him
chance
say
to speak.
sacred.
We
All I heard
talked for
him say was
hours.
I'm low-key hating, and he was talking to
Because
me.
you
So
don't shut the
Yeah,
fuck
because
up
you're
when he's
too busy
talking.
talking over
Yes,
people.
it's very hard to hear
You're
when
too
you're
busy interrupting.
constantly spitting shit out of your mouth. I
yeah, it's
agree.
because I was talking
I
and got
agree.
interrupted. So I would continue.
He was also talking to you, and then he stopped and addressed the host. The host of this room's name is Sacred. I am also host. Proud. You will respect our voice. I was letting you know that he wasn't talking to you. So no, nobody's hating on Fight the Tight Shirt. Calm down. Thanks for joining us, Ken. Appreciate that back and forth and that build.
And I did fight the tight shirt,
Still,
and I won.
we
Just
still want to get to the topic at hand. I know you guys are getting antsy. You guys are at the edge of your seats. You're spiraling like your
Respect,
models.
bro.
But yeah, guys, we are almost to the actual topic before we can get
Oh,
to
dude,
the
he did
nitty-gritty of
fight
what
it
we
and he
came here to
fucking won,
discuss.
dog. Hell yeah, he did.
But yeah, I definitely want to give the floor. Did
That's
everyone get to speak?
badass.
Oh no, I think Jay had one last question.
Appreciate that, Proud. I just want to say, Sacred, bruh, how many times did you hit that bell exactly? Because if you tap that bitch one more time, Janie Neutertron is going to get so triggered. Ain't no other ball tart going to be able to milk you
is
for
all you've
content
got
for the
insults.
next
Is
week.
that it? Fantastic.
Like I said, he can't control himself.
Well,
Just
if
remember
I get an
when
insult,
the
I
clip dropped.
speak up. Just deal with it. Maybe call me FTFE or Craig instead of something else.
Janie Neutertron. Just remember the clip drop.
No,
You
that's not my
actually
name.
did.
It's
Just
Mr.
remember.
Neutron to you. Mr. Neutron to you.
Janie Neutertron. Just remember when the clips drop.
Again,
You
Mr. Neutron to you, young man.
Yes, ma'am. Remember.
Mr. Neutron to you.
Janie Neutertron. Just remember when the clips
Mr.
drop.
Neutron to you, young man.
Yes, ma'am. Remember.
Oh, I think it crashed out, boys. Shit. Oh, yeah, it crashed out. Rip. It'll be back up in a second. Crazy, dude. So yeah, while we're waiting, I'll put on a Toby classic here. Actually, we're going to listen to a new Toby. What we got here? Where's my Toby playlist? There we go. This is that new Toby drop. Okay, that little intermission joint. All right, Toby, I see you. Dude, he said, I fought the shirt and I won. Oh, dude, you gotta respect it. Like, he owned it. Got into a scrap with a little tussle. Oh, here we go. Dude, this is fire. Dude, he's grifting off the back of Flat Earth. He's the reverse grifter. Okay, here we go. We're back.
Elon got tired of FTFE.
PlayStation, that looked like PS1. How are we having this conversation? Come back to some glow proof.
Elon said Craig is too cringe. Get Flatter Fridays out of here.
I'm flat smacking them, straight packing them with facts. Got them clues and maps to cut through like an axe. Axe murderer, next NASA astronauts astronomically while simultaneously maintaining rhythm and harmony. The Illuminati is definitely onto me, but they can't do no harm to me. It's a bit like Animal Farm. See, all a false dichotomy while their secret society maintains privacy. So there's nothing for your eyes to see except for their complete lack of
They can't stop us. We still here with it.
Your secrets ain't safe with me. Stop the malarkey before you get your car key.
After this, we're just gonna let Matthew go ahead and jump right into it, y'all.
I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy.
Dude, I wonder if putting stuff in the timeline messes it up. Or I mean the jumbo.
And it's based on a fallacy. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. Haters. Welcome to your new reality. The earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Once upon a time,
let's go.
It was all just one big lie. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is Photoshop, you know.
Because it has to be.
Really got a lot of nerve. I think I'll see Waldo before I see the curve. Still talking about gravity, Einstein? How about you show us the bending of space-time? Hey, what happened to the baseline? Dodging the question, are we? Okay, fine. No, man, but the globe's already been proven. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize you were that stupid. What do you mean? I studied it in college. Oh, you mean that blue pill you call knowledge? Are you ready to step out of the matrix? Or are you just too dumb and complacent for this to make sense? I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. All I see. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake and it's based on a fallacy. It's fake. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single step out of the matrix. Or flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. Haters. Welcome to your new reality. The earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Wait, what? Oh no, I was talking about the theory of gravity. The law of gravity is still in effect. See?
Oh, okay.
Once again, this is Flat Earth Friday. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Technical difficulties are our favorite kind of difficulties. If you're just now tuning in, we have the Matthew Rife here tonight. We're going to get down to the Coriolis, pseudo-force, fictitious force, Earth's rotation, or ether wind effects. I got a bone to pick with Elon, man. I don't know what his beef is with us. It's too much overwhelming.
He's definitely got some wild shit going on because I have a Starlink. I've had one for a while. That technology, never fucking seen it before in my life. Like, for him to be able to transfer data within kappa waves over the over the area that he does, it's physically like impossible to do it. So I've opened it up a couple of times. Everything in there is foreign. It's some wild stuff.
I've heard a couple people come into the space who have
I can't hear, so I'm going to refresh.
You can't hear anyone? How are you talking through the mute? Shill alert.
Bro, every single time they come in here, the space crash. Like, I be getting so annoyed with this, bro. When it just be us in here chilling, everything be all good. The moment we get like a main globe zealot or like a globe pusher, like the space always crashes. Like, I don't know what that's about, bro. Like, I'm gonna start keeping track of this because this is getting way too weird. Y'all remember what happened? What was it last week or was it the week before that?
Both. It was all of them, bro.
Bro, this shit is annoying. Anyway, I'm glad that y'all pulled back up. Please retweet the space. We didn't even really get to the whole shit yet. It was already rocking algorithms and stuff. So shout out to y'all for sliding back through. Let's wait for everybody to pull back up. We try to repopulate the jumbo.
I just want to check it's working. Can you hear me? I just want to double check.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep.
Right. Good.
Hey, real quick, I just want to interject. Like you said that you would use the North Star or Polaris as your circumnavigation around the equator. How do you
as
do
one
that
of the references?
How do you do that at 90 degrees latitude?
Well, you can see it literally just on the if you're at the equator, you can literally just see it at the horizon.
Shut the fuck up, dude. You are a fucking liar.
In fact, there is sometimes when you're just south of the equator, because of the tilt of the Earth, that you can still see the North Star. Depends on the time of the year.
You're a fucking liar, dude.
No, I'm not a liar. This is factual.
Bro,
you could use any star as a reference.
I can hear you.
I heard you now.
Bro, I don't know. Hold on, man. I'll be right back.
Who can't you hear?
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I'll mute up now. Like, I really want to listen to what Matthew has to say.
And I was just about to say, can he hear everybody?
Yeah, I can hear everybody.
I think can you guys hear Sacred? Is he talking? Because I don't think I can hear him.
I think you need to be quiet.
No, I just want to check that it's all working. That's
like glitching.
He's working on
Give
it.
him a second, yeah.
Just
right, okay.
Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Toby.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm genuinely just trying to help make sure everyone can hear each other right now. So,
hey, you're new to Twitter Spaces FTFE. It would behoove you to mute your mic and just listen for a little bit, okay?
Yeah, but right now was just trying to make sure that everyone could hear. So chill out.
So like we're in a Verizon commercial, guys.
Yes, I am streaming.
I know. So be quiet so other people can speak.
Shout out to FTFE's chat. Make a Twitter and come over here and join in on the action.
Oh yeah, shout out to
that's why I do it.
Fight the Tight chat. We appreciate
Did
y'all
you know
for
that I
tuning
fought
in.
the tight shirt and I won, right?
Sacred said earlier that nobody was afraid of him. I think the seams on his former shirt beg to differ.
Definitely. 18 months ago, I was a big old fatty, but now I'm like 16.7% body fat.
Oh, dude, either way, your voice sounds like you're the pedo and the victim. I don't know how the fuck you do it.
Oh, right. Yeah, that, of course you go there. Of course you go there. Yeah, I understand because you're a horrific person.
Dude, you spelled tire with a Y. Come on.
And bro, I'm a little bit weird. Why are you pulling up the Flat Earth Friday with all them sixes on your shirt, bro? That's probably why the space crashing. Stop pulling up the Flat Earth, bro. Stop pulling up the Flat Earth Friday with all them sixes on your shirt, bro.
There's
tired of seeing that in the globe. I'm tired of it.
There's 2 6s. It's not 666. Don't get scared. There's 2 6s there. Calm down. It's Route 66, which is a road in America.
Stop saying it so many times, bro. You trying to curse us or something? Chill out.
666. Do you know that 666 is the
Bro,
imaginary number
just
of
joking, man. Relax, bro. Relax. Actually,
I know. I'm joking with you as well.
369 is actually the magic numbers, man. Y'all know how that goes. Well, we're gonna get into
the number of the beast is 616.
We're gonna get into the topic. I think this is the perfect time to do it. What do you think, Proud?
Yeah, just a little bit of stability while we have it.
Right. So just so you're aware, I've just checked the down detector, and there is millions of reports of issues on X. So if it goes down again, then there is an issue with it. Just so you know.
Damn, Elon, on a Friday, y'all gonna do this to us?
I think you're good, Sacred. Gotta watch out for that.
All right, I appreciate that.
Yeah, Elon, just turn them off again. Cheers. Oh shit, I'm not muted.
Expose. So I want to get into the tweet that Matt sent out here. Let me see if I can find it. And then we're gonna I want to hear his perspective on this Coriolis.
Yeah, me too. So, Sacred, just so I'm aware, is it okay to call other members that are in here pedos? Is that something that we accept in this space?
Bro, you can't listen when you're talking. You know that?
Got a guilty conscience, huh?
No, I was just wondering, as someone called me a pedo, is that something that's acceptable in this space?
Dear God, dude, he's not your dad. Why are you asking him permission to say words?
Yeah,
because it's his space. I was just wondering if that's acceptable.
If you
just
have
so I know what level I can do it at.
If you have a grievance, why don't you just message him, dude? No one wants to listen to it.
No, I'm just asking if that's okay, so I know how I'm allowed to act. That's all.
You want to be able to call people names? You want to know which names you can call people?
If you want respect, I want you to delete all the fallacious tweets that you already tweeted about Sacred before you stepped your ass in this motherfucking space, and then maybe then we could talk about respecting you and what you deserve when you come into our room. How about that? So go find all them fallacious ass tweets that you tweeted about my host before you brought your ass in here, and maybe we could talk about it after you delete them. Now you gonna hush so Matthew could talk, okay?
Sorry, which fallacious tweets are you on about? So I know.
Hey, I rug, but I hear Proud.
I'll find
yeah.
them, and we'll see if they disappear.
So I rugged again, but I heard Proud getting that FTFE, so I'm gonna guess you say some bullshit. But you did run to the timeline and then call me a bitch. So
I called you a bitch.
I don't know what that was all about. Yeah,
and that's fallacious, is it? And when did I call
well,
you
yeah,
a bitch?
if it's devoid of rational reasoning, then yeah, I would call that.
When did I call you a bitch? I don't remember calling you a bitch. So
yeah, I know, because well, I'm not gonna get into your mental health, but bro, you gotta chill out. That's all we're saying. So don't hold other people accountable if you don't hold that same baseline for everybody else. If you're gonna be running around calling people names,
I act the same as everyone else. Simple as that.
Well, I've never called you no bitch, so there really was no need for you to take it there. So you should stop crying about it if you don't want to be dealt to you, if you're doing it to other people. That's all I'm saying. So
I mean, I didn't call you a bitch, so I don't know what you're on about.
So wait, if I go find it, then what? You gonna apologize or what?
Yeah, if I've called you a bitch, then I'm sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think I called you a bitch.
Don't worry, I'll go ahead and grab it for you. But I appreciate the apology. Like I said, we demand respect and we get it when we ask for it. So appreciate that.
Well, yeah,
but,
no,
so
respect isn't given, it's earned,
so yeah, well, you already took it back, so I appreciate that respect. So basically, what Matthew Rife had tweeted out last week, it goes something like this. Let me read it to y'all. So he says, okay, flat earthers, listen up. He said, I know quite a bit about physics, but just now learned that there are people who think Coriolis effect is due to the spin of the earth. And y'all know we talk about this all the time. We're going to get into the details. I never studied the Coriolis effect in school because I don't have a formal education in physics, but I remember the first time I saw it and I immediately knew what was happening. I can prove that this has absolutely nothing to do with the spin of the earth or the spin of the flat plane, whatever. You get it. So whose podcast am I jumping on? And as you can see, he's here at Flat Earth Fridays to talk about this. And I'm really interested in hearing his perspective to figure out what this force or pseudo force or what this is. Matthew, I don't know if do you want to like give like a little bit of a background on who you are and what you do before you get into the topic? How you want to do it? It's up to you.
Yeah, I can go into all of that and just lead straight in whenever you're ready.
Yeah, let's get to it.
All right, so my name is Matthew Rife. I own Rife Technology Incorporated. I'm based out of Richlands, Virginia. I do work a lot with electrical engineering, physics. I have invented things. Currently, I'm working with multiple doctors, and we're trying to figure out what the problem or why the pseudouridine is attaching to different DNA strands, and it's due to the mRNA mapping of this vaccine that people got. I'm guessing most of you are not vaccinated, I mean, because you're alive, but the pseudouridines is what's causing what's called amyloidosis, right? So you have like beta amyloids that'll block the prefrontal cortex, causing dementia, things like that. So I go into a lot of different things, but one of my labors of love is physics. Now, currently, I'm working on this thing to prove love and quantify it in the most quantifiable sense that we've ever had. And the more I get into it, the tougher that it is. So this all boils down to intent. How does intent uh, affect our universe and this realm that we live in? How does manifestation happen? And how these other things come about whenever it comes to love, intent, good intent, bad intent, all of this. Now, the reason that this caught my eye is because the Coriolis effect affecting how things move within the atmosphere. So this has nothing to do with intent. And I started questioning all these different lines of physics. So what I'm going to do is go through a couple of different rules. These are basic fundamentals within physics. If you have questions about it, I don't know what to tell you. These are the fundamentals. Look them up. And then I want to give you guys some examples because I'm not here to disprove Coriolis or Coriolis effect. I'm here to prove to the best of my abilities, that the Coriolis effect is falsely categorized as an effect that I do not believe exists because it makes more sense that these other laws of physics act upon a force first and foremost before Coriolis could ever take effect. Now, I see people, well, let me go on to okay, friction and viscosity. We're going to be talking about both of these, and we're just going to use them kind of interchangeably, just as in the sense that it's a force that opposes the motion.
And just real quick, right before you continue, can you give a baseline for the audience on what views of the Earth that you believe in? Do you believe with the narrative? Do you have a different idea, or are you undecided?
Yeah, so I blame Phone Booth Pod for all of this shit because I never dug into like flat Earth that much because it doesn't affect my daily work life, right? And so whenever I started seeing them tweet about the post about it, whatever, I started looking into it, and it really hurts my brain. Just because there's so many laws and different effects that do not make sense that can be shown by something else. So as of right now, I do not know. Now, do I believe there's a globe Earth? Most likely not. But I don't know exactly what it is. So for me to say it's flat, I would be lying. I just do not know. So
Hey,
anybody
that's
else,
fair enough. And
yeah.
shout out to Phone Booth Pod.
Yeah, so anybody that's in here that are like, oh, I don't know one way or another, like the same area that I'm in, just join along, go down this road with me. The travel is the most fun, right? Don't be four-finger discount Craig up here. So we can go down this road together and start looking at the fallacies And that's what this is. Is there anything else you want me to add in really quick, Sacred?
That's good so far, man. Keep it moving. You got it.
All right. So, like I said, a lot of my main work is, well, I'm the world's leading expert upon electromagnetic field frequency generators and the effect upon the human body. So that's my contribution whenever it comes to medical or anything else and furthering science. There's a lot of things I have dealt with, and there's things that I work on, like anti-gravity on the daily. Whenever you can use energy as propulsion, like through ionized jet propulsion engines, this also does something that's called atomization of different molecules, and you can literally make fertilizer out of thin air. So you take the nitrogen molecule, you atomize it down into nitrogen atoms, and those fall down to the ground. That's literal fertilizer. This is the reason that we have grass that grows after a rainstorm. It's not because of the rain. It's because that rain has caught the nitrogen atoms we used to be nitrogen molecules that were split by the plasmatic effect in our upper atmosphere, because we are living in an electrical system. So just like the human body, our system, our realm is a carbon-based electrical system. It has the same ebb and flow of electrical continuity that our human body does. I've done wireless electricity, been able to shoot it through the earth. Kind of moved back away from that because I don't know how it affects the earth. So I'm very safe with all this stuff. So whenever I talk about this, I'm going to be bringing different ideas to you, different concepts, and I'm going to show you different models. So the friction and viscosity, we're going to be talking about viscous liquids and then friction forces from liquids, which is air is a liquid form, right? So it's fluid. So that's the reason I'm going to use these two terms interchangeably. Now, you also have to know the laws of motions, as these are Newton's laws, and the first two laws of motion say that an object will not change its motion unless a force acts upon it. So you have to have an external force to be able to act upon something before it'll change its motion. This goes into friction and viscosity. And I want you to remember, air and our atmosphere is fluid. So whenever we talk about Coriolis, we're going to be talking about different levels of density too. The upper atmosphere being less dense, less viscous. Even though viscosity is really like two liquids and the friction between the both that interfere with the movement. But same thing. So then we're going to talk about the laws of thermodynamics. Right, and we have multiple different laws of thermodynamics, and this is going to be about temperature, heat, work, and the entropy, even within the ether. Right, so these are just some basic understandings. Now we have to understand Coriolis effect. And I'm going to read this verbatim. An effect whereby a mass moving in a rotating system experiences a force, the Coriolis force, acting perpendicular to the direction of the motion to the axis of rotation. On the Earth, the effect tends to deflect moving objects to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern hemisphere. I guess this is all up underneath the assumption that there is a right or left, considering every model it looks like you can go right or left. So that means the northern hemisphere could be on your right or left. So number one, that does not make sense at all. Let me pull up my other notes. I have some things that are up here in the Jumbotron that we're going to go over. So at first, I want to be able to tell you fallacies of the Coriolis effect. And the first one I heard was works on smaller scales. And people believe mistakenly that this affects small scale processes like water draining out of sinks or toilets. I heard that last week whenever I was in here. The spin of water is dictated by the shape of the container and the jets from which the water comes out of. So Coriolis effect would not affect this. So whoever said that last week, please correct your notes. And also instantaneous effect. So another fallacy is assuming that it acts instantaneously and on very short journeys. And we're going to hear a video here in a little bit of Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about he was at a football game and he did a little equation. There is no fucking equation. And I'm going to play this for you guys. I do have it up in the Jumbotron too. I wish that we had video on here already, but we don't. So, and also, the Coriolis effect only affects wind, right? This is a fallacy within their own model on the thing that they believe themselves, and they assume it only affects wind patterns. But by law of whenever you use the different laws of physics within the Coriolis effect theory, you will see that it cannot only affect wind. So why are these other things not affected? That's one of my biggest concerns on this. So within these different laws of physics I gave you, we're going to be talking about inertia and momentum, like objects continuing moving in a straight line. This is a reason I brought up friction. Gravity, dominant on smaller scales, especially in water drainage or small projectiles. Totally false. And this is defined by gravitational wave formula, who 3 scientists, I think it was 2018, got a Nobel Prize for redefining what gravity is and how it affects everything around it. And they defined it as gravitational waves. This can be correlated with electromagnetic waves or magnetic waves altogether, magnetic fields. So then pressure gradients and temperature differences. This is also going to be upper altitude and lower altitude. And then friction and viscosity. And these do dominate the movement of fluids and objects on a smaller scale. So again, just a really quick recap. The Coriolis effect says, hey, if I shoot this bullet and it goes 4 miles, the spin of the Earth will draw that towards the equator. It's basically what it is. Now, my biggest issue, look at this first tweet that I put up, and it says upward force on a plane. This is going to be your lift, and then downward force on a plane. So in this graph, you're going to see a cross section of a plane wing. Now, the reason a plane will lift up and the reason a plane wing is shaped like this is to be able to move air molecules, not electrons, but air molecules. Look in the front. You have air that is stuck together, and the wing will separate air molecules from one another. Some will go up, some will go down. Just like a frisbee, there is more surface area on the upper side because whenever an object is in motion, it has less pressure. So think of an ice skating rink on really thin ice. You can go super fast across very, very thin ice and get across it. But if you were to go to slow, you would fall through it. That's because the faster you move, the less pressure that you put on that ice. Now, that right there does disprove every bit of what gravity used to be defined as. Oh, the inner core is spinning, there's mass, it's going to draw you in. What this is actually explaining is, gravitational wave, which is against the old model of gravity, because whenever an object moves faster, the gravity of the Earth becomes less. So this is more gravitational wave formula. So whenever an airplane takes off, it's going to have more surface area on the top to be able to move these air molecules a further distance, and it creates a low pressure system. So, I guess you can kind of say that an airplane does levitate, but it goes towards a lower pressure system. This is the same reason that whenever you have air that blows between buildings, that it will suck the glass right out of the buildings. And, they used to have this happen all the time. This is the reason they have to have very tough glass in between buildings, because when air blows through, it creates a low pressure system. There's high pressure on the other side, which pushes that glass out. This says a lot. This is an equalization of pressure. More pressure inside than outside. This is how our atmosphere should work. Whenever there's a vacuum, our oxygen and our air within our atmosphere should be sucked out of it. There is no container within a globe Earth model. So let's look at the globe Earth model. A spinning ball. If you have a still ball, 1 inch, 2 inch, whatever, and you spin it on a table, it will spin. That inertia keeps it rotating until the friction from the air and the friction of the table slows it down, because friction is capturing some of that energy, some of that movement. It's converted into heat. This goes into laws of thermodynamics to say that, no energy can be created nor destroyed. It's just converting it from one form to another. Okay, now take that still ball in your head and smear a viscous liquid on it, let's say car oil. This viscosity, whenever you spin that ball again, that viscosity will keep that ball at a slower pace and slowing down even faster. So within the Coriolis effect, every bit of our Earth is spinning, and we also have an atmosphere, but there's zero friction against a vacuum system on the outside of that. To me, that is ridiculous, because there would have to be some sort of friction. We would know up on the Coriolis effect and the spin of the Earth, if that was true, that it would be spinning the air closer to the Earth at a higher rate of speed, because that's where the initial energy comes from, is the Earth. And then as you go out, that's whenever the thinner air would actually have less movement because it's tied less to the Earth. This is viscosity. These are different layers. So that friction does not exist. And that would go to dictate that, hey, the spin of the Earth cannot affect weather patterns because these things are separate. There is a vacuum system outside that is not sucking the way it's supposed to. It goes against the laws of physics. And I may be throwing you guys for a loop here the way I'm talking right now, but what I'm trying to say is the spin of the Earth has no effect upon
Dude,
weather.
speaking our language, bro.
What's more probable is the electromagnetic field of the Earth has effects upon the weather patterns because, as already concluded, we live in an electrical carbon-based system. These change of electrons from positive to negative, creating high pressure and low pressure because of the different wind speeds. This is what ties it all together, that the Earth, the electromagnetic field of the Earth affects the weather patterns, and this effect of the spinning Earth does not. Is everybody with me so far?
Yes, sir. Good stuff.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to show you. None of this stuff will affect anything. The electromagnetic field of the Earth, which is provable, that we can see that the Earth emits an EMF. When people leave the Earth, they die unless they have technology like mine that does EMFs. So, because this does affect the body, you, as a carbon-based electrical being, have to have EMFs to survive. In the 60s, whenever they would send people up in there, I don't know how far, don't want to talk about atmosphere or anything else. This is dictated by their own rule of law that when people left the Earth's surface, they either come back severely sick or dead. That's the reason that we have to be able to have EMFs to be able to survive. And FTFE, this kind of goes into the effect of, oh, you think sound cures cancer. No, I never said sound. EMFs and sound waves both travel the same. One is compression. Decompression requires atmosphere to travel. The other one travels like sound waves, but does not require atmosphere. It can go through the vacuum of space, even in your model. So you guys can look at this. I put a tweet out there somewhere. It's on my website, realrifetechnology.com/research. You can see tons of clinical trials of these EMFs and the effects up on the body. And these correlate with the Earth and where you live at on Earth. There's actually places called blue zones that people live on average, or not on average, but they'll live up to like 90s to 100s, right? They have a longer lifespan. And it's because they have a stronger electromagnetic field on the Earth. Now, I'm going to bring up some of these things really quick. Give me one second. Okay, I'm just trying to bring this up. So, all of that being said, where'd it go? We're going to look at the Magnus effect, right? This is one of the videos that I have up here, and I'll explain it to you and then I'll just play the sound, but you guys feel free to go look at it. This is a YouTube channel called How Ridiculous, and they're taking a basketball up on top of this dam, and they're spinning the basketball backwards. The reason why is because they're using air viscosity and friction to be able to draw air atom or air molecules across the top of the ball. This, in effect, whenever the ball is falling, it has a downward trajectory, but the lower pressure air system is towards what we would see to be the front. So the ball the faster it goes and the more air that passes by it. Whenever it's going backwards, it's using friction to drag
Oh,
those
that
air
video is
molecules.
nuts.
So therefore, the ball in return shoots forward. What we would say is forward. Listen.
Who dropped first? I think they both. There she goes. There she goes.
Oh shoot, he's playing the video, but nobody can see it on our end. It's unfortunate.
Exactly. 203 meters for the ball.
So they dropped a ball using Magnus effect. They made it travel 203 meters. So we can see now that friction and viscosity has more effect upon a traveling ball more than the magnet or more than Coriolis effect, because Coriolis effect is undefinable within the laws of physics, as we've already talked about. But just to show you how stupid a lot of these physicists are that people believe, Neil deGrasse Tyson, I want you to hear, we've already went over that the short trips, even their own scientists say Coriolis effect will not affect it. So here we have a theoretical physicist, which isn't anything. It's just a guy who creates theories upon physics, and he's completely wrong. I want you to hear his little whatever he says, and I have this up there too. Hang on.
There was the exchange of balls, so now it's sudden death overtime. They kick a field goal.
Okay, let me remind you, he's at a football game and he's watching a football be kicked. And he says, "Oh, I did a little equation, and then I figured out, a third of the inch off because of the Coriolis effect." These are your leaders. These are your people that you look up to.
There was the exchange of balls, so now it's sudden death overtime. They kick a field goal from 50 yards, of course, as it must be. And, 40 yards out plus the 10 plus the height and distance. So it's like 52-yard field goal. And there it was. And there's 10s, right? Everybody's silent. And the ball comes up and it careens off the left upright and goes in for the win.
Wow.
And I said,
I remember this.
That's what I'm saying.
I remember this
That's
tweet.
what I'm saying. So I'm there and I said, wait, the angle of this, how long is it? So I checked the stadium, its configuration was longitude, latitude, and I said, I did a quick calculation, and I tweeted, the winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation. So there was the exchange.
Okay, that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I did a quick equation. Okay, if there was such of an equation and nobody can find one, if there was one, it would be something like, okay, here's 52 yards. We have to take the speed of the rotation of the ball into effect and find out what kind of air molecules are dependent upon the pressure of where you're at on your own altitude, to be able to do this equation, to be able to figure out it's a third of the inch that the Earth's rotation affected that ball. More likely, it's the Magnus effect that would make that ball travel further. Whether they kicked it straight or not, I don't really care. But it just goes to show your theoretical physicists talk like this, give you data like this, and make you believe it whenever there's other physics out there that would disprove it, because it is an overcoming force on top of what they project to be real. Now, shout out to Owen Benjamin on that clip. And on this next one, Owen is really good at handling idiot people. I cannot even watch it when he does it because I really cannot stand ignorance. Or stupidity. I'm sorry. I'm ignorant upon a lot of things, but this is the reason this whole week has been hell, is because I've been thrown into the algorithm of flat and round earthers. So
the moment you put them two words together, flat and earth, that's it, bro. It's over. You in it.
There's just so many, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to say what is real. I'm giving you guys the points of what I know not to be true and what I have trouble understanding. And the more that I dig into it, the more understanding that I thought that I had is actually misunderstanding, and it doesn't make sense one bit. So Stephen Hawking, right? He is the guy who said the Big Bang Theory, right? Big Bang Theory. 27 billion years ago, there was an explosion and all this other crap happened. Now, This, I just happened to catch this on Twitter today. This is fucking hilarious. This is a 1970s version of Stephen Hawking talking, right? On TV, and he has a translator. And I want anybody to tell me how you can make sense of this. We're going to play it from the beginning. It's a couple of minutes.
Real at all. It was normalized by...
Let's see.
Well, let's take a quick look at Stephen Hawking. I've talked a lot about how Stephen Hawking was not a real person. He was a character. And people say, how dare you, Big Bear? How dare you? When Dave Chappelle makes fun of it in 5 years, we'll discuss it. But this is an actual
Benjamin.
translation. Before his robot voice, he had a translator who looks exactly like Larry Bird. Tell me if you think that anything about this is
Dude, it's Larry.
Way physics has been in progress away from mysticism
Holy shit.
towards a rational understanding of the universe.
Stephen, when did you first realize you wanted to be a physicist?
Oh.
Dude, I love Owen in the background trying not to laugh.
What the hell is that? And the guy goes, oh, it was right around the age of 9 or 10. Nobody, that is not a translation. You guys are goofs. If you believe that this guy is speaking and that guy is translating, you are retarded as Stephen Hawking. And I can tell you, he is the one that's made up the entirety of the base of your model.
That's a fact.
That I wanted to be a scientist. Most of my activities, like playing with model fireworks, or model railways, or playing complicated games, was aimed in some way at finding out how the world worked around me. I was never very good with my hands, and my models did not work very well.
Okay, guys, we can all see that this is not...
Okay, that is the most water-headed thing I've ever seen in my life. Bro,
can y'all imagine if they really just been controlling that man, putting words out, saying that he been saying it the whole time, and really that was never him? Can y'all imagine that? Bro.
Dude, he's a total puppet. A complete puppet. Do you remember the chair he used to be in and he would bite the straw and it would type out his entire sentence? That guy had a puppet master behind him the entire time. I always thought, how can he type with his tongue? Oh, he's using one finger. He's using one finger to type out complicated sentences and equations? Like, none of this makes sense. So, I mean, all in all, the Coriolis effect, going from the poles to the equator, because of the spin of the Earth, that's what makes things travel to that formation. That would say, hey, all of our oceans should be on the equator then. And then, oh, well, you know, the Coriolis affects the flow of the ocean. Well, what about the moon? I thought that the moon was lunarly locked to the waves, that the moon is what controlled the different size of the waveforms. So if the moon's not doing it, and the Coriolis effect is affecting the flow of the oceans, then what is the moon doing being like oceanally or lunarly locked, whatever it was? What is it doing being locked? And why doesn't the oceans flow more towards the gravity of the moon? Why would it only affect the tops? The explanation and their model would say, oh, it's because of density and it's because of gravity. Well, now what? Because gravity has been redefined into gravitational waves. Gravitational waves is the actual formula and the calculations that I use whenever I deal with anti-gravity. And I also use electrical input. I use electromagnetic pulses and frequencies to be able to work up on aluminum to make them levitate and to be able to make them float. I can take a car, a remote control car, and drive it for 1 mile straight, and the Coriolis effect would never move that car towards the closer to the equator, but the Magnus effect and the low pressure created by air molecules going over top of it would affect it on going up. So if my car is moving at 40 miles an hour and I can affect the height adjustment, and our Earth is moving at what, over 1,000 miles an hour. Why would that not affect it even more than what the air molecules would whenever we have a high pressure, low pressure system that's based upon electrical formulas, and it's an electrically enclosed system with radiation Van Allen belts on the outside that nobody can seem to get through, except for they always get through them. These things do not make any sense. Thanks, guys.
Hey Matthew, slow something down for us real quick. Because I was so interested in hearing you talk about anti-gravity, one of the other spaces that I heard you in. Are you saying that with anti-gravity, you're not actually manipulating gravity itself?
No, okay. So the theory that I work within, and remind you, this is just a theory, just like globe Earth. It's you got to be able to create your own gravity. Okay, to be able to create anti-gravity, you have to be able to throw off the gravitational waves. So in frequency, this is something that's called combative frequencies. And it's like plugging up two different Wi-Fi routers in your house and letting them fight it out for signal. You're going to drop a lot because they're going to fight against each other. If you can work in the exact, what is it? Just you have to have the exact pressure fighting against each other, right? And to be able to create an atmospheric condition inside, you have to be able to throw off the gravitational waves by putting out the same exact gravitational waves. To be able to do that, you have to be able to create a system that the outside system cannot read. So you can take static electricity and run around a spherical ball enough to where gravitational waves cannot grab hold of that system. Just like with a ball moving super, super fast spinning, it will throw off the air molecules and it would end up creating a vacuum chamber bubble on the outside of that ball. And that's in theory of being able to spin it that fast without it exploding. I don't think we've been able to do it, but through static electricity, you can run it that fast to be able to throw off the grab of gravitational waves. So therefore, you have your own. You I want to say atmosphere, but that's not the right word. You're enclosed within your own secluded system outside of the gravitational wave system that's around you.
That's interesting. Now, when you say like gravitational waves, we don't really like that word gravity and the way that we interpret it, over here on Flat Earth Fridays. But how would you interpret it? Like, do you still stick with the mainstream understanding of gravitational waves, or do you have your own understanding based off of the research that you've done? How would you describe that?
So the old form of gravity was the mass of the Earth was so large that it's going to attract you towards it. That doesn't make sense because of different scientific anomalies, even just the sun, right? Um, we would have to be in perfect balance of the sun out, on the Earth from the sun to be able to stay in a stationary point. But we all know that the sun doesn't change size, and we go in and out on a globe Earth model closer and further away from the sun. So that doesn't work at all. Gravitational waves is more or not even, it's just magnetic attraction. And if you think of somebody that you're talking to, and the closer you stand, the faster they get closer to you, kind of thing. These are just laws of attraction within our universe and our physics. So you can do this upon mental basis as well. Like if you've ever been in like a friend group that one friend ends up doing drugs and he falls away, he's going to be attracted more towards druggies and thieves, right? So this is
Oh shit! What did I do? Fuck. Oh, I didn't do anything. The space crashed. Okay. GG. Second. All right, boys. Putting on some Toby music again. While we wait. Yeah, this is crazy. Oh, nope, I crashed. Maybe.
Yeah, man, I like it so far. Does anybody else have questions? I kind of missed a few parts in the middle of your presentation because I rugged out, but I got most of it. I want to be able to slow it down for anybody else on stage as a speaker. If you guys want to
I've got some
chime in with any
questions.
questions real quick. All right, one question, Craig.
Why did you lie and say there's no Coriolis equation?
Give me the equation and tell me how Neil deGrasse Tyson was able to figure this out. Because I did tell you, if that equation did exist, then you would have to factor in all these different factors, right? Like his altitude to be able to figure out the exact pressure that he's in inside the
Nope, that's
system.
not included.
Because the magnets, hang on, let me finish FTFE. Because the Magnus effect would take that over. So there is not one single working Coriolis equation.
Totally incorrect. The Coriolis equation is F equals 2m omega v, where F is Coriolis force, m is the mass of the object, omega is the angular velocity of Earth's rotation, a vector quantity, v is the velocity of the object, which is also a vector, and obviously, omega is not spinning within a viscous fluid of some kind, so it's completely irrelevant to the Coriolis. The pressure gradient has nothing to do with Coriolis. The Coriolis force is simply calculated based on your latitude or the angular velocity of Earth, where you are, the velocity of the object, and the mass of the object. As simple as that. To say there is no Coriolis equation is a straight up lie. It does work. It works every time.
Hang on. There's not one that works because what you're missing.
No, it does work.
Let me finish or I'm just going to throw you off stage. Okay. Don't be a child. What you're missing with this is the pressure that you're within. For one, there is electrical continuity within the air. We have electricity flowing all around us as dictated by the Earth's electromagnetic field that goes out, right? So what about the density and the pressure of the nitrogen and oxygen molecules around you? You're missing that. And if you were to factor in that density pressure, maybe you could have a working model, but there's no way to factor that up on being able to say, oh, just a quick calculation. And even in that equation, there is no density involved. That's a key point that you're missing. This is why I say there's not one that works.
Go ahead, Craig. You can respond real quick.
So yeah, there's no density needed in the Coriolis equation. It has zero effect. Obviously we take into account like weather and things like that, because more than one force can act on things at the same time. But there's absolutely zero reason why density would be in the Coriolis effect equation. I genuinely, and I'm trying to be respectful here, but frankly, you have zero knowledge of the Coriolis force and what it is and what produces it. You've just said a bunch of things that are completely wrong. You said straight up, there is no Coriolis equation. There is, and it works every single time. And the equation that Neil deGrasse Tyson did would absolutely work to show that that ball would be deflected a tiny bit to the right. So when you said there was no Coriolis equation, you straight up lied.
No, and I'll tell you why. Okay, again, you're misquoting me. I said there's no real Coriolis equation as in one that works. The reason I say that you have to have this density involved is let's just take the theory of deGrasse and this football field. Somebody throws a football 100 yards with zero spin. And this is all theoretical. Don't be like, that would never happen. It's all theoretical. So zero spin, a ball flying through the air 100 yards in an exact straight line. Now this it is a fluid system because the air is a gas is fluid, so there is a fluid system here. Now if you throw that ball in the air and you're going 100 yards, let's say that there's a Coriolis effect of 1/3 of an inch. How much of a Coriolis effect would it be if you threw that ball underwater? Now, it would change because there is a viscosity difference. There is a friction difference based upon the density of the surrounding fluidity that you have. So you would have to be able to include that. You have to account for the atmosphere around you. And if you didn't, we would be in a vacuum.
Okay, so no, like I said, more than one force can act on things at the same time. And the Coriolis force doesn't disappear when you put it in water. There's just other forces acting that can be more influential. The Coriolis force never disappears. It is always there and always accounted for. Snipers account for it. Military, artillery account for
That's
it.
factually false.
No, it's not. I've got the military tables.
Snipers do not account for it other than it
no.
being written inside of a book, Jimmy.
Okay, wait a minute.
They absolutely do, because I know snipers in the military because I was in the military, and they absolutely
That's amazing. You read a book.
No, I spoke to actual snipers. I spoke to actual snipers that say that it is used when they are shooting over 1 kilometer.
Okay,
And
so
also artillery
you
take it
agree
into
with
account.
me. You do agree with me that density and the density of the fluid around you would affect Coriolis, right?
No, it wouldn't affect Coriolis.
Okay, so you're
Coriolis-
saying a ball flying through
Coriolis
the air
it-
and a ball flying through the water would have the same exact movement on
No,
the fluidity
because
of the
multiple
Earth, but
forces can act at the same time. The Coriolis force
yes,
isn't
that's
changed;
what I'm saying.
it's still
multiple
there.
Forces. Listen, dude.
Yeah,
You're
but
saying
again, that
multiple
doesn't
forces-
take away the Coriolis force. The Coriolis force still exists. There is just other forces acting at the same time that can be stronger and more influential. The Coriolis
think
force
about
will
that.
always be there.
Think
I
about
did think about it. You know,
just shut the
just so
fuck
you're
up then
aware,
and let me
you
finish talking.
did say.
Yo, FTFE, this is not you yelling over everybody, bro. This
I'm
is
trying to have a
exactly-
conversation.
Hey, bro, no, you're not having a conversation. First of all, there's like, how many people we got in here? Like 200 people in here. All right. It's not you on the phone with another guy. Okay. So it has to be a good listening experience. Your voice is already cringe. We don't need you yelling because you're getting so hyped up over fictional force on balls, bro. Like, chill out. You don't have to scream. We all can hear you. And the way a conversation works is you respond without interrupting, bro. Now, I don't mind interjections. That's cool. But like when you start to raise your voice just to drown out somebody else's voice, like we're not finna do that. All right. But if you also don't want anybody to interject, then let that be known. But if someone's saying, hey, let's have a back and forth, you gotta respect it because there's multiple people listening. They want to hear both sides. Okay. Stop making me mute the whole room to address whatever type of behavior you got going on, bro. Just chill, relax. We're gonna give you a chance to speak. Go ahead, man.
Okay, we're going to take this down to fundamentals, and we're going to take what you said into account. Different forces can have play upon the movement of an object. 100%. I couldn't agree with you more. My point is, where is that viscosity? Remember, whenever I was talking about fundamentals, viscosity and friction, we're going to say them interchangeably. Where does that factor into this Coriolis effect whenever Neil deGrasse Tyson was said, oh, this football, it was aided by a third of the inch of the Coriolis effect. He didn't factor in viscosity, which is a force that would affect an object, right?
Yeah, and the forces of viscosity in the air affecting the ball would have been so minute in that circumstance that they wouldn't have been needed to take into account.
But we're seeing
I
right
was
now.
still saying something. But, okay, carry on. Sorry, I was in the middle of saying something, but you carry on.
Okay, sorry. We're seeing right now that the Magnus effect has more effect on an object than the Coriolis effect. That means it would overrun it. So the Magnus effect is due to viscosity. And we can
but the
see
Magnus
that.
effect, sorry.
We have video on that. And just like I explained, airplane flying. This is the reason that golf balls have dimples on them, is so that it can grab more air and to be able to move those air molecules. It's the reason whenever you hit a ball, you want it to fly further by having more spin on the ball. It's going to move more air molecules and create a lesser pressure system. Go ahead.
Yeah, do you know the equation for this viscosity force that you're talking about? Because there isn't one, just so you're aware. I think you would be referring to drag, but
there is a way to measure the viscosity of a liquid. So
yeah, but there's not this viscosity force like you seem to be saying. But again, right. So the Magnus effect, which you were saying about, only applies if an object is spinning. When How Ridiculous threw that ball off, if they didn't spin it backwards, then the Magnus effect would have had no effect. It was only because it was spinning and it was bringing the pressure of the air around the ball that the Magnus effect takes account. Again, other forces can happen at the same time. The Coriolis force didn't appear. It's just in that circumstance, because the ball was spinning, the Magnus effect was stronger than Coriolis force. So just saying the Magnus effect is a thing doesn't debunk the Coriolis force in any way. The Coriolis force works. The Coriolis force is taken into account. The Coriolis force is what causes the drift of a pendulum that you can measure your latitude with on Earth.
No, I know the pendulum you're talking about. I made that argument a couple of months ago, and once I looked into it, I just can't find any viable information to show that it's true. But I can tell you.
I mean, I did it myself. I've actually
Okay,
done the experiment.
listen.
So
great, that's awesome. I can tell you that the density of the liquid surrounding you, the fluid surrounding you, that will affect how far something will travel up on the Magnus effect. So
No one's denying
whenever
that.
you have low pressure, high pressure within air, you would have to account for that. You may say it's minimal, and it could be, but it still needs to be calculated to have a correct equation.
No, not at all. Simplification equations exist, and you don't take into account every single tiny variable when they are so small. That's just kind of what you do when you're modeling. And because the Coriolis force would have been so much more than any forces influenced by the density of the atmosphere, then you wouldn't need to take it into account, and you would still get an accurate result over that short distance. So,
no, we wouldn't.
I mean,
we wouldn't.
We absolutely would. You can say we wouldn't,
Hang
but you're
on,
wrong.
dude. A short distance does not equate into a Coriolis effect as defined up underneath the Coriolis effect. The short distance is not affected.
Why would the short distance not affect the Coriolis?
I'm not your teacher, dude. This is just within your
No.
rules.
This is a claim. No, it's not. No, nothing about the Coriolis force says that it's not. It doesn't work on short distances. That is just false.
Okay. Well, I'll give you
when
some time
you
to
read
look it
the
up.
equation. I've looked it up because I've actually got a degree in physics
Give
and
me the
studied
equation
Coriolis
that
force
shows
exclusively.
density of the fluid around you to where we can
You don't need
factor in
to.
viscosity.
You don't need to because it's
we
not
do.
included in the. No, you don't. Because
So you
it's
don't
so
have to
minimal.
calculate in friction for physics.
Dude.
Great.
Only Tony
Depending on the
Coriolis can
circumstance,
settle
yes,
this.
but that's not taken into account with the
On
Coriolis
every
force is a
circumstance,
different
whenever
thing.
you have a measurable value,
Right.
you
Here's
have
the
to
thing.
factor in friction.
Right. Here's the force is the equation for the Coriolis force is for the Coriolis force. It's not for other things. You would add the other things after you.
Yo, Tony, we need you to come in and make him an offer he can't refuse.
Wind, whatever, and those would be other things. They do not affect the equation of A. That equation is still what it is, and then once you've got the result of that and the force that it would give, you would then say, okay, now let's get the other forces. You don't need to include density or anything like that in the Coriolis force because the Coriolis force is simply a result of a rotating reference frame. That's it.
Okay, here's the reason that I think that your arguments are just plain retarded is because you keep on saying Coriolis force whenever I'm arguing against it. Like you're saying, that's like saying,
of course I am.
oh, racism is racist. You know, I mean, that's just a
What are you
rotating
talking
definition.
about?
It doesn't make sense because you're using, Coriolis force whenever I'm arguing that it's other factors that play into physics that eliminate any kind of Coriolis, even just theory altogether.
But no, you don't. Nothing eliminates the Coriolis theory.
Okay, explain it
It's
without
it's not a
saying
theory.
Coriolis.
Why would I explain the Coriolis without saying Coriolis? That's dumb.
That means you're stuck in that same.
We are
loop
discussing the
of-
Coriolis force, so of course I'm going to say Coriolis force.
Okay, but you're defining Coriolis force as Coriolis force. That literally.
No,
means
I did. I actually gave the mechanism of Coriolis force earlier, and I'll do it again. The mechanism of Coriolis force is because of the linear, the tangential velocity of Earth being different at different latitudes, meaning that conservation of momentum means that you will drift ahead of or behind the Earth's rotation, depending on which direction you're fired.
Conservation of momentum is affected by friction.
Okay, and again, you have other things that you put in after you've done the original equations. You go, what other forces are there? And then you have a sum of all the forces. You also said something about Coriolis force pushes towards the equator. That's simply not true. I don't know where you got that from. There's nothing in Coriolis that says that. But you've said a bunch of stuff about
will drift right, southern hemisphere
Yes.
will drift left. That would be
yes, and
towards the
circular.
equator.
It's circular. It doesn't go towards the equator. It drifts right and forms a circle and will keep going
Either
right
way,
in
it's
that
a
circle.
90-degree angle, and this is what Coriolis is based upon, that whenever you're spinning perpendicular to the 90-degree angle of the spin, it will affect everything, and in between, that angle in between is where you're going to go towards, right? So in essence,
what are you on
that would
about?
move towards the equator, and I have no idea what you're talking about. Explain Coriolis and how friction affects it, because I can show you that there's other effects by friction and air molecules within our system, and that's defined as the Magnus effect. Coriolis effect is way less than Magnus, as we've seen, because the movement of a falling ball at 200 meters can actually travel 203 meters out. And that is defined by the spinning rotation of the ball and the amount of air molecules that it can move over top of its surface due to the friction caused between the surface of the ball and the air molecules it's moving. The faster you spin that ball, the more it will move. This is a bell curve. So you will top out at that, but you can also fall back down at a higher rate of velocity to where you're creating an air pocket that grabs a hold of other air and it moves it. This is the same kind of viscosity that works whenever water holds on to water. They used to run water down into miners inside of coal mines by a string or by a chain because they would pour it down it. Water sticks to water because of its viscosity, and it would travel at an angle all the way downward. Coriolis effect doesn't have any kind of effect up on this fucking water that's traveling down either, because it's not shooting off sideways.
Well,
These
again,
are
because
these are basic principles, dude.
Yeah, so the
hold on,
simple water tension.
real quick. Hold on real quick, Greg. I just want to I think Proud, you got your hand up, Proud? I don't know if you wanted to say something real quick.
I actually do. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, and please can you please put the space in the chat?
I got you. I did have a question for FTFE, just so I could gain a little more clarity on the Coriolis effect. Is it a constant, like a constant uniform pressure, force, or whatever you want to call it?
Depending on your latitude on Earth, you're going to have a different Coriolis force because it's dependent on the tangential velocity of Earth at your point.
So you wouldn't say it's a constant unified force on Earth at all times. Does that mean
Again, it's different depending on your position on Earth. Like I said, it's different depending on your position on Earth. If you're at the equator, there's no Coriolis. If you're at the poles, it's the most.
So it's constant at specific latitudes, is what you would say?
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. So yeah, you could say that at 45 degrees latitude, there is a constant Coriolis force because the Earth's rotation speed doesn't change. So again, the Coriolis would be described by taking into account the mass of the object, the speed of the object, and the tangential velocity of Earth at that point. Those things together is what defines the Coriolis force, nothing else. All other forces are other forces. They're not the Coriolis force. So you don't put other forces into the equation for the Coriolis force.
Okay,
Hey, Jimmy, have you validated the velocity of the Earth? Have you done that?
Have I, in the velocity of the Earth, you mean the rotational speed of the Earth?
Correct.
Yeah,
have you done that? Can you give us the evidence, an experiment, something?
Yeah, I did it with Foucault's pendulum, yeah.
That's not evidence.
Every single one.
What do you mean it's not evidence? Because it exactly matches what evidence is. To say it's not evidence is just dismissing it. It's exactly evidence because it exactly matches the predictions of what we say happens on Earth. So therefore, it is exactly evidence. To say it's not evidence is just being nihilism.
Pendulum. Anybody want to correct him on that?
Yeah, that
yeah, we're gonna get to it in a second.
Every instance I found of that, there has been an outside force to be able to move that to where it would swing in a rotational pattern. And
incorrect.
It's been admitted by every one of them.
No, incorrect. You just go to the Gentleman Physicist on YouTube that I show all the time. The one that I did at college, and so did everybody else in my physics course, and so does every single undergrad student in the world, doesn't have a motor attached to theirs. The motor that you see on
I didn't
some
say motor, I said outside force that made it spin in a rotation.
Outside force, or what you want to call it. The only places that have some kind of outside force are the museums that try to keep it swinging for 24 hours a day, but there is zero evidence to say that suggests that it affects the direction of the swing. You can calculate the Coriolis force just by letting something swing until it stops and then seeing how much that pendulum has drifted over that amount of time. And then you can use Foucault's sine law to calculate your latitude on Earth. If you weren't able to calculate your latitude on Earth just from the drift of a swinging pendulum, then there would be there wouldn't be evidence for the Coriolis force. But the fact that you can use the equations of Coriolis force to calculate your latitude on Earth just from the drift of a swinging pendulum shows that the Coriolis force does exactly what we predict it does.
Do you have to set it in motion?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's exactly what you're saying. So he allowed you to say all of that when the first thing that he was saying is that it had to be set in motion.
Why wouldn't it have to be that? There's no reason why the rotation of the Earth would make the pendulum move on its own. That's not what physics says.
No, but physics does say that if you drop it at an angle instead of an exact dead straight on, that it would continue to spin in a circular rotation. And everyone that I've looked at, they've all admitted that they've never been able to drop it in an exact straight form. So therefore, it has a natural circular rotation to it.
Well, I could show, again, just go to the Gentleman Physicist on YouTube, that it drops exactly straight.
I'm not talking to him, I'm talking to you.
Okay, well, the one I did, personally, went perfectly straight.
How'd you get it perfectly straight without a Coriolis effect affecting it on your direction?
The Coriolis force, the Coriolis effect does affect it. The force gives an effect. That is what the drift of the pendulum is.
Okay, so how did you drop it perfectly straight then?
I had it up with a string, and then I burnt the string, so there was no other forces influencing the direction. It just went exactly down from that path. There would be no other outside forces.
That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard from somebody that is saying Coriolis, it affects it this way and that way, but I dropped it perfectly straight, and then
again, the Coriolis force affects the drift of the pendulum.
It cannot. It's physically impossible with the Coriolis effect to drop it perfectly straight. But I'm also saying that the Magnus
effect... That's why it drifts over time.
I'm also saying the Magnus effect takes more... It's more control. It's more powerful, and it
only if an object's spinning. Only if an object is spinning.
Hey, listen.
And if that object isn't spinning, there is no Magnus effect.
I get it that you like to look like you're super smart, and you're...
I mean, I am. My 2 degrees show it. So.
And this is the reason you cut people off. The reason you cut people off is because you don't want to hear it. You don't respect their opinion, and there's nothing.
Oh, no, I don't expect wrong opinions.
Matt, also understand that this dude is streaming this, so he's just gonna keep coming in hot, like he knows everything.
Yeah, so I dropped him because he's not listening. When someone rebuttals and they just cut you off, they have no respect for your opinion, which means that they're not open-minded. So he would always be closed off to the system, and he's always going to argue what he's been taught. And the only thing he's been taught is, Coriolis effect is real, so I can define Coriolis effect by Coriolis effect. It doesn't make any sense.
Yep, so he's gone now, huh? Is he gone? Because I was gonna bring something up to him, but that's
I dropped him because he kept on talking over.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. But what I was gonna bring up,
he can come back in a second.
We'll let him speak. Yeah,
right.
We'll let him speak after Matthew's done.
Okay.
We just want the back and forth FTFE. Like, we get that you have to entertain your audience, but you have to allow for the rebuttal that you asked for.
Yeah, I would say that FTFE, the only thing that really makes sense about him is if he's like secretly a flat earther and he's just trying to make their side look more ridiculous than it already does. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Hey, someone from his last debate said I was a globe earther until I heard his debate. So
yeah, he makes more flat earthers than anyone. And he's just so ridiculous and so outrageous and so completely adamant that he's right when he's obviously not. He just works for us, man.
I mean, everyone in here can admit that friction, because we are in an enclosed system, that friction does play a part on how far an object would move because of things like Magnus effect. The one thing I'm not hearing is, here's the equation for Coriolis. Okay, show me the part where friction and Magnus or whatever, just friction. Show me where viscosity or friction plays a part in that. And there isn't one. Therefore, it's bunk. There's no equation that works because it doesn't factor in all the factors.
Yeah, well, it's silly to act like that wouldn't be an important dynamic force that you would absolutely have to account for. And I actually just asked, I just prompted ChatGPT and posted, some math using you know, the Reynolds number, and what else did it use? Just like, yeah, there's ways you could actually derive that math. It's not necessarily easy math, but it's, you know, like there are real forces that exist. So yeah, you know, it is, if you actually wanted to, if you were actually going to try and make an assertion about the forces on the Earth, then you should be willing to look at all of the actual forces on the Earth. And when you have something moving at a high velocity, doesn't matter if it's going through liquid or gas, there's going to be a large amount of friction. So yeah, that's a very relevant thing to bring up. And it's, you know, just a couple things that I thought of while you were talking, if you don't mind. You know, like Maurice Elias with his pendulum, he actually measured a correlation. It's funny, you know, it's actually funny Craig mentioned doing one measurement. I don't mean to, you know, bait Craig while he can't talk, but he mentioned doing one rotation of the pendulum. But you know, Maurice Elias did his pendulum for years, and he watched the precession over years. And what he found was a correlation with the moon. It actually correlated with the sidereal motion of the moon, is what that precession did, which is interesting because then, you know, you look at interferometry, which they also say is caused by Earth rotation. And that actually has a correlation with the sun, with the sidereal motion of the sun. So, yeah, like to try and say it has anything to do with Earth rotation, well, you're just not looking close enough at your measurements. You're not doing enough measurements. And that's, you know, it's just a kind of a simple-minded way to look at it. And then the other thing was really cool. You mentioned all the electrical currents being at play, and how this is all basically essentially results of the electric and dielectric field we live in. Like I think basically you have like a dynamo effect from the spinning sky, and then within the dielectric the dielectric tension that occurs from that, you basically have like currents that are sprouting up everywhere. And actually it's really interesting because another thing Maurice Elias said was that he thought that the pendulum's motions actually correlated with eddy currents that he would measure. uh, so I think it's all kind of tied in with that, and I think that's also why you have the opposite direction of rotation of the hurricane and the cyclone, is because it's just there's a relationship between that side, probably some kind of an ether wind that at the what we call quote unquote the center, right? Some kind of a greater ether wind that occurs there that the sun and the moon move through. And it's actually interesting when you look at the dates and times when cyclones and hurricanes occur. It's when you know, the sun is moving up and down along those paths. It's kind of in the tail of the sun on its you know, on our map, on a flat Earth map. It's kind of in the sun's tail of its circular motion. Yeah.
Did he also mention Machian principle?
No, that did not come up, I don't believe. Or I guess it was kind of
He didn't get
implied a
there
little
yet.
bit in the discussion with Craig. But yeah, that's all. That was an awesome breakdown, Matthew. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, and you're right on this. So that guy's pendulum, if I'm not mistaken, he built it out of metal, and he was talking about the eddy currents. For people that don't know what eddy currents are, there's simplistic videos on YouTube of dropping a magnet down through a copper pipe and it slows down. It slows down due to the electrical generation, and these are called eddy currents. So this is one thing that I factor in whenever I'm running static electricity around an aluminum ball, is how much friction is going to be created between the static electricity and the aluminum itself. It's very important for me to have it as polished as possible. Even though the electricity travels on the surface of the aluminum, I can still reduce the friction of eddy currents by that. So every bit of our electrical system does have friction within it. This is excitement of electrons all the way down to just blowing air out of your mouth. This is energy, and it's being converted into heat by friction.
Yeah, it seems like guys like FTFE, or anybody that's arguing for this pendulum thing with the Coriolis effect being caused by the spin of the Earth. It's just a conflation with the sky causing this transverse effect through its vortexual nature within the environment within which we live, right? So that's what it is, because maybe there is something to the pendulum, and that's caused by this. Ernst Mach talked about it. Einstein said that it was a viable alternative, and the Machian principle, as well as the eddy currents, the electromagnetic effect, with the transverse relationship. And so they just that's why their go-to is the pendulum, because it does seem like there is something that can be detected with that, and even at different points on the Earth might be different. And so they've conflated that completely with the Earth spinning. If it was the Earth spinning, there'd be all kinds of ways besides the pendulum to know that the Earth is spinning, like plane travel, for instance, or the mechanical gyro on the plane to begin with, or the different kinds. The mechanical gyro on the plane to begin with, or the different kinds.
Shoot. Yeah, it just crashed again. That's unfortunate. Yo, shout out to JJ, bro. Thanks for the $20, man. Much appreciated. Sorry the notification didn't go off, man. Oh yeah, dude, look now the notifications are gone. Okay, yeah, it must have aired out. It sent you it posted in chat. Oh dude, I didn't see it in chat. It's supposed to notify me like with an audio cue and stuff. So I totally missed it. I just checked my email and seen that I had a Twitch clip. Wait, let me 1 second. Let's pull it up while we're waiting for that. We'll listen to a little Tobetheus in the background.
That will affect how far something will travel up on the Magnus effect. So whenever you have low pressure, high pressure within air, you would have to account for that.
Yeah,
You may
it
say
didn't
it's
do
minimal,
anything.
and it could
Wow.
be, but it still
That's lame. Thank you, JJ, man. Much appreciated, bro. Much appreciated. And I will get those alerts fixed one day. So at some point they will be fixed. Oh, Recon Sniper in the chat. Never Coriolis in his life. See, that's what I'm saying, dude. So my buddy, he took a while we're just chatting and waiting. He took a high end like civilian range course, right? That's like run by some ex military guys, and all that, right? So they give everyone like the full experience, right? And like up to and including a helicopter ride, right? So very cool stuff. And he was telling everyone, like this is the dude that was teaching the class, right? Was telling everyone that they account for Coriolis and stuff. And it's built into the scope. And they have I'm pretty sure he was saying that the scopes that they use automatically account for it, so they don't have to worry about it. But they do account for it. That's what he was telling everyone, if I remember the story correctly. And I was blown away, like, dude, what? And then so like when you go to YouTube, you'll find all these people that are like, oh yeah, here we go, we're gonna hit this 1,000-yard shot. Boom, gotta hit that Coriolis or the Avatos effect or whatever they call it, right? They say all these different things. And then you'll find people that don't account for it. When you read like I've read some books that some like military books, and they go into like their experience with sniping and whatnot. Like there was this one book by Eric Haney, who was a Delta Force sniper, and he goes through like a list. He kind of like goes through a list of what they do when they go on, or when they show up on site, and how they take measurements and figure out what they're doing. And like all of the stuff that he listed, none of it was like, oh yeah, and by the way, we have to check our latitude and our direction because the bullet could be deflected by Earth rotation. Like I've never read that once in any one of these people's books or anything like that. It's crazy. You would think it would be there, but yeah, you get multiple conflicting sources. And obviously the idea that your scope just magically accounts for it's crazy. So let's see if we're back now. Not looking like we're back yet. Dude, who knows, Dave? Or Beast? Who knows, bro? It's the craziest. So we'll see if we can get to... Nope, still down. Yeah, world record 4.4 miles shot. This dude right here, 4.4 miles, didn't account for Coriolis. Jaren emailed this guy and said, "Yo, bro, did you account for that Coriolis?" He said, "No, bro. I, in fact, did not account for the Coriolis. There was a lot of factors that we accounted for that morning. None of them were Coriolis." Okay. And then, if you look at the moon right there and the time that they hit their target when they were shooting, you can get the direction where they shot. And they shot south by southwest. So they shot like half perpendicular to the direction of motion. And he says he didn't account for Coriolis. So the target has moved its physical location from where it was originally aimed at. And they didn't account for that. Like if so, it would have been actually direct, like globe proof, if they shot to the west, because that would have mean that that would at least imply that they're accounting for Coriolis, like in the best way possible. Because if you're going for a 4.4 mile shot, you're not gonna you're not gonna waste everyone's time in role play. You're gonna min max every possible factor that you have to account for. So you would 100% have to. I mean, it would be mandatory that if you were shooting 4.4 miles for a world record, that if your target was going to be at a different location than when you pulled the trigger, it would be mandatory to shoot in that direction of motion, so that you could account for it the best way possible. Anything else is a direct refutation to any other direction. I guess you could shoot east technically, but that would kind of be not as good. But any other direction besides east or west is a direct refutation to the Coriolis effect. Let's see, we should be back now. Nope. Let's see here. It looks like both Sacred and Proud have disconnected. Let's see what's going on here. I'm gonna join up with Xavier, who's on Discord. Yo, Xavier.
Yo, what's good, kid?
What's good? You're live on YouTube, by the way, just FYI. What's up? I just came here to see what's going on. Is the space still down?
Me too. I knew the guys said jump into Discord whenever this is live, so I'm like, where the hell is the link? So I don't know. Didn't see it. I know they dropped twice. I don't know if Twitter just has been glitchy lately. I know. It is suspicious, but so I won't just.
Well, FTFE said he checked the server outage website or whatever, and it says Twitter's having a bunch of problems right now. So.
Oh, okay.
Makes sense.
I'm like, no way, they got my boy Toby in there, Alan, and my man, and this is BS. My boy didn't even get to go up yet. I'm like, yeah, let's tag him in, tag Toby and Alan, man. Let's finish this.
Dude, I don't even want to interact with him, honestly.
Oh, he's been so mouthy, man, bro. You can shut this down. I know you can shut this down like immediately. It's like, it's just dealing with that ego, man. I can understand it. No, but I didn't see the new link to pop up. Do you got one or?
No, I'm just spam refreshing the Sacred's Twitter page, waiting for it to turn into a purple link.
Yeah, I saw one pop up and then it immediately disappeared, which I thought was kind of weird.
Oh, okay.
Dude, so with the scope, if it was factored into the scope, what happens when you shoot the other way?
Oh, dude,
Bro.
it just updates through Bluetooth, bro. It's that Bluetooth GPS scope, dog. It's
No
gotta,
way someone tried to
dude,
tell you that.
That's what. Well, that's what they told. See, well, this is the problem, right? My buddy paid a ton of money to go to a course, and a professional shooter told him this. So of course he's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, dude, we were accounting for Coriolis," and I mean, and he doesn't know, right? I mean, it's crazy,
Yeah,
But
so
it's
that
like,
person was just being a salesman, like, oh yeah, we accounted for it.
yeah, yeah. I mean, that's my take on it, because it wouldn't be possible to shoot that 4.4 mile shot and not account for it. Like, it would be the fact that he said no, we didn't account for it, and then the other thing that he said in private, and then in combination with now we know we have we can derive the direction in which the bullet was shot. I mean, that's GG. That's a direct refutation of Coriolis. You can't just not account for it while your target's simultaneously going to be in a different direction.
Right.
Like over the
Glober
course of
Sniper.
20, yeah, dude, it's literally Glober Sniper 101. Dude, yeah. Let's see, where's
I see a new link. I don't see it.
Hey,
going
Rife's in here.
Oh, is he? Nice.
Said, hey, I made it into Discord. That was 8 minutes ago.
Hell yeah. Dude, it would have been dope if he was on Discord doing the presentation. I could have restreamed it for everyone.
Right. I was thinking you guys were doing that.
But it was close enough. Yeah, hopefully
Yeah, dude, that would have been cool.
Yeah, we could adapt next time. No biggie. What do you guys that got up your sleeves?
Oh,
Maybe I'm out. Let me not ask yet.
I'm about to queue up Glober Sniper, dude. Seeing if here it is right here. It's the first one on Unbearable's Media. Yeah, we're about to watch this Glober Sniper, bro. Trying to get it sniped up. I'll play it on
Let me stop sharing.
Yeah. Shout out to all the snipers out there factoring in curvature and Coriolis, dude. That math is crazy, and it's really cool that your guys' scopes can now do it for you when you when you don't have to. All right, so Glober Sniper by Unbearable's Media. Mountain Bear made this, I think, originally. This is an Owen Benjamin sketch.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Globe Earth. Sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him.
Guess it was spinning a little
mirage.
faster
I'm
than
not
I
taking the
thought.
shot. It's him. Like, every sniper just
So
shoots
good.
people. That's a fucking mirage. Or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, Sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Still no new stream. Dang. I'm gonna check down detector, see if it's gone up at all.
The bike thief with the answers is somehow misleading me, dude. Like, that's so crazy. Like, it's like there's no possible way that guy on television could be trying to sell me some bull. It's like, no, that's precisely his job, dude. Crazy. But yeah, shout out to Stephen Humphreys, who provided direct evidence against Earth rotation in September 14, 2022, with the world record extreme long range shot of 4.4 miles. Very impressive.
Well, he just didn't know about his scope, dude. His scope
He
accounted
had
for it, and he didn't know about it.
he had a Coriolis scope.
Yeah, and he didn't know. The scope thing is the one of the most absurd things I've ever heard.
Dude, it's just extreme long range shooting. You know what? Let's see. Extreme long range shooting fun. Let's see.
I mean, it's like really akin to optics, really. It's interesting. But then you're just sending a bullet to the same point that you located.
Oh, dude, optics? Do you mean the way in which you angularly perceive things relative to how far away they are from you? That's definitely not what optics are, my dude. Hello? That was a joke or whatever from earlier.
No, I'm like I know it was. Sorry.
Okay, I was gonna say, dude, I thought I was killing it. That silence got me perturbed.
I was trying too hard to think of something back about how I just use a global coordinate system and I don't actually look and use my eyes to take the shot, and I just kind of rely on a globe model.
Dude, you have faith into the rotation. You faith shoot it. Hell yeah. What's up with LiveGen here not working tonight? Why is this website always down all the time when I'm trying to use it?
Yeah. Right when we were pooping all over Coriolis.
Oh, I know. Let's see. Is this back yet? Nope.
I don't see any other spaces up, but that doesn't mean that they're not working.
Dude, how about when he tried to get a gotcha to Ken when Ken said, "Hey, you're using some kind of device to know that you're deviating from the equator. You're using a compass. You're either using the stars. You're using something." And man, he just has to obfuscate that he's doing it for his audience. You know it by now.
Yeah, when right before the space crashed, my mic cut out or something, but like he was interrupting me so bad, it was really frustrating. But yeah, like his point, he was just being a sophist. He had no incoherent point because he said that that you would have to curve. Like his whole point was that you would have to turn to do a circumnavigation of the globe,
right,
east to west, and that he didn't have to do it. But then he had no way of substantiating that, and we asked him to. And he said, well, you know, I used a compass, and then maybe you could also use this, and maybe you could also use this. I was like, okay, so you're just giving us a thought experiment. Thanks, buddy.
Dude, it's a tough one to admit because, you know, you can just you can just claim it, right? You can just emptily make the claim that you do have to do this or that, and it's like, you would never fucking know.
Yep.
Unless you have a reference, right? And if
the
you
very
have
first thing that he said was compass, and it's just like, okay, well, thanks, buddy. That's our whole point.
Yeah.
Especially in like tumultuous waters. Are you kidding me? Or just moving waters in general? Good luck. You're not using anything but the sky and a magnet.
Sky magnet. All right. He has a link set now for.
Nice.
Or I have a reminder set, so this might be it when it comes up. Here's a link. I'll link it in the sidebar. All right, I'm downloading some long-range shooting handbooks to see what they say about Coriolis effect.
Nice.
Whilst we wait, I have the correction tables or whatever.
Dude, that's so crazy that there's no space. I'm just curious. If I switch over to ether cosmology.
Coriolis effect. Here we go. Contrary to popular belief, the Coriolis effect is not about the target moving with the surface of the Earth as it rotates below the bullet in flight. Although the rotation of the Earth does cause the Coriolis effect and hereby causes the impact of the bullet to change, the deflection of a bullet from its original path is a consequence of inertial and centrifugal forces, and it is not the target moving out of the way. The Coriolis effect can be broken down into two components, a horizontal and its vertical effect. All right. Where's the other part of that? One second. PDF. I wanted to read about the components, but
Dude, I don't know what is going on with Twitter. Friday night, space can't be hosted. Come on.
come on, Twitter. Get it together. Oh yeah, Dave sent me a bunch of stuff to post for when the space goes live. Get that queued up. Yo, Dave, if you're out there listening, bro, I made 20 Brenner comps. Back to back to back.
What?
Yeah. 20 Brenner comps back to back, bro.
You get new ones?
I mean, some of them, I think. Send you a screenshot.
Hook me up. Oh, nice.
Your mic sounds really quiet, by the way. Like you're really far away.
Oh, good. Okay, yeah, that means my mute button kind of works. I was muted, my bad.
Okay, there it is. Welcome back.
Yeah, nice, dude. Are those PDFs?
Yeah.
Cool. Dude, can I get those from you?
Absolutely. 1 second. About to tweet them.
Because I was actually, I wanted to go through and print them as PDFs as well. And it looks like these are most. I don't think I see any here that maybe a couple I already have, but a bunch that I don't have.
Yeah, I wanted to go back and find one of the quantum ones I couldn't find. That was a really good one. Where he breaks down
I like the PDF format too.
When he says like
Were you saying something?
Yeah, sorry, I was replying to Dave. Forgot what I was saying. GG.
All good.
Dude, how about the other night when I was like, yo, Toby, I was trying to set you up for something. Straight blanked out. Was like, shit. I have no idea.
Dude, I will just say, it made me feel really good because I did the exact same thing like 2-3 weeks ago. So I was like, okay, I'm not the only person that blanks out on in the front of a live audience of who knows how many people.
I haven't done it in a long time, or where I couldn't recover from it. Because it happens, occasionally, but I can usually bounce it back.
I've been trying to get in the habit of keeping light notes while I'm having like a lot of these conversations.
Yeah.
Which was great last week when that one guy.
Oh, dude, that was hilarious. You repeated everything he said verbatim, and then at the end, you're like, Andy was also in the Navy. Yeah, that was epic.
Because I saw it coming on, like, oh my gosh, this guy's just about to spout out 3 million things.
Yeah. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, shout out to Marcus, man.
Dude, that's crazy. No space.
This is a GIF. This isn't a fucking GIF.
Ooh, what's that? What's that? What's that?
What's what?
What you just had on your screen, it had arrows
It
and a
was
globe.
One second. God damn it.
Whatever, if you're in the middle of something, do what you're doing. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm trying to.
If you can get that for me later, though.
Yeah.
Whatever it was.
It's on Twitter. There it is. Didn't refresh. Okay, there. And then.
Oh, you're posting it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me upload that one because it was a GIF, but it wasn't an actual GIF. It just was like a stationary GIF. Dude, it was a geocentric GIF, bro.
Dude, that's awesome.
It was just stationary, so
Dude, that's exactly heck yes, dude.
Oh, no way. Yo, is that the is that
Dude,
following the
that's why
sun?
we
Is that the sun movement?
That's cyclones and hurricanes right there, dude.
How dare you? So what are we talking here? A laminar flow or whatever? Lamlar?
Could be something like that. I mean, it's just if they're gonna try and say the pendulums are what causes Coriolis, and then the pendulums correlate to the sun and the moon, you know, then I would assume hurricanes and cyclones would just do the exact same thing. And then, you know, Miller, with more precise instrumentation, interferometer measured specifically sun. So I would think there would be some kind of relationship between the motion of the sun and the way that those rotations happen. Like east to west, you know, or a flip-flop doesn't really matter so much in our model. Well, I guess that could even be the cause if it actually flips.
Yeah, no, that would, dude. So it just
That'll do it.
That'll do it.
I mean, straight up. But I don't know if that's real. We have what, 2 sources and then zero opposing.
Yeah, so I'm
other
gonna
than
I gotta hit up Bennett, man, and have him go because he knows, like, he'll know the specifics that I need to argue it.
Dude, the one time I had that conversation with him,
he seems so confident in it. I was just like, no, I was like, no fucking way, dude.
Surreal, and I don't think it was recorded. I don't think it was live. Maybe it is, and I just need to go find it somewhere in there. But like,
yeah,
he
it's
was
in
so
there.
confident. Yeah, and he didn't tell us. He just he was really confident. And it's like a surreal memory to me.
I know. I remember it too because I was like, nah, it's not that though. And then now that I'm reading all the stuff that he's already read and went through, you know, like I'm absorbing the same knowledge now, and it's like, oh shit, it's exactly what he said.
Yeah.
Because I didn't, dude. Like, oh man, yeah. My view on how the ether works has changed so much since the original conversation when he came on in the field. From what he put forward and how I was like, nah, it's definitely not that. That's straight, you know, that's cap, dude. And then it's not, you know. As you continue reading, you're like, oh,
like what did you disagree with?
So the directional bias, the satellites at the equator being possible due to the differential of the two converging fields, you know, stuff like that. Just like the fact that there was a separate rotation in the south. I was like, nah, it's not that. There's a couple other things I can't remember off the top of my head, but just some stuff like that. And then now I see it's like all true and, like, you know, mechanistically measured.
Would have been around like the 3rd or 4th time. If it was recorded, it would have been like the 3rd or 4th time he was on, I feel like. Yeah. And it would have been late. I'll look it up later on. But I have this weird feeling that it was not recorded.
I'm like 99.9999999. Dude, I'm a parallax angle short percent sure, dude. Coriolis. Okay, so Coriolis effect. So the horizontal component. Okay, so we read about the effect not being due to the target moving away from you. It's due to changes in centrifugal forces. So they're saying that the bullet's path is changed due to what do you call that? That's the pseudo force centrifugal, the fake one.
Yeah, centrifugal and centripetal. I think they call them both pseudo forces.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay, so I mean, how? Okay, so this is just like so they're saying that the bullet's moving and it's not the Earth moving under the bullet. So that's fucking. All right, so the horizontal component, horizontal changes due to Coriolis depends on your location on the Earth, and not the direction in which you are shooting. Specifically, at your latitude. Your latitude is all that matters for this component. Bullets will always drift to the right in the northern hemisphere on Earth and then to the left in the south. The horizontal effect is greater the further you are from the equator, and then the closer you are to the poles. Wait a minute.
Wait, can you go back to which way does it occur? Go back. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. So specifically,
are you looking at a PDF? Because we see your.
Oh, right. My bad.
Your browser window.
Right. My bad. I forgot.
But I guess I don't mean to interrupt your stream. I'm sorry, dude.
No. It's Flat Earth Friday stream. Like you're straight, bro.
Cool.
But yeah, I wanted you to see it because you're part of the conversation too, bro. So
cool.
So yeah, the horizontal component here. So the horizontal component changes due to the Coriolis and depends on your location on Earth and not due to the direction you're shooting specifically. So hold on. Still, even in this handbook, this directly contradicts everything that they're telling people and teaching people. Because
that's flip direction in the south, isn't it?
Yeah. So specifically at your latitude, all that matters, the bullet will drift to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the south.
Dude, what? Wait, that's actually cyclones and hurricanes. Dude, the sun and the moon are just pulling, like the sun and the moon are just causing the atmosphere to like come into contact. Like it's a convergence of ether winds, and then it causes a cyclone or a hurricane.
Dude, do you think the sun and the moon are projections of that point where the ether winds converge? Where there's there's like a point there where there's like
well, that's a whole nother level. Wow.
So where it kind of cancels out, you would just have an area there where you could have those focal points just doing their thing, but then like what's their
the tension and the pressure between the two of them would not be like, it wouldn't be direct, like it would be a field that kind of mapped out through the whole toroidal system, right? But they would still converge during the solar eclipse. And then that would be why everything stops, kind of. All the winds stop.
So they would
something's happening.
Okay, so they would both move in toroids then, too, right? Which they do. The analemma, they both analemma.
Oh yeah, well they move within a toroid. Yeah.
So
you're right. Absolutely.
So
they're
they're dude. Okay, hold on.
Dude, and so that's when the hurricanes and cyclones happen, is when the sun, when the sun is like, it's typically right around equinoxes, or not equinoxes, sorry, equinoxes. It's right around equinoxes, and not solstices. But equinoxes is what I meant. And so yeah, it's usually like right before, right after, right around. Typically, I mean, obviously they go further off, but. And so that's when the sun's hitting the top or the bottom and then doing its bounce back.
So yeah, it's the so at the equator here is the mediation point of two fields, and the NLM that's created is like is the movement of those fields.
Or no, it's when it's crossing the equator. Sorry, my bad. It's when it's crossing the equator. So that's when you would be pulling ether winds from one side to the other.
Wow.
But then, yeah, the next level would be how are the moon and the sun moving in relation to each other. I think it has something to do with the ether wind more so, though. I think the sun and the moon kind of are an effect of the field. I don't know though. It does seem like they definitely
they're like
drive the field as well. I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I'm thinking so the moon's faster, right?
Optically, yes.
Okay. So like that would be like a projection in the field that we see in the north. And then
Well, they're back up.
What's that?
Sorry, continue. Let's finish this.
Yeah.
If you want.
Yeah, we'll come back to it.
Guys, when it's your turn, just bombard him, yo, just in case the base goes down again. Just I don't want him recovering if he even comes back, man. It's been a while. We'll see what happens.
We actually did hit a milestone, so that's beautiful. Of course, I'm proud of us. And y'all, you know, this wouldn't be possible without the listeners. But we're gonna get back into it, breaking down some of the pseudo forces of the heliocentric model. I was just telling Sacred that I need a diagram. Yo, I see this Coriolis diagram, istic effects within the globe Earth. Like, I don't even think I understand what they're talking about on their model, let alone like for them to not even believe it's a true force. So I'm gonna go look for a diagram, like a visual aid of what the Coriolis looks like on a global glob. Because FTFP did say it was uniform within certain positions on your latitude, but like,
The only thing you're going to find on a diagram is you're going to find wind direction and storm changes. And that's more so affected by the electromagnetic field of the Earth, the electron exchange that's going on in our ionosphere and above, and everything else within an electrical system, because there is no fucking Coriolis. Everything else comes into play. But whenever you say, oh, hey, Coriolis, what about this part? Oh, we don't need that. Why? It is there. It is part of the equation. Why wouldn't you equate for it?
Yeah, I got a lot of questions too. And just to slow it down, matter of fact, first of all, thank you guys for pulling back up for the third time. We remixing Flat Earth Fridays episode 82 3 times tonight. Yeah, shout out to the algorithm saying we getting too hot on Twitter X. We're gonna have to shut them down. But I do want to kind of like double back because I don't know if the Coriolis effect went over people's head like anti-gravity. But basically what it is there's a deflection based off of the spin of the earth allegedly. And when you have something that's in rotation, at least when it's rotating perpendicular to the earth's surface, it's supposed to establish its own frame of reference. Because remind you, they say that everything within Earth's atmosphere moves with the atmosphere. You're being pulled with gravity. That's why when a helicopter, starts to levitate a little bit, it doesn't deflect. Weather balloons don't deflect. They say that it's stuck to the atmosphere. The atmosphere is moving with the spin of the Earth. But then when you have something rotating perpendicular to the surface, it's supposed to establish its own frame of reference. Therefore, it should show some type of deflection based on the spin of the Earth. So that's kind of what we're talking about to see is this an actual thing that's occurring? Could there be other mechanics involved? Is this completely constant throughout all of the globe Earth positions, like all positions on Earth? And if it's not constant on all positions on Earth, what does that mean for how we define Coriolis? So there's a couple of different things that we could dive into in this conversation, but I want to make sure that that's a little bit more clear. I don't know if we actually defined it clearly enough. What do you think, Proud? Since you're our baseline, does it make a little bit more sense? I could figure out a different way to say it if not.
Right. So that's why I was like pretty much trying to get, FTFE's understanding per his perception of the Coriolis. Like it should be a unified or like a like there should be margin of errors within the Coriolis effect. If it is due to rotation, you should be able to see it acted on the Earth, played out based on what they're measuring. I didn't even get to ask them what they use to quote unquote measure it with. So yeah, it just opened my mind, like the multiple questions that I would have for a globe Earth component as to how they view this as something accurate.
Yeah, it's based on specifically your latitude, right? So going from the equator up towards the poles, latitude by latitude, or going down towards the poles, whether you're going north or south if you're on a sphere, or in and out if you're on a flat plane. So there's supposed to be different rotational mechanisms or observations that we're experiencing within the equator and without the equator and outside of the equator. And yeah, it's interesting, man. I actually, while we were getting loaded up, I had a few things that I wanted to tweet out that I forgot to tweet out earlier. So I went ahead and tweeted some things out in regards to some things that I found that was a little bit odd about Coriolis. And maybe we'll run it by some of the globe earthers that popped in here earlier if they want to pop back in again. But let me just put this up top real quick, and then I'll let Rife take over. And we have some hands here too. But let me just share this really quickly. This is something I wanted to bring up as we got into the conversation. Obviously, we crashed, so don't know if we're going to have the build that I wanted to have, but at least we could start from a certain point here. They did observations using that same pendulum. Remember, FTFE was just in here and said that the pendulums prove this Coriolis effect. And he did it and everyone else did it, whatever the case is. What's interesting is, one, it needs to be set in motion. So whenever you have this pendulum, the standard position is for it to be motionless, right? And you think if we're moving, you would think that it would be some type of automatic deflection, but they say that that's not how it works. It's based on it moving, and how the pendulum rocks back and forth will deflect at a specific rate, I guess you can say, at certain latitudes. So there should be some swinging deflection, whatever the case is. But they tried this. So there was a bunch of physicists that went to the South Pole. And we were talking about this. I was talking with Alan about this the other day, and I'm not sure how many observations we have or demonstrations that we have in the southern hemisphere when it comes to Coriolis and pendulums. But this particular one was done by physicists. And let me just read this. There's Mike Town, PhD candidate, John Bird, PhD, and then there's R. Allen Baker from Sonoma State, called Pendulum Problems. It says Coriolis at the South Pole highlights the Earth spinning in the wrong direction. So, right, they set up the pendulum just like how they normally say that they set up pendulums all over the place, except this one particularly was in the South Pole. And they had to do so many different things in order for it to work. So, like, first of all, let me just read this. It says the weight, the bob of the pendulum was released from an angle and the pendulum was started. So, right, just like we said, it has to be set into motion. The spin of the Earth apparently will not affect a pendulum that's already set. You have to actually move it in order to see this deflection, almost as if the Earth was stationary. But okay, whatever. Let's move on to how this methodology took place. It says there was no mechanism for keeping the pendulum swinging, and the amplitude decayed within a couple of hours. So it had to be restarted periodically over a 24-hour period. Now, I highlighted this in the second screenshot, but what's interesting is in the first screenshot in the abstract, it tells you that a Foucault pendulum at the South Pole was determined to have a period of 24 hours plus or minus 50 minutes. So they say, hey, just to give you an overview, we set up this pendulum and it has a period of 24 hours. And then when you go look at the details and at the paper itself, I linked it. So if you guys want to click on it, bookmark it, whatever the case is, you'll read it a little bit later. It says that it stops swinging. So you tell us that it has a 24-hour period, but then you told us that you have to restart it multiple times in order for it to actually get a 24-hour like reading. So that seemed a little bit contradicting. Nextly, what I found that was interesting, and shout out to Jaronism. I think he did like a review on this too as well. He said that well, in this article, it says this experiment was performed with a variety of weights until one was found that gave consistent results. So when they were setting this pendulum up in order for this, weight to rock back and forth, they were getting inaccurate results as if the pendulum was not dependent on the latitude or the motion of the earth. And they had to swap out the weights on the pendulum in order to get the desired outcome. Now, how scientific is that? To manipulate the variables for a specified outcome. That was another red flag. Further on in this article, it goes, our first attempt with the pendulum showed the Earth spinning backwards from what was expected. And it says that they didn't realize it because most of these physicists live in the northern hemisphere. So when it started to process in a motion that was relative to the northern hemisphere, they didn't catch it at first. And they say, oh, wait a minute, we're in the south. It's supposed to be processing a different way. Let's modify it to make sure that it does what it needs to do. And that's what they said, is that when we then realized that from our frame of reference, the Earth should be spinning clockwise. So we had to modify the pendulum. So we got a modified pendulum. We had to switch out the weights in order for it to process the way that we wanted to process. And it was spinning in the opposite direction. And you couldn't even keep it in motion for 24 hours in order to make a 24-hour claim. So I just wanted to highlight, this is how science works, guys. And it'll be dope to get, like, maybe there's some globe earthers that's down in the listeners that's listening now. I wish we had the ones that were here before, but it's okay. It's cool. We could double back on this conversation in later episodes. But I just want you guys to understand that this is seemingly how science is demonstrated. You don't get the accurate result that aligns with your framework or your construct, and you modify it for the results, and then you put out the results that align with your post-diction, not a prediction. It's what you want to happen, your post-diction. And then you say, look, we proved that the globe Earth. I know we had to modify it. I know it failed. Hey, it actually spun in the wrong direction, but hey, forget about all that. It's working now. Here's science. So you guys take a look at that. I thought it was pretty interesting. Let me unmute my back, guys. I was reading that. But I thought that was pretty cool to think about, and I want to know your guys' opinion on that. Yeah, you guys got it. Proud, Matthew, you wanna jump in here first before we go into the hands, or?
Yeah, again, let me thank you guys for inviting me on here. This is way more enjoyable to have conversations back and forth than the algorithm on Twitter, dude. Because I see so much stuff, and I wish the NTFE would come back. I just, whenever I have productive conversations, it never escalates to anger or, no, you're just wrong. Because that's not the way science works. Spaces like this where people are actually having discussions going back and forth, this is more science than, hey, mom, why? And they're like, because I said so. And that's what I've been hearing from all these people. Well, because that's the way it is. Okay, well, back it up. Why is it that way? And that's the most irritating thing. So thank you again, guys, for having me on.
Yeah, no doubt, man. This conversation does get like really polarizing, and there's a lot of passionate people on both sides. I'll be honest about that. But it won't be productive if we can't allow that build to transpire and to take place. Again, we always say this: we're not trying to like get people caught up here. We're not trying to make people look stupid. We're trying to find the truth with all of our backgrounds of understanding. and find some common ground. Like that's the actual point. And if you disrupt the conversation, like we're just not gonna get anywhere. And if you're doing it just for views and algorithm purposes, then you really don't add any value to the conversation, no matter what credential or background that you come from. I don't care about that. Sidebar, I think FCFE was trying to get removed anyway, even though he said he was going to bring him back up, but I think that was his bedtime. Because someone had tweeted that he had a specific time he had to get up out of here, and I think that aligned with the shutdown of the space, ironically. But we'll probably see him back in, next week or something else along those lines. But who cares, man? We rocking. We here, episode
Find
82.
him on the TL.
Appreciate y'all showing up again. Say it again, Proud. I didn't hear what you said.
I didn't hear it either, but shout out to Aaron, man. While we were down, he has I guess there's a broadcast on here going I got to jump into. I liked it. It was good stuff. He said that, I mean, okay, this is the last thing I want to say about FTFE, but to say that you're in the military and you're in England is an insult to every veteran in the United States, for one. And for two, if your snipers factor in Coriolis effect, then that we know that's why they're looked at as the lesser than snipers of the United States.
Well, Matthew, to be fair, I did post up, documentation from a ballistics company that explained how the Coriolis effects specifically impacts shooting. So if this is a make-believe theory, how come there's different sectors that have nothing to do with science accounting for it?
Yeah, can you throw that up in the Jumbotron? I'd like to take a look at it.
Of course, yeah. It's tagged up there. It should be under hashtag Coriolis, and it should be appliedballistics.com.
Now, other than the words that are in that document, is there actual real-world evidence that they account for it? Other than the words written?
Other than the words written, yeah, the practical application to achieve those type of shots. I mean,
You think a sniper that's in a real-life situation is going to account for a fictitious force?
The longest recorded sniper shot in active military history, which happened, I think, 2018, he stated that he had to account for it. I'll post up that article too if you want. But it's, I'm not trying to be argumentative or combative. I'm just showing, that ballistics companies are putting this type of information out there. So my question is, why would they put out information on a fictitious force?
Because they have to play to the imagination of living on the globe. Everything has to account for that, even the smallest details.
Was it the Canadian sniper story from JTF2?
The article I posted, the paper I posted, no. But the article I'm referring to is yes. I could attach that.
All right, cool. Yeah, so there was a guy who did a 4.4 mile shot recently. Well, it was last year, I think, or 2 years ago now. But anyway, that guy did 4.4 miles, didn't account for Coriolis, explicitly didn't account for Coriolis, and we'll get into that in a second. But when he got the record, all these websites that were reporting on it were like, oh yeah, and one of the things he had to account for was the Coriolis. So Jaren from Jaren is all in the video, you can check it out, emailed him and was like, yo bro, how'd you account for the Coriolis? Like, what does that even mean? He emails Jaren back and says, well, I didn't actually account for the Coriolis at all. Accounting for the Coriolis effect at 4.4 miles where the bullet has a flight time of 26 seconds, accounting for the Coriolis would be like a 500-pound bicyclist buying thinner inner tubes to try and get an advantage, in a bicycling tournament or whatever, right? Like it's a non-existent, like of all the things they had to do on that day, dealing with that. Yeah,
hold on, Ralph. Hold on.
No,
yeah.
I mean, I'm just being fair. I mean.
Hold on, Ralph. Hold on, Ralph. Hold on. Let him finish what he got to say, because that's not the end of the story.
Yeah, I got you, because it gets even worse, right? So Jaren emailed him back and was like, yo, which direction did you shoot, by the way? Because let's take this story for like what it is, and we're on a spinning globe, right? You're a professional. You're about to hit a 4.4 mile shot. There's a flight time of 26 seconds. The target and the globe model is not going to be in the same location from which you pull the trigger, right? So you're going to have to account for that some way. And if there's all these other factors to account for, like wind, humidity, atmospheric conditions, pressure, all that stuff, right? So you got all these factors you have to account for. So you're going to min-max that by shooting into the direction of motion of the Earth. So you're going to shoot going, what would that be, east, right? Or no, yeah, you would shoot west. Nope, said it wrong. You would be shooting east because the Earth rotates west to east, right? So you would be shooting with that rotation to zero to cancel it out, essentially, right? That would be the only way you could account for it if it was an actual thing and your target was going to be in a different location, right? So this guy, he doesn't shoot that direction, right? You can look at the pictures that he posted online of the target, where it was at and the time when he shot. You can see the moon in the background. You can go to that date, look at the time, look at where the moon's at. He was south by southwest. He shot half perpendicular to the direction of motion, which is just, and then to say that he didn't even account for it, which is crazy, right? So if your target's not going to be in that location, you 100% are not going to shoot half perpendicular to the direction of motion, and then turn around and say you didn't account for it. That's just absolutely not going to happen. And like
the article's posted up.
Yeah, it would be positive globe. It would be good evidence for the globe had he actually shot east or west, right? But the fact that he didn't is direct evidence against Coriolis effect. And I'll post Jaren's video, and I'll post the article or whatever, so you can look at the time and the moon and all
you know
that.
what? And I was wrong. It was June 22nd, 2017, not 2018. My bad.
Yeah, I thought it was a little earlier, but yeah.
Ralph, I did read through that, and they're not talking about. Okay, I'll explain because it's halfway right. They're not talking about Coriolis effect. They're talking about Coriolis drift. Okay, now Coriolis drift is used in context specifically with ballistics or movement of projectiles.
Let me stop you right there, Matt, because you're luring. There's gyroscopic drift, and then there's Coriolis acceleration. So you're kind of conflating the both.
No, it specifically says Coriolis drift, and this is a term used within ballistics and movement of projectiles. In the same paper, you have to take into the effect of right-hand rifling, left-hand rifling, because a lot of this was brought in. But in the example that they used, it was right-hand rifling. And the Coriolis drift used upon projectiles is a little bit different than the Coriolis effect. By way of exactly what I was talking about, the physical properties of movement have more effect on any kind of movement than it does like the rotation of the earth. The rotation of the earth is negligible. And the reason they're talking about the right hand rifling and everything, and they do the Coriolis drift, is because the faster that you do spin a projectile, it will move. Now, I think in that it said, 7.5 inches due to the gyroscopic effect, and then 2.5 inches based up on the Coriolis drift. I would equate Coriolis drift to being more towards physical air pressure than the movement of the earth. The reason why is because you can actually move more air molecules if they're available up to a certain point. This is going to be a bell curve too. But if you go to higher elevations and you run that same test, both of those, the gyroscopic effect and the Coriolis drift, would lessen to the same amount of percentage as what it would to gain if you were at a lower atmosphere. So that would dictate that density in the air and the fluid around you would play more of a role than this, and that's how it's affected. Because if you went to a higher altitude and you shot that, it would have a higher change within the percentage of change on Coriolis versus gyroscopic. Does that make sense? Depending on altitude, depending upon the density of the air and the fluid around you, both of those numbers wouldn't like lessen or gain in the same amount of percentage.
Hey, Ralph, and real quick, before we get to the rest of the hands, I'm trying to find I think I found an article that you posted.
And that may have sounded like a bunch of word salad trying to explain. So if I need to explain it further, let me know and I'll try to boil it down. Hopefully I got it though.
It is posted up there. I think if you start all the way from I think it starts on the left, and you scroll to the right. I think it's like the fourth one. It should be under research.
See, this is why.
App.com.
This is why we say try not to spam the jumbo before you get the mic, because now it's hard to navigate to what you're trying to talk about. People sharing different things at different times. Please, y'all, try not to spam the jumbo until y'all get the mic. because it just becomes way convoluted. It starts like crashing the space. Just try to be a little bit more patient, and when you get the mic, you could share what you want to share. So
Yeah, I think it's like four slides over. It's researcher app.com, and then it's the paper attached to it. I mean, but what we can agree is they have to account for something. So let's say we're getting the terminology wrong, or the framework of the concept wrong. We just can't deny that it's something. It would be the same way to say it's wrong for contemporary science to deny the ether, because there is something measurable that's there. So to deny it would be wrong. Maybe we're trying to put it in a certain framework that we're not able to properly convey to the other side, or to convey, but the something is still there. So that's what we're trying to find out fundamentally.
Yes, 100% there is something causing this effect. But the spin of the earth doesn't exist to me whenever I can see that other forces are playing this role, and I do not see any force of the spin of the earth doing it. That's the reason I keep on moving towards density, and I keep on moving towards viscosity and friction. And, all of this, it doesn't matter your trajectory. These bullets, okay, let's look at it like this. On these ballistic studies, whenever they're making these bullets and doing it, they don't have something on the box to say, okay, well, if you're shooting an azimuth of this at 1,000 yards, it's going to be off by this much. But if you change your azimuth to this, it's only going to be off by this much. That would be something that's completely ridiculous upon every shooter to be like, oh, well, which azimuth am I shooting at? To know how far I'm going to have to click right or click left. That's where the fallacy comes into play. And it kind of tells me there has to be other forces to play upon this. And this could be ether energy that's playing up on it. We know that they deal with microbes upon a daily, because there are microbes that have an electromagnetic force field around them, and they draw that energy from the ether. But my point is saying it's not the spin of the earth. There's other factors.
Let's try to get some of the hands to chime in on this. Secret, I know you've been waiting. Plain and true. You can jump in.
Hey, how are you guys? Yeah, I guess I'll just start then. Can you guys hear me? Can I get a thumbs up or something?
Yeah, you're good, bro.
Okay, good. All right, so I have some comments about the Coriolis effect then. Let's talk about the fuck-alls experiment first of all. That's what I call it, because it's a fucking pseudo-science experiment. No matter how you do that thing, you can't successfully, consistently replicate it. It can start in any direction, and it doesn't matter on where on the earth you are when you do it. And they have to keep this motor to keep it going, as you said, Sacred. Otherwise, it just stops after a couple of hours. And if this wasn't enough, that first of all, you can't predict which direction it will go in. Second of all, even if you get it started, it hangs in a fucking ball joint. What does that mean? It means it naturally wants to rotate. So it's so incredibly stupid. It's the most stupid experiment of all. I mean, even worse than Cavendish. So I get upset just thinking about it. So that's my point on that. And I have a friend in Australia. You know, they say the toilets flush the other way there. Completely ridiculous. I called her up. I said, hey, go flush a toilet and video it for me. She sent me the video. It doesn't flush the opposite direction from my toilet in Massachusetts. I called my brother in St. George, Utah. Go flush your toilets. His does. So, I mean, it seems to be, it doesn't really matter where you are. You can flush your toilet and it's going to go in any direction. It doesn't matter. So that is also debunked. And by the way, Australian plumbers did all kinds of testing, and it is debunked. It only has to do with the piping and the material of the sink and stuff like that. The third point I want to make is hot air balloons. Are they affected by the Coriolis effect? Well, the Globers say they're not, I think. And if you go up in a hot air balloon and after a while you come down, you're going to come down into the exact same spot. So my point here is that if you want to solve the sniper rifle thing, just put the snipers in the hot air balloon and fire from there, and you don't have to worry about the Coriolis effect. Expecting some laughs here. And I think that's all I had.
Yo, and just interject one thing on that. Everyone's talking about how they use electromagnetic motors to keep them, or electromagnetic energy to keep them moving. Well, they also, in some cases, also have electromagnetic braking. So not only are they keeping it moving, but they actually have, in a lot of cases, especially in a lot of these big museums where they don't want to deviate from the expected result, they also have electromagnetic braking, so they can get exactly what they want. And hilariously, they even use the electromagnetic braking in their readings of the Elias effect, so they can get away with saying there's a no Elias effect. But if you have a braking mechanism going during that, then you're not taking a real reading. But yeah, I just wanted to add on to that because it's it's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, it is. Also, it's stupid. I mean, don't they just leave all the wrecking ball in cranes all over the earth? They just leave them overnight. I mean, what if they come in the morning and they already wrecked all the buildings around them because they started to rotate? It's so incredibly stupid. Okay, no.
What?
So I'm gonna have to say no.
Dude, that's the best argument I've ever heard.
I like the Magnus effect. I'm gonna start using that when people bring up the Coriolis effects. Thanks, Matthew, for bringing that up. I learned a lot from you. Can I just do one more? I remember who it was. I think it was Matthew. I think he's in here as a listener down here. He talked about stars going up when you take a flight from Sao Paulo to Europe. And that's the question I wanted to ask Craig before he left. So if he comes back, we should ask him that question, because that is a really, really, really good one. You understand what I'm saying here, right? Stars should be rising when you fly an airplane from Argentina to
Mic check.
Europe. But they don't.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
And we have videos of pilots filming the stars just sitting there completely still while the plane is going.
Mic check.
I mean, all of this can be boiled down into there's a stronger effect that is measuring things and affecting the things that movement more than Coriolis, which would go to me to say, why is Coriolis even an effect whenever it's so negligible? Coriolis, which would go to me to say, why is Coriolis even an effect whenever it's so negligible it doesn't even have to be counted? And if it doesn't have to be counted, it doesn't exist. Now, I'll give you an example. This is the way psychiatry works on the DSM. There's some group, it's just a couple of people that call in like 50 psychiatrists and psychologists into a room in England, and they say, okay, who has any kind of suggestions on mental illness? And one person say, oh, I would like to, say borderline personality disorder. They say, okay, who seconds that? If someone seconds that, that becomes a disorder. On 2 people, on over 6 billion people on Earth, they make this decision. And then they start saying, okay, what effects, what kind of things can we view in people to classify this, and how many of those on that list have to be shown to be able to say, oh, they have BPD. And this is inconsistent with any kind of factual proof of this thing exists, because we've seen Elon Musk going from having Asperger's to being cured of Asperger's because of the decision that they took that small spectrum of Asperger's and they said Asperger's no longer exists. Now it's in the same spectrum with autism. So therefore, Elon Musk used to have Asperger's. He no longer does, which means it doesn't fucking exist because it's all made up bullshit. And if you cannot account for it, it doesn't mean anything because it's non-existent. And that's the way I see the Coriolis effect, because these other forces play more of a role, and you can actually say they play the role of Coriolis in every single factor.
Hey, good stuff. I'm rugging over here. My bad, guys. I'm trying to like keep this stabilized. But I also want to get into the different positions when it comes to Coriolis, right? So Rife, it sounds like you're taking a position that the Coriolis doesn't exist at all. Now, if it does exist, though, what could it be if not the Earth's spin? And a part of that I would want to kind of get into maybe some ether talk. I don't know. Like we're going to see how this develops. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Real quick. Let's just get to some of the hands. I'm proud I didn't see who was up first.
I think Rick was next, and then Jonathan.
Thanks. The last time we had this conversation about Coriolis, I kept it in mind, and over the holiday, I was at Christmas with a sniper, kind of pressed him, and I know some snipers from the military as well, and pressed them before. But this particular guy, I had this conversation, and he's like, of course we factor it in. And then about 5 minutes into the conversation, and this seems to be a typical thing with snipers, I guess it's kind of like talking to pilots. I said, can you give me an instance where you actually used it? And at the end of the conversation, it was like, no, we don't use it. So I mean, this is anecdotal from me, but the fact of the matter is I've talked to probably, I don't know, a handful of snipers on this, a couple sharpshooters, and I can't find anybody who's actually, in practicality, used Coriolis for any of it. Now, what would be interesting, and about experimentation, is that if you go to the range and you have a rifle, iron sights or scope, you take a shot at your target. If it's 100 yards or 300, it doesn't matter what weapon and how far down range. And you let's say you're shooting it up, just to make the terms real simple, and you put the crosshair on the middle of the target and you shoot, and you do that 10 times. And let's say you get a pattern where the bullets are hitting top right of the target. So you adjust your scope, you fiddle with it, you do that, and you get to the point where you leave it up to human error after that, where you consistently you're hitting the target if it's lined up perfectly. Now, mechanically, you can do that with a rifle. You can align a rifle, put it on a stable tripod, predictably hit the target nearly every time at 300 to 500 yards, even 1,000. You can set up a mechanical system to predictably shoot and hit it. Now, what's interesting to me is that if you were, it seems like the Flat Earth crew, there's no experimentation group to fund and carry out experiments, but that would be interesting, because to me, if you got a couple predictable rifles that were pretty much the same manufacturer, and you dialed them in for windage, for drop, humidity, whatever the factors are at 1,000 yards, and you got them to consistently shoot, let's say they were 30 yards apart from each other, or 20, or whatever it is, so they weren't necessarily interfering with each other, but had all the same humidity factors, the same windage, the same drop, all this stuff, and you set them to at 1,000 yards, maybe synchronize them to shoot at the same time or whatever, but got it down to a predictable level where at night removed as many variables as possible, and you shot downrange, and you consistently hit 99% of the time. They were both accurate, tuned in, dialed in. And then if you ran an experiment, then you have all the factors that snipers normally use, say at 1,000 yards, which is, let's say it's a mile, 1,760 yards. If you did that consistently, and then took the one factor, this would be, in an experiment, would be the control, where you said, we're going to factor in one of the weapons. Now that we've got them both shooting perfectly nearly every time, you factor in Coriolis or not, because I think at that range, at say a mile, there would be a predetermined effect that you could actually prove by implementing it against the other weapon. So I think that there's some military guys in here that have some decent rifles. I think we need an experiment so we can go beyond theory. I'll land there.
Yeah, so ballistics actually does this. Whenever they study the ballistics, whenever they're shaping these bullets and everything else. So they measure pressure, they measure density. And even in that paper that Ralph put up, you will see that density is a factor in that calculation. Now, you can judge on how much the Coriolis would affect depending upon density. But like I was saying, if you're at 10,000 feet of altitude, you're going to have less dense fluid around you.
Well, are those
versus-
are those control experiments, or are they
No, but I'll
control?
tell you how it works. So the different levels of altitude have different air density, and then they factor these in. The one thing that doesn't change, if it's the same exact was it geometric force that's on it, which is the spin of the bullet, how fast the bullet spins. So if you have two rifles, same exact rifling, bullet spins the exact same amount. If you're at 10,000 feet, let's say your Coriolis is 2.5 inches, and then you go down to 1 foot elevation, then it would drop a certain percentage, right? Due to density, due to air friction, everything else, the viscosity of the air. The
But with
thing that
controls, you
changes
eliminate.
though is
You
hang on,
eliminate all those with controls, though, do you not?
yeah, but here's the control is the density. So the thing that changes is the geometric spin, and this is how much it's going to move it from left to right due to Magnus force, and the Coriolis effect would change as well. But they both change at the same exact percentage, right? So that tells me that density is really what they're measuring because they change the same exact amount depending on the density. If there was if a Coriolis effect really played that much of a role, then it would change at a different percentage than density does. Does that make sense?
You're saying, so if I understand you correctly, you're saying that density and Coriolis have the exact same formulation
they have the same exact percentage of change based upon the same bullet, same rifling, and everything else. Two exact same experiments, they have the exact same amount of percentage of change.
I wish the other guy was here to argue that, but I can't. So density in ballistic. So why wouldn't snipers then? Or you're saying that snipers are? I know they're given Coriolis as a factor and the formulation it's in there, and you're saying density. If I gave them the density formula, so are we talking about nomenclature here? That they're exact same. Let me ask you this: where does the density measure come from? Ballistics, or is it a physics kind of measurement? And it's not based on spin. So you're saying it's based on density of the atmosphere or density of the material, or all of that?
It's going to be, what is this? It used to be on old thermometers that had three sections: the heat, the humidity, and it was pressure. Something that measured pressure. That's how you measure density, is through the pressure, just like our weather system, high pressure, low pressure system. So, but if the density changes and so does the altitude, but you go to a different longitude or just longitude, I guess, that should change a Coriolis effect differently than what it does density. What I'm saying is density is the role that they're playing for Coriolis. I don't know why they're adding it in, because Coriolis drift is specifically only in ballistics and projectiles.
Well, if you take density, let's just say that's another factor, density, and you take Coriolis, which is a supposed factor. Forget about latitude and longitude. If I set up two rifles on a range, remove as many variables as possible between them, grain, bullet, the round, the amount of powder. If I just remove everything and get them to the exact same specifications, and I can prove that they're shooting exactly the same, then I can experiment by making one a control and one not. And I can say, okay, I'm going to factor density no matter where I am on the near the equator, latitude, longitude, and I can factor in, a density measurement in addition to everything else that's giving me a complete bullseye. Or I can factor in a separate experiment with the other control, I can factor in Coriolis. So I guess that would eliminate all the variables, every variable that a sniper shoots with, except for those two factors. And that's what I'm saying. Much of it is speculation otherwise, is it not? Because if I don't have an exact control, then, and we know from experience what snipers use. We know exactly what they use. We know that I know personally in the 4.2 mile shot that they didn't factor in Coriolis. So they hit their target out of, I think it was 62 shots, the 63rd shot, whatever it was at that point in time. They hit their target, they hit awful close to it otherwise. But it just seems to me like there's not a practical experiment that eliminates all the factors with a solid control to say, okay, one's going to shoot with the control, one's going to shoot without a control. It doesn't matter what the other factors. So let's say that Coriolis and density are the sixth factor. Then there's an easy way to factor in that or not. And that's what I'm confused about. Is there's a lot of speculation going on without any real.
Well, no, they do this, and what it's called is air pressure, because the more pressure that's combined up on air, the denser the air gets. That's what I mean by density. And snipers do factor in air pressure. I know which shot you're talking about, and no, they didn't factor in Coriolis. They only used air pressure.
Yeah. So, well, I know air pressure is or pressure, heat, humidity is a factor normally speaking. So my point is it's speculation if you have one device doing one thing.
Wow. Yo, rest in peace. It just crashed again. That's crazy. Yo, Toby, you there? Yeah, just died again. Wow. Crazy. All right, fret not, boys. We're gonna listen to some Toby music.
Dang, I stepped away for just a second.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, what the heck, man?
Got us again, bro.
What is going on?
Too much fun was being had tonight.
How many people? Did we have a lot of people tonight?
Oh, dude, we had at one point there was like 207 people on. I'll have to go back and look at the stream, but yeah,
Is that more than usual?
I think that was a record. Yeah, the most I've seen is like 160, 170, maybe 180. I know I've never seen 200.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and then coming back off of that long break, we had like another 150, 160, like right off the rip.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's like people are dying to get Flat Earth Friday, but they can't, man. Like, Musk is holding us back, bro.
Yeah,
he says he's taking everyone to Mars, but he won't take us to the fucking internet space. Crazy.
Right. Gotta get the voice chat to work first, then you can think about getting through the super fluid exterior.
Super fluid exterior.
Oh yeah, so you just gave me 3 papers to look at.
Yeah,
And
so
then I
those
had
are the
other
citations
papers
that
to do.
that were cited. Those might not be anything good, but
I
figured.
need, let me see if I can find this one. Yeah, I'm surprised it's got that. It's been cited that many times. I mean, well, actually, I'm not. Now that I see that the dude has a moon crater named after him. Ooh, this one looks good.
Yeah, your boy, he was in deep.
On the negative, well, I just found on the negatively charged layer of the Earth's electric field. So that's like about the ground.
Ooh.
That's what I've been trying to find stuff on now. Earth's capacitor charge reaches high altitudes predominantly above hot rift zones. Oh, so they're talking about the Atmos, I think.
Dude, there's only one way to settle this flat Earth debate now. We have to play golf at the equator. It's the only way. It's the only way, bro.
Wait, why? So what changes?
Nothing. I'm just fucking that guy Glenn was in chat. He said that, you know, the Coriolis should be affected, like golfers should have to account for that too, right? And it was like, well, yeah, they have a pretty lengthy flight time, you know. They're trying to go for, they're trying to like send a sick drive like 400, 500 yards, you know. It's like that target's, you know, if Coriolis is real, it's going to move, right? And they don't count for any of that. So if things are drifting to the left and right, we should be able to golf at the equator, and we should see things diverging to their respective hemis. Right?
Yeah.
Like you should hit a hell of a slice at, you know, towards the equator.
Yeah.
Or well, actually, that one guy was saying that it deflects towards the equator, and then in that book it said it deflects away, didn't it?
Dude, that what? Okay, so that specific verbiage was insane.
Right.
Can you pull that up again? That
Yeah.
was insane, dude.
Dude, yeah, I was reading that and I was like, wait.
That was finally someone just saying it without, you know, saying it, just straight up saying it without trying to obfuscate it. Because every other time we've read it, other than that one paper, it's always been obfuscated, or they just literally won't even say which direction it was.
Yeah. Yeah, so it was the horizontal component to the Corioli, I think it was. Yeah, so contrary to popular belief, the Coriolis effect is not about the target moving with the surface of the Earth as it rotates below a bullet in its time of flight. Although the rotation of the Earth does cause the Coriolis effect, and thereby causes the impact of the bullet to change, the deflection of the bullet from its original path is a consequence of inertia and centrifugal forces, and not of the target moving out of the way. The Coriolis effect, and so like, dude, so that Stephen Humphreys guy, when we're asking him about this, literal professional shooter, right? He's like, he doesn't go, oh, well, it doesn't even work that way. It's actually this, right? He's like, his understanding of it is that he would be accounting for the target moving out from under him. He's like, no, we don't do that, right? When I asked, I can science that about it, his understanding was target moves away. Like everyone's understanding is that the target moves underneath the, moves away from the bullet, right? And it's like this dude's telling you right now that that's not the case, and there's a deflection and then he gets into the deflection sides, right? So the Coriolis effect can be broken down into two components, the horizontal and the vertical. Oh yeah, we didn't even read the vertical yet. So the horizontal component, the horizontal changes due to Coriolis depends on your location on Earth and not on the direction you are shooting. Specifically, your latitude is all that matters for this component. Bullets will always drift to the right in the northern hemisphere of the Earth and to the left in the southern hemisphere. The horizontal effect is greater the further you are from the equator, closer to the poles you get. For example, if you were shooting in Mexico at 20 degrees north latitude, closer to the equator at 175 GR with 108 Winchester. Okay, this is a gun, I'm assuming, and then a bullet type caliber, 308 Win bullet will only drift about 1.5 inches to the right or at 1,000 yards. If you were shooting in Alaska at about 65 degrees north latitude, closer to the pole, your bullet would drift about 4 inches to the right at 1,000 yards. Remember, the shifts will happen regardless of the direction.
Wait, go read the last sentence again.
Remember, these shifts will happen regardless of your direction. I got screen share up, by the way.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, 1 second, I'm refreshing. All right, we're still down.
Jeez.
Oh, we should have told them to regroup on Discord in between. Although they're probably managing stuff on the back end.
Dave wants to chat with us, I think, but someone needs to give him permission.
Oh shit, that's right. Send a message to the.
Or we could also just switch to Ether Cosmology or something.
Yep, done.
Cool. See you over there.
Yep. Yo.
Oh, hey.
I think he's sleeping.
About to go to sleep. Oh my gosh.
Tony Coriolis. Someone just joined named Tony Coriolis.
Bro.
Dude, it's our boy, Tony C, in the chat.
Bro, I've been talking to ChatGPT because I was talking to Kosho and Jesse in there about accelerometers. And they were trying to tell me I was wrong. So I was like, all right. So I just went and talked to ChatGPT, and it's just so much worse for them now. Like, I just realized something. They brought up free fall, and they asked, like, if what I was saying was true, why it doesn't register an acceleration under free fall. But after looking at all this and figuring it out, dude, the fact that in free fall, the effect of quote unquote gravity is perfectly equivalent with the downward electric resistive effect is like a death blow to them, because logically, statistically, they should be anything but equivalent, especially given that gravitational effects and electrostatic effects are many orders of magnitude apart in terms of strength.
Goddamn, bro. Goddamn, bro.
You see what I'm saying?
Dude, the classic hijacking of the electric field, man. And then they just told everyone that they're falling towards the center of a ball. Based off of dude, man. GG. Like, I just want to shake hands and like start over, you know? Like, let's get a rerun on this, dog. Let's re-roll, bro. Let's chalk this up to an L and just start over, man. Fuck.
Like, real talk, dude. The fact that free fall, seriously, like they were bringing up free fall as if it made me wrong, and then I looked it up and I'm like, dude, the fact that free fall is equivalent destroys their entire worldview, bro.
Dude, it's okay. Here's why it's even worse for them, right? So they got free fall satellites that are correcting for an impedance based on an electric current, an equal potential electric current. They just say that, oh, the gravitational potential or the gravitational field at this altitude, whatever altitude they need it to be, they say is equal potential out there. So they are accounting for like a static effect, like it doesn't change, it's a constant kind of. And it's like, well, that makes sense in our model, right? With our electric field gradient, where there will be retardation within that field. So if you're at altitude, there's a higher potential in that field. So there's more impedance, right? So they're just accounting for that.
Right.
And they're calling that a free fall, bro. Like GG. Like they are accounting for it and they are in free fall, but they're not. But like they're accounting for the same effect. And then they tell people that they don't have to account for that kind of stuff. It's insane.
Dude, I told this, I brought that up to ChatGPT, and it was like, the idea that gravity and electrostatics are equivalent is often referred to as the principle of equivalence, and it's a fundamental concept in the theory of general relativity.
Oh, I think it kind of got that wrong.
In the context of general relativity, the principle of equivalence states that locally, in small regions of space-time, the effects of gravity are indistinguishable from the effects of other accelerations, such as electrostatic forces.
Oh, I see how it tried to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it
Right.
doesn't mean it doesn't imply that the magnitudes are equivalent in all circumstances or that they have the same fundamental origin.
Right.
It just so happens to be equivalent in this specific instance. It's just luck.
Well, I mean, it's like Walter Lewin, right? You guys know about his stuff, right?
Yeah.
From MIT.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And how it's really electric forces that hold our world together. Like, come on, guys.
Dude, it holds our world together, but then at the cosmological scale, it just stops. It can't do it. It's not strong enough. I think gravity, who's much weaker here, like eats its fucking spinach out there and gets an inversely proportional boost, Lorentz boost to its fucking strength, and it just starts swinging planets around like it ain't shit.
Might as well call
Bro,
it Popeye.
do you know what's wild? Do you know what it brought up when I brought the fact that it even mentioned this is mind-boggling to me. Okay.
Oh, they're back up.
I said that would mean the equivalency principle would show that what we call and experience gravity would just be electrostatics. Dude, you know what it brought up? It started bringing up the freaking grand unified theory and the theory of everything.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, bro.
How it's impossible, and we're not supposed to think about different layers or different branches of physics lining up with each other. That's just a fantasy, and we have to just accept all branches of physics being siloed from each other and having a bunch of mathematical concepts that can't actually be predicted.
Where's your model
What?
at? Where's your tailored specific model to describe one phenomenon under a specific set of circumstances?
In Maxwell's book.
Oh.
We can start there. We can start there. We can go back to that at least, so that we could work off of that or something.
Well, dude, I'm just so glad that I just found the difference between here, because I was over here thinking it was all positive electric, but they were bringing up these points to me in there, and I was like, well, that doesn't make sense, because then as it goes higher, it should get stronger. Like Jesse was like, here, look, I've got my accelerometer. I'll put an electric field with this device right here, and it doesn't do anything on my phone. So I went and looked it up, and it's like, it's not piezoelectric, it's piezoresistive. Like, literally, gravity and the electric field effect are just perfectly equivalent everywhere on Earth.
Dude,
it's nuts. Oh my god.
Flip the equivalence principle on them, bro. That's so G. Because, the way ChatGPT was setting it up, I was like, well, not really. But then, yeah, that's hilarious. It's exactly the same. Just take it. Take it back.
Dang, bro.
Just swooped them, dog. And then, yeah, man, that's crazy. And then, so, didn't Einstein die trying to make the grand unified theory? Wasn't that his thing? By the end of his career, hadn't he pretty much abandoned relativity, and he was trying to hit up your boy unified field theory?
Well, I don't know, bro. I'm not familiar with that part of his life.
Yeah, I have to look into it. I've heard some stories, but if I don't have the receipts, I'm not gonna start making claims. But I've heard stories that that's how it ended.
It said, ChatGPT said that in the context of our understanding of gravity, it arises from the presence of mass in accordance with GR. But there are speculative theories that attempt to unify gravity with other forces, such as attempts to formulate a theory of everything or a grand unified theory. But these ideas go beyond current consensus in physics and have not been experimentally confirmed. So it's kind of I feel like this has to be kind of known amongst high-level physics people. How would you not know?
They know, bro. It just wasn't approved.
Right.
They didn't have that
Oh my
Rockefeller approval. Yo, when
Oh
do
my
you
gosh,
come back to America, Whispers?
This weekend, the end of the week. I'll be back Sunday or Monday.
Nice.
Sunday night.
We went over some ballistic stuff tonight and some Coriolis, and we're actually looking at right right before we hopped on to this server, we were doing Flat Earth Friday, but the Twitter keeps crashing or whatever. So in the meantime, we're just like regrouping on Discord. And
Okay.
but anyway, the big subject of the night was Coriolis effect, and then we were getting into some ballistic, situations and snipers and what have you. So yeah, we definitely need your expertise in here, man.
Did you hit them with the whole 3% less gravity traveling eastward?
Oh, dude, we didn't even get to like those guys' specific points. This is just like some other guy came on and was talking about it, and then FTFE came on, and they were like having a back and forth about it. We were just kind of watching it, watching it unfold or whatever.
Yo, yeah, that document that that Ralph dropped specifically mentioned what Piezo just said. It was basically just describing a 3% gravity differential one way versus the other.
Yeah, it was like in terms of like massive, supermassive ships on the ocean. It was saying that traveling east, they would weigh like 1,100 tons less than traveling west.
Yeah, dude, that paper was wild. We definitely got to get into that because that's an outrageous claim, dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they literally were trying to roll people. They were trying to Rick roll people in like 1913 or 1930, 1937 or whatever. They're like, "Yo, boys, we're 1923.
Yeah.
We're changing all ballistics based on what? Based on the fact that a ship moving east or west is 1,100 tons lighter. It's like or heavier. It's like, oh, is that a real measurement? No, not at all. No tolerances or anything in engineering factors in that weight differential. Oh, okay. Dude, so insane. It's like that's their basis of it. It's like, oh, what's you we're gonna redefine all of ballistics. How? Based off of what? What are you doing? Okay, when you drop a rock down a well, it deflects to the wall. It's like, have you ever seen that? No, never. All right. Sayonara, dude.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he did bring up the rock in the well thing. That was nuts too.
Yeah. Rock in the well. And what was the other one? Oh yeah, your ship changes weight or whatever based on its direction.
Yeah.
The preferred direction of weight, dude. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
But dude, you know what I just realized? Like a theory I just had about this dude, based on this piezo-resistive effect, right? If this like effect of downward electric bias is kinetically, like dynamically equivalent to gravitation, what they call local gravitation, right? Then if you could find a way to interact with it like cross-sectionally, you should be able to harvest it as like the same way you would kinetic energy as an energy source. Like you would just have to increase the mass, which would increase the force, which would increase the energy. Didn't Tesla have like a ether antenna powered car or something? I heard about that.
Not sure. Not big on Tesla stuff.
I'm just wondering how that would like what you would use for that because I wonder if there'd be a way to use like a piezo-resistive material for it. Just with a really massive surface area.
What would you be doing with it again? Sorry, I was kind of.
You wouldn't be
Well,
going in any drive-throughs, that's for sure, because your antenna would probably have to be pretty tall. Pretty tall.
well, the height. Well, no. The height of it that would be based on like the piezoelectric effect, based on like the higher you go, like the more the charge is. But I'm talking about the piezo-resistive effect, which is like actual motion through it is what creates the energy, right? So like the motion through it creates resistance, and the resistance is transformed into mechanical motion deformation, right? And you could harness that mechanical deformation as kinetic energy. So
I
all you would have
remember.
to do is set it in motion, and once you set it in motion, you're hard. You know, You just
I did
basically need
remember seeing some sort of like older like photos or something with Nicola doing some shit with that somewhere. Sounds familiar.
Yeah, I mean the only thing you would need is to start it, right? It would just need to be set into motion because once it's in motion, it's going to be harvesting the energy, and I'm pretty sure the amount of energy it harvests would be greater than that needed to
Right.
move it.
Just like using a magnetism or something.
Mm,
Like it sounds familiar.
man, I mean, I bet what you could do is you could make what you could do is you could make a sphere, and the sphere entirely, the entire outside of the sphere would be coated in piezo-resistant material. And as it moved, regardless of what direction it moved in, it would move inwards towards the center of the sphere like the deformation would. And so it would have to be rigid. But what it would do is it would create pressure on the inside, and you would convert the pressure into energy.
Welcome to Globe Earth.
Welcome to the glob.
Yeah, it's a piezo resistive blob that God's breath energizes and it sucks us inwards.
Gosh.
That's super interesting stuff, dude.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. What I'm wondering
Peter
is
just joined the server. That's gonna be very productive.
Oh, I mean, we could just piece him out, dog. Yo, Peter, trying to get pieced out, or like, what's up, bro?
He's been sitting there for a while.
Hey.
All right, cool.
Oh, he's in here. Whoa. What's up, Peter? Peter, what's going on, man?
Oh, hey, sorry, I was on mute. How are you guys doing?
Doing all right. What brings you to the Ether Cosmology Discord server?
Well, I like to talk about gravity, and I heard you guys talk about gravity. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, what do you have to say about gravity?
I was just thinking right now, whoever was speaking, I didn't look. Tell me what you think about this. If you've created a new theory that explains the downward acceleration that we observe in reality, which this guy was kind of hinting at, that it could be some other mechanism other than, mass attracts mass, in quotes.
Does anyone know who he's talking about?
Yeah, he's talking about
He's
PSAC.
talking about what's it?
Yeah. Whatever, like electromagnetism, whatever, right? But what I'm saying
earlier.
is,
Okay, yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
just now.
Looks
Like if someone, if say one of you guys creates a theory, hey, this is the mechanism responsible for this downward acceleration that we see, yada yada yada. I am afraid that if it describes the reality as we see today as an alternative to, let's say, Newton's gravity or Einstein's, the conclusions from it would also need to be the same, which is if you put enough shit together, it's gonna form a sphere.
Yeah, I think that's begging the question and
Well,
presuming
maybe it's begging, maybe it's not begging. But what I'm saying is, if you throw away the idea of math,
Yeah, I just threw him away. Like,
Maybe it's begging, maybe it's not begging.
like,
All
dog,
right,
what the
penalty one.
fuck are
Like,
you talking about, bro? Anyway,
yeah, so just so you know, Pizzo, that guy is a Twitter troll, so we're kind of just waiting for him to start throwing fallacies out.
So at the end of the day, the vertical electric gradient that's equal potential horizontally, right, creates a ball. It's like, all right, Peter, have a good one, bro. Hey, peace out, buddy. Anyway.
Yeah, it's just not worth our time to try and give him the benefit of the doubt.
I thought he was totally going to go in a different direction with that until
Nah,
he said
nah.
the whole Convergence
No, it
of
was
those
only going to
spheres
get
fail.
worse from there. You were going to try and engage him with intellectual honesty, and he wasn't going to give you any in return, and it was just going to be a big waste of time.
Dude, the timing was perfect because he was like, "If you throw away," and then
Alan was ready with the ninja fingers. Oh, that was great. What did you say, Alan? You said if he says get your Nobel Prize.
Oh, dude, yeah, I thought he was setting up for a Nobel Prize. Like, if you guys discovered this new thing, like maybe you should go to the Nobel laureate. Like I was ready to slay him on that, like because they always do that, bro.
I totally thought he was going there too. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. So I think FEF might be wrapping up for the night. Just too many crashes. Like the momentum's just kind of threw everything off. So before we close out, though, there was a guy that made a tweet regarding the correctness of special and general relativity that I was going to go over during the show, but it looks like the show has ended. So before I wrap up the stream here, I'll just gonna bang that out. Yes, that's the one.
I was gonna say that was the one for Misfits, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna hit that up here in a minute, and then I'll probably close out the stream.
I feel like it's totally worth it. It'll totally be worth it for somebody to put together a presentation on the freaking piezo-resistive accelerometers causing static electric equivalency with gravitational downward bias.
It's coming, dude.
Yeah, bro, that's...
Toby may or may not be handcrafting a masterpiece electric presentation on Tuesday. And accelerometers and piezoelectric accelerometers may or may not be involved.
Piezo-resistive.
Sorry. Piezo-resistive quantum looping diametrically opposed political views or whatever. Sorry, I got into the wrong buzzwords.
First page of the presentation, all that.
Yes, that's actually the title of it.
Hey, check out the meme I just made, guys, in the live chat.
Said even as a young, yeah, nice, dude. Nice.
Looks like him, doesn't it?
No.
Yeah, it's giving him. That's being very generous to him.
Yeah, I would.
Did you say Austin's doing that for Tuesday?
Who's Tuesday?
Or you are?
No, Toby.
Who's doing?
Toby.
What's it called again, Alan?
Oh, the the Ionis dielectric earth magnetic impulsation Elias effect of an eddy current.
You literally just called off like 6 of the slides for real.
Yeah, that's the title of it though.
So, bro, I just realized something. In the general theory of relativity, they claim that, mass is required for like gravity to take place. And obviously GR is not true, but like in terms of electrostatic equivalency, if electrostatic equivalency, obviously also takes place with mass, we have to have a mechanism other than simply charge. And I'm just thinking, like, what if it's attempted current flow? Like, I don't know if that would work. Like, I think we're going to have to investigate deeper and find what the actual mechanism of interaction is between general matter and electrostatics. Because there has to be one, and there obviously is one, but like, what is it? We can prove the equivalence with accelerometers, but like, what is the mechanism, right? By which the electrostatic field actually interacts to cause motion of general matter.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna run through this relativity thing real quick and close it out. Close out the stream. All right, so We got this, or I'm streaming on Discord if you want to tune in to follow along. So we got this guy on Twitter, ZA393, who states, let's see, so this is why individuals need to treat this guy with a bucket of salt. Yes, Einstein's theory have been proven through various experiments and observations. And then he gives his list of observations and experiments that prove the correctness of these theories, right? So for special relativity, he cites the equation E equals mc squared, which is part of Einstein's theory of special relativity, expresses the equivalence of mass and energy. This equation has been validated through numerous experiments, particularly in nuclear reaction, where the large conversions of... Dude, I know, right? When I saw this, Toby, I was like, my man. My freaking guy. And then a citation here. Dude, I like that he included the sources. Like, shout out to this dude. That's epic. So we got your boy, the Britannica Encyclopedia here, so we'll be hitting that up here in a second. Dude, right. So
good for you, buddy.
Hey, dude. It's better than fucking emptiness, right? I guess so.
True. We can go. I guess we can do all the legwork.
Hey, we'll hit him with the legwork.
I was just gonna say, just wait.
So we got our boy general relativity here for point number 2. So this is Einstein's expansion pack to the first theory. So Einstein's theory of general relativity is also been extensively tested. Very nice. This is almost as if it was written by ChatGPT. It's like it's got that air of ChatGPT to it. It's been, Anyway,
is it really an expansion? It's more like another canon, right?
I mean, isn't that part of
It's
an expansion though?
It's a story expansion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, but it
storyline expansion.
contradicts the other canon.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on a second. We have to break this down then. Yeah, because it is kind of
It's like new writers, and they don't they didn't do their research, they didn't read the old stuff.
It's like Dragon Ball GT versus Dragon Ball Super, bro.
Yeah, that's actually a perfect example.
Yeah, they didn't watch the first one? Oh shit. All right. That's hilarious, dude. That's a really good point. Well, we'll keep going. So,
sorry, I don't mean...
No, you're good. That's hilarious, dude. The first 3 tests proposed by Einstein were proposed by himself in 1953. So the perihelion precession of Mercury, right? The bending of light in due to in the presence of a gravitational field, and the elusive gravitational redshift. These predictions have been confirmed by various experiments. For instance, the bending of starlight was confirmed by astronomer Sir Arthur Eddington during the solar eclipse in May 29, 1919. More recently, the detection of gravitational waves from a black hole merger by the Advanced LIGO team in 2016 provided further strong evidence for general relativity. Dude, and then in conclusion, this is how you know ChatGPT. This is how you know ChatGPT wrote this for him, by the way.
Those are exact ChatGPT references too. Like ChatGPT would use literally exact. No, this is 4.0. I know 4.0 when I see it.
Dude, I know 4.0 when I see it. But dude, so the classic ChatGPT recap.
That's exactly what he did, and then he posted it like he knew what he was talking about.
Posted it like he was on point, bro.
He went and copied out the little quotes that ChatGPT gives you, and then he listed them out as source, and it was Wikipedia every time. Or no, two words: one Wikipedia, 2 of Encyclopedia Britannica, 1 of EarthSky.org, an article, and then another one from another article. Looks like, and then Getty Images.
Yeah,
so not a single paper. He wants us to do the legwork of going and finding all the papers that they're citing.
And luckily, this guy posted the question to the internet, and the internet will respond. Like the legwork has been done, and we will go over it in detail. So we've got some observations, some experiments. Go ahead. You're lagging a little bit.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I didn't actually visit the post, but I'm sure he got blown up. I mean, I know that I touched on it in the Telegram chat, but
Yeah, let's see what the comments are looking like before we get into it. So we got my boy Eden says lie detector, and it's flashing. It's going all the way in the red. So, and we got, let's see, when they all, let's see, then why are they all still called theories? Let's see, theory. If it's not true, then they be pulled towards the station. Okay, who knows what? Okay, I don't know. Reading Twitter timelines is very confusing. So these might not even be replies to him. The relationship between Albert Einstein's work and Henry Poincaré is a topic of history. Dude, it's literally ChatGPT, bro.
Bro, yeah. Insane, man.
Dude, he just is responding to people by typing in their question to ChatGPT and like literally copy pasting the sources one to one, and then he includes the link. Dude, that's awesome.
Dude, what kind of psychological effect would that have on you doing that? Like, how long can you do that for before you start to really feel bad about yourself?
How many times?
Somebody else called him out for it.
I have no
Yeah,
idea.
We want to use ChatGPT. We can do that ourselves. We don't.
Those are two straight up
Dude,
ChatGPT 4.0 responses.
Dude, we got some Lorenz symmetry here. Okay, let's read this here. So
at least he's paying for 4.0, and he's not just wasting people's time with the free responses. You know,
the free responses are the worst, dude. Because those are like the broad stroke, really zero nothing. But this one, it tries to give you some surface, it tries to give you something to latch onto.
It tries to mix the Encyclopedia Britannica with the Wikipedia and give it to you in that fashion.
Yeah, yeah. It's like a mother bird chewing up a worm and then like vomiting it into your mouth. So it's pretty much like that. So anyway, yeah, we'll just get into the
Eddington, huh?
Yeah, we'll just get into these fraudulent claims here. So we'll start off with E equals MC squared, that old famous equation here. So this was derived by other people prior to 1905, right? So Einstein, 1905, puts his paper in. There was a guy in 1904 who derived a different coefficient for it, because that's the thing, right? This relationship of mass and energy, this relationship, right? People were figuring this stuff out with doing actual experiments, right? And not just inserting the mathematics in ad hoc to make their theory relevant, right? So we're going to go over a couple of people. So we have Haselnorl in 1904, who was doing experiments with a closed hollowed sphere, and he was hitting it with radiation energy, and as it was heating up, it would gain mass. It would, gain apparent mass. Then when it cooled down, the apparent mass would go away. He came up with a coefficient to express that. That was 4e over 3c squared. So that was his derivation for this relationship that he was measuring with his experiments. And then J.J. Thomson came up with a coefficient for it as well, based off of his experiments with a cathode ray and a cathode tube, right? So these relationships have been established way before relativity, right? And then we'll get into one more problem with relativity. So the problem with relativistic mass caused problems with how they defined mass. It ruined backwards compatibility with the lab frame. So it ruined the covariant relationship with when you do when you're transforming from Newtonian physics to Lorentz. When you're doing that transformation, it's breaking covariance with mass and all that. So they weren't able to they weren't able to account for the conservation laws without using fallacious mathematics, right? With the pseudo stress tensor and all that Einstein cooked in. And this haunted Einstein for 40 years after, so during that 40 years after he published his special theory of relativity, he kept trying to properly derive E equals mc squared from his theory, because he says it's an emergent property of relativity and blah blah blah, even though he doesn't mathematically derive it correctly. In his original 1905 paper, this was pointed out by Ives Stowell, who did a review of it and showed that he didn't even mathematically derive it correctly. He just basically inserts the mathematics and says it like it's a fact, but he didn't even derive it within the framework of special relativity, right? So Einstein's writing here in 1948, this is well after his 1905 paper, in regards to relativistic mass, and he's writing. So he says he's writing to Lincoln Bennett or Bernard Barnett in 1902. I'm sorry, 1902. In 19 June 1948, Einstein wrote in German. The letter was typed in English. The highlighted passage says, "It is not good to introduce the concept of the mass m equals m divided by 1 minus v squared over c squared times 1/2 of a moving body for which no clear definition can be given." So this coefficient to represent mass and energy relationship, he's saying, oh, this is actually dog shit. We should stop doing this. Well, why, Ein? What's going on? It would be better to introduce no other concept, no other mass concept other than rest mass. And the reason for this is because it has to be covariant with the lab frame. It has to be dynamically covariant. Otherwise, the framework is just nonsense, right? No one's going to accept it. And people that are versed in the mathematics would be able to, identify this problem. So Einstein was trying to get ahead of it and correct it. And, he ended up not having to worry about it because it turns out that nobody really cared. But anyway, so he says here, instead of...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
He says instead of...
question whenever you're done.
Yep. He says instead of introducing m, it is better to mention the expression for that of momentum of the energy of the body in motion. So here he's trying to separate mass and momentum so that he can properly derive or properly account for the conservation laws in his theory that actually ruined dynamic covariance with the lab frame. What was your question, Toby?
Well, so if you're telling me that he never meaningfully derived it, do you think that might have something to do with the nuclear engineer canceling on coming to Ether Cosmology to talk with us about E equals MC squared's relevance in his work at the nuclear facility?
Dude, I'm so glad you brought that up because that's actually what I was what I was looking for. Oh yeah, here it is. So with how ChatGPT had hooked that dude up with that citation for nuclear reactions, right? We actually had an interview lined up with a nuclear physicist to go over this stuff, right? And he ended up canceling. He never followed through. But he did. Toby, is it safe to say that he watched the work before he came on?
Yeah, it would be a pretty safe. Yeah, he was definitely sent some videos.
Yeah, there was an emergency nuclear, what do you call it? Emergency, right, that he had to attend to. So he wasn't able to obtain the interview and describe this this mythological relationship that exists between a nuclear reactor and Einstein's equations. So we have a citation here from, actually, this is Ohanian. Where's the nuclear reactor guy? 1 second. Here we go. Yeah. So this is from Thomas D. 2004, Secrets of the Ether. This is a book that he wrote. So this is a citation that he's providing in his book. So he says, conservation factor for E equals MC squares. We often refer to nuclear reactions on the sun, nuclear power plants, and nuclear bombs as an example of mass to energy conversion. In the nuclear power plants in the United States, the United States has been operating for 60 years. A high degree of precision applies to the measurements measured amount of energy and material mass passed through the reactor. And yet there is not one report available anywhere that this writer was able to obtain that presents data from a nuclear power plant that shows that the mass of the fuel was exactly converted to energy according to E equals MC squared. One would think that this would be proof of special relativity, and the data from the precisely monitored nuclear power plant would provide an abundance of evidence. Nonetheless, such data apparently does not exist. And then he goes on to further say here, in fact, there is evidence to suggest that more energy comes out of a nuclear power plant than the mass of the fuel that goes in. And then he cites a liquid fast metal breeder reactor once operated for 25 years and produced more fuel in its byproducts than it consumed during its operations. And then that's a violation of the conservation laws, right? And then the citation given here is the EBR, then the definition, blah, blah, blah. When it's cooled to molten levels, basically this reactor here that he cited, they were talking about this abundance of energy or whatever, right? So I went to look for this exact citation. I couldn't find any exact verbiage where they were like, yeah, we definitely defeated the conservation laws or anything like that. But this is what he's putting forward. But definitely in relation to, this isn't a substantiated claim, right? This is just a mythology that we're told. This is just something that an internet chatbot recites to us, right? So I think that's pretty sufficient for E equals MC squared. Was there anything else?
Bruh, did you just...
Eddington experiment.
Oh, yeah. We'll get to that in a second. What was that, Pizzo?
Did you just say that they produced more byproducts than they put in?
That's what that guy said, but I couldn't find anything to substantiate that.
Okay. Because I'm like...
Yeah, no, obviously that would be insane, but yeah, I couldn't substantiate it.
I mean, I wouldn't be willing to believe that they violated the law, but I'd be willing to believe that they found a way to, pull it from somewhere unconventional.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, something maybe to touch on would be the contradiction between the approach of light speed and everything becoming null, but also exponentially increasing in mass, which just doesn't even make any sense at all. Like, as you approach light speed, your length becomes nothing, but your mass increases exponentially.
Did you just become an inverted black hole? Yeah, it's not meant to make any sense. It's just meant to break your mind. And they call and then they'll this is how they'll dress it up too. They'll say they'll call it a paradox, and then they'll be like, "Oh, that's just a fun little paradox. That's a consequence of relativity." And it's like, what? What do you mean? Your theory that contradicts itself, that causes paradoxes, and you're putting a bow on it, and you're trying to present it to me as if this is proof of your theory that your thought experiment makes no sense. And they're like, yeah, totally. Yes, they're frothing at the mouth and shit. It's insane.
Alan, do you just have a slideshow already prepared for every single one of these questions?
Yes.
They keep getting better and better too.
So
wow, bro.
This is a presentation I did over a year ago now, where I went through all the proofs of general relativity that they give on Wikipedia. So if you go to Wikipedia, you'll have a list of shit. So it starts with perihelion precession, gravitational fields, redshift, and all that. And I just went through them all and just knocked them all out, so that if anyone ever brought them up again, I could just pull up this and go directly to it, and we could walk through the whole narrative.
Brilliant.
I mean, yeah, I was just gonna say, it helps that they are just totally reiterative and the same exact thing that we keep debunking.
Yep. Yeah, because if you go to that's not it. Relativity wiki. So if you go to relativity theory Wikipedia and you type in general, and you see the experimental proofs for general, it'll give you all that stuff that guy just listed, basically. Oh, where is it? Hold on. Anyway, it's on Wikipedia. It's you pull down the list. It's all this. It's all this stuff right here. And there's a couple other things, but then it has the specific experiments like Eddington, Pound Repka, etc. So I went and dug through all of those to see if there was any relativity in there. Turns out there wasn't. So we'll start with the perihelion precession. So this is actually a calculative, post-calculation, post-diction, part of relativity. This isn't actually proof of anything. This is just where they took the mathematics coordinate system and conformed it to meet the observation. But this is kind of like the entry level for getting the theory out there, right? So this isn't meaningful in a physical, meaningful sense to oh, we applied this math to the sky, therefore relativity theory. That's not it. This is this would be part one of applying that, or of getting people to believe in relativity theory, right? So it's can you even conform your coordinate system to the observations? And he's like, well, yes, I can. So for those of you who don't know the perihelion, this is what it would look like. So if you took 100 years of Mercury orbiting around the sun, and you split the sun in half at its equator, right? And you say okay, if you look at Mercury here, you'll see it's just above the equator by 1 pixel, right? So they're saying that over the course of 100 years, there's a slight shift, and Mercury will be 2 pixels above the equator over the course of 100 years, right? And they're like, oh my God, how do we explain this? We need to figure this out. Newton can't explain it. We added up all the gravitational influence of all the planets, and we have a tug of war with Mercury, the Sun, and all the other planets, and they're playing celestial tug of war, and we're off on our prediction of the amount of precession by 43 arc seconds or something like that, right? And then Einstein comes along and he's like, no worries, boys, I got you. We'll take the mass of the sun and we'll say that Mercury doesn't weigh anything, and we'll bend space-time around that, and we'll use that bending of space-time to say that Mercury is traveling along a geodesic path, and that curvature will explain that missing 43 arc seconds. And what do you know? His theory came out mathematically sound. So that's really cool. But that was, I believe that was before he got into the differential calculus and all that. So in one of the iterations that he tried to use to explain this observation, right? He completely co-opted a guy named Paul Gerber's mathematical formula or mathematical derivation for the perihelion precession using Newtonian dynamics in an ether, where basically he was setting the propagation rate of a gravity wave to the speed of light, and he was saying that, like, if light is propagating through, if the gravitational wave propagates through light, essentially, so they travel at the same speed. That's kind of how he did his theory. So we'll go over the equation here. So we look at Gerber's equation. We got 24 pi cubed a squared divided by t squared, right? So like the main important thing here of this equation is t squared and c squared. So the relationship here is that he's setting the propagation speed limit to the speed of light, and then that's how he's doing it, right? So he's explaining the mechanism for the shift, for the perihelion shift. So he's saying that the sun is emitting gravity waves, right? And they're propagating at c, and that time delay there is affecting like that delay is the reason that there's a precession, right? So that was his mechanism and mathematical derivation for it. So this is the final form of the equation. There's obviously more to it, right? On the back end. And then Einstein came along. Oh, dude, no way. Same exact equation with a capital T. Well, what did Einstein do with his capital T instead of using the little t, right? So with the capital T in Einstein's theory, space and time contract in the presence of gravity, right? Or in the presence of a gravitational field, right? So he just changes this to the period of the event, like Mercury's orbital period, how long it takes for it to complete a revolution, and then he just contracts that. That's it. So all he had to do to get the missing 43 arc seconds exact is just provide that using his framework, and just completely co-opted Paul Gerber's work. And when he got called out on it, he said, hey man, like, this is his excuse. He says, listen, I never seen this equation before in my life. And if I were to, it doesn't matter even if I did, because Paul's answer was wrong, and his mechanism was wrong, right? And my mechanism is right. Because Paul was trying to use like an ether mechanism to set the speed of light, right? So he was just saying, like, he literally took this whole entire framework and just changed one thing about it, and then used that as his as proof, right? So obviously that's not proof of anything. That's a post-diction calculation. So then we're going to move on to gravitational redshift. So this is supposed to be this is like the crowning jewel of general relativity theory, because this is what gives the physical interaction between the calculations of like that abstract concept of space-time curvature in a gravitational field. So this experiment, they were looking for starlight to be displaced due to the presence of a gravitational field. So they were saying that the photon would be traveling in a geodesic path, it'd be traveling in a straight line, but it's going to get blocked by the sun during an eclipse, right? But due to the gravitational influence of the sun, we're actually going to see that photon travel, or it's going to curve, it's going to bend around the sun, or we're going to see it when we shouldn't, right? So that was the proposition there. And there was two predictions given for the Newtonian, there was a prediction given for the Newtonian and one given for Einstein. So the Newtonian prediction was, me see if I can pull it up real quick. Yeah, okay, so Newton thought that the sun's gravity would act on light as if it were like a tiny corpuscle that had mass, and he thought that it would like attract it in like a mass attracting mass situation. So his prediction was that the starlight would be displaced by 0.87 arc seconds, and then Einstein's prediction was that it would be displaced by 1.75 arc seconds, and it would be an inversely proportional relationship to the distance. So it would be further out, you would get more displacement, and then closer in, you would get less displacement, right? So huge distinction here with the predictions, right? Because what was actually, so we're told that Eddington did his thing, and he went there, did his observations. We don't have to get into the whole history of it, but basically, the other guy, Cromlin, that was in Brazil, they say that his observations don't count. All 16 of his photographic plates are null due to a temperature differential during the eclipse. There was physical length contraction in his apparatus due to the temperature changing. So all of his photographs are null. Can't use a single one of them, right? But Eddington, who took 16 photographs, all but 2 of those photographic plates were destroyed or not usable due to the same situation in just weather and stuff like that, right? So he's got two photographic plates that give not a very good reading, but he has to get back to England to do a further analysis on it. So he gets back to England, him and the homie Frank Dyson Watson. I think where's Dyson at? Dyson. Anyway, he's in here somewhere. Him and Frank Dyson Watson go to work on the photographic plates, and they mathematically derive through statistical corrections and probability and whatnot that the displacement was actually in good agreement with Einstein, and everything was good to go. And keep in mind, they couldn't even use the reference plates that they took. They had to use different plates that were taken a year prior. So like there was an actual different material used for the comparison too. So they had to come up with like a give and take for how much was going to be lost during that transformation. And they came out on the other end of it that it was a successful prediction for Einstein. And so they got together on November 7th, the Royal Society and the Royal Astronomical Society, and Eddington and the boys, Joseph Thomson from earlier, right? We remember J.J. Thomson, Alfred Howler, all the boys got together to discuss this observation, and they basically came out and said that it gave good agreement with Einstein, and they were going to roll through and do the gravitational. They were going to proceed forward with Einstein's theory being the superseding Newton. This was going to be like the new jam, right? So there was a couple objections that were raised here, and one of the big important ones was from this guy here, Dr. Silverstein, who this is quite a lot of text here, but I'll just kind of get to the main points. He points out that during the eclipse, there was observations for gravitational redshift that were supposed to be made by 2 gentlemen, St. John's and John Evershades. And these guys were looking at the same starlight that Eddington was, photographing, and they were looking for gravitational redshift that was to be in accordance with Einstein's theory, right? Because remember, part of the other proof was that there was going to be a spectral shift in light due to the interaction with the gravitational field, meaning that as light is passing through this curvature of space-time, right, it's traveling on this geodesic, it's going to rub up against the gravitational field, and the wavelengths are going to stretch or compress in proportion to that gravitational field in its direction of travel, and it's going to cause a redshift effect to it, right? And using Einstein's equations, you can break down what that frequency will be, right? So they've got some homies out in the cut splitting light beams from starlight looking for a redshift, right, in accordance with Einstein's theory. So we'll come back to these guys here in a second. So they didn't get any. Actually, we'll just continue on with them now. They didn't get any observations to correspond to the redshift that would be needed to substantiate the claim that there was a displacement of starlight, and it was due to the mechanism of the gravitational field, right? So without that displacement, without that redshift reading to back up the observation that Eddington took, right, where he's just looking at the starlight with the camera, taking pictures, right, to back up any alleged displacement, there would have to have split the light that's coming from those stars, and they would have to find a redshift that corresponds to that. So to kind of show what that looks like here, you would have a telescope, you would have a light coming in from the starlight. It's going to hit a collimator, so it gets nice and focused. Then they're going to hit that. It's going to hit a prism, and then that's going to hit a camera or detector, right? But that's in the modern times. In the old times, they just had a photographic plate. So in the photographic plate, they're going to have this, and they're going to reference the colors from that, right? So that's how they're going to take their redshift readings. And they're looking for a specific shade of red that corresponds to Einstein's theory, right? And these gentlemen didn't get that observation. So if there was any starlight displaced, they couldn't factually say, oh, this was due to, the gravitational field, which is predicted by, described by Einstein's theories, right? So this is a huge contradiction to any sort of displacement, if there is any, right? So he goes on to say here, as I have pointed out on other occasions, if there is no spectral shift, right, if there's no interaction between that gravitational field and light, then Einstein's coefficients that describe space-time and the curvature of it, which are entirely responsible for the redshift, must go to zero and blah, 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 right? And basically what he's saying here is that if there's no gravitational redshift in these observations, then you can't say that space-time is curving and things are going around geodesics due to the curvature caused by a gravitational field. And in all orbits in your model using curvature of space-time, if it's not curved, then all the orbits in your model would just be straight lines going towards a celestial body, and it wouldn't matter about any gravitational influence. Like so basically what he's saying is without this redshift being substantiated by these two gentlemen, they can't say space-time curvature is like a real thing, right? They can't provide they can't say it's a physical mechanism that changed the frequency of light in correspondence to the strength of the gravitational field and the curvature of space-time that it was traveling along, right? So he points that out, and Eddington's like, hey man, don't be a party pooper. We saw the displacement. Let's not focus too much on the frequency exchange, right? On the medium exchange, right? So there's a couple of problems with this observation. If you give the displacement, if you're like, okay, maybe there was displacement, there's a problem with that, because the displacement and where it was observed, remember, it was an inversely proportional distance prediction, right? And double the amount of newtons in terms of arc seconds, in terms of how far the light would be displaced. So we have H. von Kubler here, who says, it should be noted that the deflection predicted by Einstein in 1916 was very small, being 1.7 arc seconds of a ray of light at the edge of the sun, and inversely proportional to the radial distance to the center of the sun. Since no stars for which the measurements were made during 1919 eclipse were within 2 solar radii of the center, the largest deflection that would have occurred, according to the theory, would have been less than 0.8 seconds of arc, which for the 343 centimeter focal length of the telescope used by Eddington would have corresponded to about 0.01 millimeters, or 0.000933 or 3930. Never mind, not going to finish it out, but you guys get it. Really small amount of inches on the photographic plate, right? So the distances where they say where there was actual displacement, it turns out they say it only occurred within the solar limb. So if you look at the sun, and you break down, like, the solar limb would be like the very edge right before it gets to the blackness of space. So in this area, there's suspected to be, an electric field, magnetic field, plasma, all sorts of things, intense pressure, right? So they couldn't say, oh yeah, this was definitely due to space-time curvature, right? Because it's even in their paradigm, it's within an area where there's already multiple media to cause the shift, right? They looked during an eclipse so that it wasn't as bright. So yeah, that's gravitational redshift, right? And other people have repeated this experiment, when there's eclipses that will line up with stars and all that, and they get no, they don't get anything better than what Eddington and Cromlin got. So they get inconsistent readings, and keep in mind, the only stuff that they do find seems to only occur within the solar limb and that's and that's disputed, right? And it doesn't even give, and at the solar limb, that distance doesn't even give an Einsteinian prediction, right? So if anyone's like, oh yeah, space-time curvature Eddington, it's like, hey, how far were those stars when that Eddington observed, were they displaced? Oh, they were just they were displaced at the solar limb. Oh well, it was a inversely proportional distance prediction, right? So it wouldn't be possible at that distance for it to be displaced by 1.7 seconds, 1.75 seconds of arc, and that's it. That's a wrap, you know. So that's gravitational redshift that never existed, or lensing that may or may not have existed, right? So the only further lensing we get is stuff from like the James Webb Telescope, where they're like, oh, look, when we look back in time, gravitational lensing, James Webb Telescope. Oh, look, when we look back in time, we see these gravitational lensing. Oh, come on, you're gonna make me load up the image. Come on. All right. So they showed nobody. To be clear, nobody's put their eye through a telescope and seen light bending like this or doing anything like this, right? And the predictions that they made for the eclipse and subsequent predictions of eclipses, nothing like this at all. It's a minuscule, tiny amount at the solar limb. So, and depending on which belief system you have, the sun may or may not have mediums there already to facilitate that energy exchange, right?
Well, they wouldn't be using some kind of a filtration, some kind of computational filtration on their data from outer space for all of their imagery, right?
They probably would, yeah, 100%.
No, they wouldn't fit it to perfectly match general relativity predictions.
Listen, they would never make bold predictions and then show you images later with technology to supplement their claims by showing you things that you could never see yourself that match the predictions that they made earlier.
Y'all a bunch of conspiracy theorists. Of course not.
Dude, all right. So we hit them all, and this is detrimental here because these two predictions here, the perihelion precession and the bending of light, are not substantial enough to give substance to the bending of space-time to actually say that that's the mechanism that did it. The gravitational redshift here would be especially in tandem with the displacement. I mean, these two would complement each other nicely, or it would be hard to argue, that space-time wasn't the cause of this, right? So when you get into this, these don't exist, and they had equipment well enough to measure it, right? And they didn't get any measurements. And then the St. John's and Evershade guy actually found that they could make observations throughout the year using Venus transits, and they wouldn't have to rely on eclipses, in periodic events over the course of multiple years to wait, right? They could just do it throughout the year in their at their convenience, really. And they did that. And guess what? Not a single redshift was gravitated by Einstein. And this was such a problem that Eddington actually wrote to a Swiss mathematician named Hermann Well, I think it was. And he said, hey man, St. John's and Evershades are being real downers here with this gravitational redshift situation. And they're kind of pointing out the fact that we don't have a mechanism to even explain this to anyone, any displacement of light, if there is any. So like, can you help us out with your theory? So Eddington was well aware of all of this and knew. So when he sat there and told Silberstein at that meeting, like, hey man, like we got our measurements, let's not get crazy. He knew the validity of Silberstein's objections because he wrote to that Swiss guy 6 months before he even did the Eddington observations, right? So that was 6 months before. So this gravitational redshift problem was a consistent problem for the theory, right? Like they were trying to get this mechanism in, and they couldn't do it. So that's gravitational redshift, and I think we can close out on LIGO. So Toby, do you want to just send LIGO to the grave with the corrections that they make that back up Miller and what they throw away to just end it?
Oh, sure, yeah. So before we even get to LIGO, let's just talk about in 2017, because LIGO is literally they use what's called a convolutional neural network. So before we even talk about that, let's talk about just the error weighted least squares regression model that they use to look at the resonance differences in 2017. What they used, their error weighting, the specific model accounted for daily variations in seasonal variance. So those are exactly the whole point of what Miller measured was seasonal variance, and daily fluctuations also corroborates what Maurice Elias said with his pendulum. So the fact that they washed that out before they even looked at the data and then said, "Oh, no variance in C in 2017," to me was really revealing. Like, why would you have to? They had to model. They had to statistically model their results to show no variance in C, and then they published a paper saying no variance in C. But so then with LIGO, it gets a step worse because they're not just modeling it out with a regression model or in their regression model, because you have to use some level of regression modeling to do, I think, that differential to look at the difference in the resonance. But anyways, with LIGO, they use what's called a convolutional neural network. And convolutional neural network has, let me pull up my notes here. Where's this? In any case, it's like multiple layers. It does pooling. First it pulls it into the convolutional layer, which abstracts the data across multiple dimensions. And then it goes through that and it picks out shapes from the data. And then it goes through and stretches out those shapes and does more convolutional. What is it? It's the ReLU layer next or whatever. But yeah, it goes through a bunch of layers and then it does a bunch of correlation between all those different shapes that it pulled out, and then it combines them in different ways, and then it does more. It does what's called matched filtering. So it goes through and throws out a bunch of the noise. The data, by the way, the data that they receive at LIGO from
his noise, right?
Is noise. It's called noise, and there's sample data. The first time that they found a gravitational wave, and everyone got really excited, the sample data that what they thought they had found was actually sample data noise. Somehow, all of the engineers there got fooled into thinking that there was a gravitational wave, but it was just sample data. I guess they were just trying to make sure that the engineers were thinking. I'm starting to wonder at this point if maybe they just got caught, that they planted a gravitational wave. But in any case, they did measure supposedly something during a cosmological event, and I actually think that that's likely, and I would expect something like that kind of with our etheric model. And they measure it at two different laser interferometer labs. But the important thing to realize is just that they're running it through a neural network to match whatever predictions they want to reify, and they do that through like they don't look at the data. They're not looking at real fringes or something. They're taking what's called noise and then they're running it through like literally a bunch of supercomputers. So I don't know how you can derive anything meaningful about reality from that.
Yeah, you actually can't, and that's why they. So that's why every year they like go on a press release and they're like they trying to remind everyone, oh hey, we detected another gravitational wave, because at like this point they just kind of have to like satisfy the status quo of it, because it doesn't actually mean anything. Like no one's lives changed, nothing matters at all in regards to that.
They need to keep those donos coming.
They do.
Well, the second time when they found one, I watched a video of a guy interview one of the guys that was there, and like he didn't believe it for like months. And I'm wondering if the guy was just like, oh, they planted another one. Like he just didn't want to be. He probably felt like a fool for believing the first one. They all went around looking for bugs and stuff around there. Like they say that they all went looking for like USB drives or like any sign of like a hack or a bug. And yeah, I don't know. It's weird in my opinion.
they straight punked everyone, and they try and say they say like, oh, we did it as a blind test to see if the engineers were thinking. Like literally on their website it says it right here. The collaboration knew that the detection could be a possible blind injection, a fake signal added to the data without telling the analyst to test the detector and the analysis. Nonetheless, the collaboration proceeded under the assumption that the signal was real, and wrote an approved scientific paper reporting the groundbreaking discovery. A few moments later, insert SpongeBob meme. A few moments later, right? According to plan, it was revealed that the signal was indeed a blind injection. So these scientists have no idea what they're like when they because they've got their model, what they think they need. They've got their regressions, their pools, their layers, their how they break the noise down and how they reassemble it into what they think it should look like, right? So they've got their preconceived notion, but they have no actual reference in reality to compare it to. So when their alarm goes off, they're like, "Oh my god, the computer just told us we just detected a time changing in physical reality, a ripple of time," right? So like, you know how do you think about how crazy it is what they say that they detected, right? So imagine a ripple going across the earth where like just like 1 second is just slower than a second before it. It's just time is just deleting a little bit, right? That's essentially what they say they detected. Just a little ripple that just went through where time changed, where time was different as the ripple propagated through the earth, and around it or whatever, like through the fabric of the universe. Imperceptible to us, but to a laser.
These people that are making those huge donos and all that, and then the and people that got to modify documents and texts and shit for colleges and universities and just everyday knowledge. I mean, they want them to show something. You know what I mean? So if they've been funded by all these people, and they're not showing shit, they got to come up with something. So yeah, it makes sense that they would like kind of fool them. Oh, gotcha, like,
Dude, they have
oh,
to.
just kidding, just JK. And it just sucks for the people that were like wholeheartedly into it and excited and everything else. But I mean, they have to show something to somebody.
No, they have
Yeah,
to,
but
bro.
now they're in a now they're in a catch 22 of fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, that's why you don't fucking lie,
Yeah, well, look at the diminishing return on this, right? Like now nobody gives a shit. They can make all the announcements they want about gravity waves and black holes. Nobody cares.
Now they're just a meme.
Yeah. And this was right off of the back to the one that detected in 2015 and then published in 2016. That was right off of the back of them saying, I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was a paper that came out where these scientists said that they could detect what happened 14 billion nanoseconds after the Big Bang. They were like, yeah, we're pretty close to knowing what happened, right, before the Big Bang or whatever, or some shit like that. And they said that like that they have time down to a factor of like, billionths of a second after the Big Bang. And it's like that turned out to be unsubstantiated dog shit that they, threw under the bus. So it's like everybody was already kind of like skeptical of these, insane claims where they're just like, oh yeah, Big Bang, we got that shit down to the billionths of a second.
Reheating period or whatever. The reheating period or whatever it's called.
Yeah, it was something where they were like, we know that this happened fractions of a second after the Big Bang, and like the fractions of a second were down to like the micro billionths of a second, and like it was some heat, something like that. Yeah, and they totally shit the bed on it, unsubstantiated, had to walk it back, and then they came out with this blind injection shit.
I think to be honest, I think they're like in reality they're gonna have to be piping that shit up a lot more here pretty soon because like people are like us are figuring this shit out and it's not like so much a fringe kind of thing anymore, I think there's more and more people that are wisening up just by fucking taking a look outside and seeing what's going on versus what's being told and what's being like, erased and stuff like that. So I wouldn't doubt if it just like gets really hot here pretty soon with all these extra bullshit, claims like that. I mean, I think I just saw one too that was like they kind of refuted the whole carbon dating processes and debunking all that recently.
Well, it turns out. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. I'm good.
It turns out that when you go through an input layer where the data is given a matrix of pixel values, and then you go into a convolutional layer where everything is extrapolated across multiple dimensions, and you use kernels that slide across for different map possibilities. And then you go from there into an activation layer, aka the ReLU layer. Shout out to the ReLU layer. And then you use an element-wise activation function, so you can look for rectified linear activation, and that allows you to add some non-linearity to the system, and that allows the network to learn more complex patterns within your data. And then you go from there into your pooling layer, and that allows you to take all that convolution that you did, the convolutional extrapolations that you did. From when you get into the pooling layer, you can reduce the dimensions. So anything that's a little bit, makes things a little too big in that area, or a little too, stretched out here or there, you can just reduce that down in the pooling layer. And then after the pooling, you reduce spatial dimensionality. And then you go into the fully connected layer where everything has connections to activations in the previous layer. So you can take patterns from the previous layer and try to apply them across, a pattern from one set of data. You can try to apply that pattern to other parts of the data from the other layer. And then, they can learn from that, and the different features can then be used to contribute to the next layer, the output layer, where you do all your classes, all your classification. So that's all, more quote unquote neurons are there to use class predictions. So they're doing not just classification, but predictions of the classifications. And then you can use what's called, I guess, softmax activation. And that will help you have a output probability distribution over the classes. And then after that, you can go through normalization, and then normalization that just basically allows you to throw out a lot more noise, quote unquote. And then after you throw out a lot more noise, you can then look at your data, with an actual computer, and yeah, there you go. And then you have the architecture of a gravity wave in there if you're lucky.
If you're lucky, you might find a gravity wave and all that.
I thought you were like doing cooking instructions for like a reification souffle.
Yo, what up, JT?
Man, y'all are crushing. I woke up and I was like, I wonder if Flat Earth Fridays is still happening. So I checked X and I was like, I don't think it is. And then I checked
Dude,
this place. And I'm
we
like,
had
we're going,
dude. We got he kept crashing.
Oh
Crazy.
yeah.
Yeah, we had an epic night,
Yeah.
man. But the space kept crashing. Twitter's just dog shit. Couldn't handle it.
Oh, are they hating on the whole topic, you think?
Nah, I mean possibly, but it's also a dog shit
Hard to say,
platform.
man. Yeah.
Did you see my comment on I think your first posting about what I did at the grocery store tonight or not?
Uh-uh.
Let me tell you a quick story, then I'll bounce. So I'm getting more vocal and I'm flat smacking a little bit better. And
Oh,
this was
shit.
so cool because there's a kid. Gosh, he had to be 18. He was doing he was stocking the shelves. He kind of had chill looking vibe to him, and a guy. He was real nice. He was like, "Hey, man, on your way. Let me get out of your way." I'm like, "No, you're good, dude. I'm just here. I'm shopping, chilling. Do you need anything? I can help you." I was like, "Nah, man, I'm chilling." And then another guy walked by. He's like, "Excuse me, sir, do you need anything?" And then that kind of like prompted me to say, like when the other guy walked off, I was like, "Hey, bro, do you know where everything in the store is?" He's like, "Yeah, probably pretty much." I said, "Well, did you know the Earth measures flat?" And he just kind of like looked at me, and he's like, "Nah, man." He's like, "Nah, man, I don't think it does." But this is what's cool. I enthusiastically and just like with a big genuine smile, was like, "Yeah, it does, dude. They lied to us about the spinning ball, dude." And then he like chimed in like happy. He was like, "Oh, so you mean like the firmament, like the water's above. I was like, yeah, bro, that's what's up. And then he gave me like a fist pump, and he was like super excited that somebody would like tell him something that's not normal. Like I wasn't walking around in the store like a robot. And I was like, yeah, bro, you need to look at Witsit's channel. And he's like, Witsit? Yeah, look up Witsit Gets It. And I showed him how to find it, Schooling Globers. And the next time I see him, I'm going to tell him about Flat Earth Fridays. But it's like a year ago, I was too nervous about what somebody would think about me, or I'd be like, man, this is too crazy. But dude, 2024 is the year that everybody's just going to be like, yeah, bro, we were fooled. They're dumb. Let's talk about the real stuff. And it's going to be great.
100%, bro.
That's awesome, JT.
Yeah, it's fun. But dude, I'd love to hang out. But I'm like fighting a little bit of that, cold stuff, whatever that stuff is. And I got my race. I'm gonna race the Houston Marathon coming up on the 14th, so I'm about to crash and try to get better. But you guys are legends. I'm just so proud of every one of you for how much you're studying, what you're digging up. Like they cannot stop you guys from finding what the actual truth is. And they tried to hide these, these people, these whistleblowers, or these people that were really exploring what reality is and what the truth is. And it's just all being found out, and it's epic. So thank y'all.
Who are you on Twitter?
I'm Run Boston Bear or Run Boston JT. I'm not on Twitter that much, but I'm pretty present on YouTube and, Instagram.
I think I might have. I know I've seen you. I might have followed you. I
Maybe.
just wanted to know.
Yeah. My name's JT. I live in East Texas, but the Run Boston Bear is because I do the Boston Marathon like a bunch of times. But the super quick backstory is a buddy flat smacked me 2 years ago. He just told me like, dude, space is fake. It's made up. And I was like, what? I had never heard of flat earth at all. And I was just one of those that was like, I saw a Matt Long video and I saw an Eric Dubay video. Those are like the very first ones. And I didn't have a visceral reaction to it. I had a curiosity about it. I was like, well, I just scratched my head. I was like, that's interesting. I hadn't even thought about anything like this. Not, oh, that's so, I maybe laughed at it for like a split second, but I'm talking about when the investigation began, like within just like a week, I was intrigued. And I think for somebody to wake up, they have to have the capability of suspending what they think they know, even for a moment. Just set it on the shelf right over here. It'll be fine to evaluate what else could be. But see, so many of these people in society, they cannot let go. They physically can't suspend what they think they know. They think it's the truth, and they just have to think flat earthers are stupid. But I think when the masses more and more wake up, then it'll like ease them out of their weird shell.
It is the mark of an educated mind to entertain without believing.
There you go. So y'all are doing it. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just was like, dang, they're still going.
Nah, you're straight, bro. We're about to wrap up, actually.
Hope you get better.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, I'll catch up with y'all soon.
Yeah, feel better, dude. Get that Texas trophy.
Hey, thanks. Peace.
Later, JT.
All right. Bye.
So I got a little story. It's kind of like his, not about flat Earth. It'll only take a second, but I am into the whole constitutional law stuff, right? And there's this dude I met a long time ago when I was out doing balloons, and he had this peacetime flag hat, like where the stripes go up and down instead of side to side, and the background for where the stars are is white and has blue stars. That's a peacetime American flag. We're under war currently with our flag. But I met him again tonight, and he's going to introduce me to the local freeman society, like not society, but like the people here who locally in my town who I've been looking for essentially. And he, what was the other thing? Oh, fuck. Either way, like I met some people who will be able to help me further, like being a free man. Like it's just crazy.
Nice,
Tonight was
bro.
a very crazy night. Yeah, I know it's not.
Hey, be careful with that. Talk to Issa Mahalski before you do that.
Who's that?
You don't know Issa? He did Welcome to the Show.
Yeah,
He wrote Welcome to the Show.
I've talked to Issa bunches of times about all this, man.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
Cool.
he's
You're
definitely
not
very
giving up your
intelligent.
straw man, are you? You're not trying to get rid of your Social Security.
Well, no, see, you don't get rid of it. You're just an agent for it. You're just the beneficiary of that trust account, because that's what the straw man is. It's a trust account. So
So you go and you're gonna become a national? Is that the idea?
Uh, yeah, dude, this guy had a Republic of Texas ID card, not a driver's license. It was crazy, man. He showed me, apparently they're minting, he showed me a 50-cent piece of fine silver. Like I said, one fine troy ounce, and it was like, it was all common law. Like, it was the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Republic of
Bro,
Texas.
I can't
All right.
hear
Yeah,
Strawman
DM me
again.
with any of that info. It'd be
Rife
great.
ruined Strawman.
Yeah, no, it's like, it's just crazy that this happened. It's cool that that happened with JT. Like, I really want to be able to flat smack like that. I just get so nervous because my knowledge on the flat Earth stuff is not as up as it should be. For
Dude,
me,
that
having
was
been a
epic.
flat earther for like 2 or 3 years, or my ability to voice it, I guess I should say.
Yeah, just listen to this channel and on and just
You know who I go to when I need legal stuff.
I just wanted to say that too. I've been so excited about it.
Yo, thanks for the
Real
tip,
quick on the flat Earth
JT.
thing and not
it,
wanting to
and it
being
actually
like
came
afraid to
through.
debate it. One thing I heard pointed out once is that really, as long as you know logical fallacies, you can just like always just point out their logical fallacies. That's all they ever have. Like if they try to get super technical, you just follow them, like make them explain it to you, and like there's pretty much always some kind of insane logical fallacy along the way. Yeah. That's
Yeah, I
all.
just watched.
For me, it's just
Oh,
like
go ahead.
I'm a pretty exclusive tattooer in my area, and it's like I just have a bunch of maps in my studio, and so like I'll tattoo someone for 4 or 5, 6 hours or whatever else. They'll be like, hey, someone will bring it up, or they'll recognize a Gleason map or something, and I'm just like, yeah. And when we're wrapping up or taking a break or whatever it is, I'll be like, yeah, it's a trip if they ask me any more questions. And I was like, bro, like, can you imagine taking I show them like the flight path and consistencies, right? Like how it doesn't make any sense to drive, fly from here to here, and how pilots don't, you know what I mean? The flight distances thing, and they're just like, whoa, where can I learn more about this? So it's just kind of like almost witnessing the flat Earth shit, but like from a more chill. I don't even have to do anything. I just don't do, bro. Fucking, it's amazing. If you're gonna fly from here, you should go here, and you don't. And all I have to really do is show that one proof, and they're just like hooked. It's kind of cool.
That is really cool, man. Yeah, I've always thought about trying to make like paraphernalia, like shirts or like hats with like flat Earth map, different flat Earth Gleason's maps, or azimuthal projection or whatever. It's just, I don't know.
Dude.
It's just something I had wanted to do for a while.
Flat Earth paraphernalia. I'm into it.
Bro, I had one when I was in the army. I had to do some fucking UN and some NATO shit, and I had one of those. I had a flat Earth fucking map on my beret.
Oh shit, you were repping the Flat Earth crew before you even knew it.
Well, because the map.
The UN map, or the UN, whoever it is.
Dude, it's all of them, like USGS, Geological Survey, the UN, the U.S. Maritime Association. Like they all have them. If once you look at it, once you see it everywhere. It's crazy.
You can't unsee it anymore.
We've seen too much.
It's kind of fucked up though too, because like when I started, diving in more and more and start using my educated brain and the whole thing, it was like it was from Julian Assange when WikiLeaks dropped all that shit, and I got a hold of looking at the Kubrick films and the moon landing shit and all that. I'm like, what the fuck? Because I love space, bro. I play all these fucking space games.
Same.
Fucking universes, and now it's like I don't even want to fucking play any of them. I don't want to tattoo space sleeves anymore, and I'm really good at it. It's just like I really love to do that, but now I don't. It's just fucking weird,
Go
man. You can't.
back as a flat earther and watch stuff like Stargate SG-1 if you ever did watch it, or if you haven't, go watch it as a flat earther.
Bro, I
Some of
can't.
the
I can't.
connection, dude, it's like truth drops because they put truth in fiction because they don't want anyone to believe it. And so it's like truth drops, bro. I'm telling you, it is so worth watching some of this space stuff as a flat earther.
Well, I
You can
just
kind of view it as like interdimensional travel versus space travel.
I get that, but you know, with the portals and stuff. But like, I just fired up 2001, Kubrick's 2001 the other night, man. I was trying to watch that shit. I'm like, wow, this is fucking crazy.
I can't believe you believed that for so long. I don't know. I like watching the mainstream stuff still, like the videos, like even the superhero stuff, just because it's like I just feel like there's still something to learn. There's truth in everything, man. There's a little piece of truth in everything. You just have to be able to find it and use discernment. Just find it.
So Alan, the accelerometers, you guys are working on that? Like you guys are going through that now?
I think Piezoelectric is. He's going hard on it. That's for sure. And I think Witsit's.
Piezo is, yeah.
I think Witsit's going to be dropping something soon on it. I haven't really touched much on it. I'm just waiting for the gravy to unload. You know.
I might mention I might bring up the capacitors in the
yes
cell phones.
Yeah.
I'll probably bring that up on Tuesday.
Definitely.
Haven't gotten to that page yet, to that slide yet, but yeah.
Yeah, he came
Let
in.
me add it right now before I forget. Go ahead.
Oh, I just was saying, he came into Geo's and was kind of going through it a little bit, and I was listening to Kosho's rebuttal, and of course, that neutered guy, what's his name, Jesse?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's her name.
Dude, that guy. Anyhow.
Did you say that neutered guy? He's neutered? Is that what you said?
It's neutered to me. I don't know, whatever.
Sounds like it.
Oh man, Wizard went off on him the other day. That was so funny.
You got exposed, bro. But continue, silly. Or Travis, what were you saying?
Yeah. I was like listening to them like rebut it and stuff, and I don't know, man. It was like, dude, they were like, I don't know. It was like they were triggered big time. They all was like posted in the chat like the models of it. These aren't springs.
Dude, we went through it one night. Like where I think you were there, weren't you? When they were pulling up all the documents and everything, like all the models of how they how it works on the phone and shit.
No, I missed that.
Oh, dude, it was epic. Like we went through it in detail, and then they kept pulling up different models for accelerometers, different ones that are in cell phones and stuff. And it's like they're all kind of the same. They're all doing the same thing. It all works off measuring a charge disparity between two plates. So it's like literally measuring a fluctuation with static electric potential, and then they're calling that gravity. It's insane.
Yeah, and they were like, "This isn't a spring." Like they were super triggered, man.
Yeah.
Pretty wild.
Yeah, they've been telling everyone for years that everything falls to the center of a ball. And it's like, well, does it though?
Dude, so and then we were talking about Ruong Wang, Alan, and they were like, well, if he was really trying to measure the motion of the Earth, he would have put it vertical.
What a fucking bunch of dumb fucks. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and like their argument, they're like, Earth is free falling, and so if he would, it should have been vertical, blah blah blah. It does, it didn't prove anything. That's their rebuttal now. Yeah, man. I know, dude. I'm like, I don't know, man. It's just like,
well, it's just like they don't even fundamentally just don't even understand what
dude. That's
Wang
just
was even doing.
Dude, that's literally. It's
like who even said that, Jesse?
No, Kosho.
Oh.
And that's particularly that's what's crazy, right? It's because like he's just saying crazy shit like that.
Like he says a lot of crazy stuff sometimes.
Like, dude, how about the other night when he was like, what was it in reference to the cosmic microwave background or some shit? He just kept making up some story. We all laughed in his face. Like, we all laughed in unison when he said it. And he was like, is it with respect to the CMB or some shit? And we just busted out laughing because he was just so ridiculous. And instead of like,
Yeah, he was just like making stuff up.
dude, and instead of aborting and like changing the subject and taking the out while we were laughing at him, he kept doubling down on it and like repeating it. And was like, no, this is my belief. It's like, that's not making
I
it
don't
any
remember what it
better.
was, but yeah, we were not talking about the CMB. What he said was incoherent. I don't know what it was, but yeah, it was
Incoherent dog shit as usual. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild, man. Just they should have had it vertical. Well, funny you mentioned that. There's a vertical Michelson-Morley test, and you know what it showed? It's a downward bias. Oh no. How should we have it maybe perpendicular to the orbit? Like, or half perpendicular? Like, maybe it should be tilted in between the two planes of motion or something. Like, I don't know. These people are nuts, man. They just come on and say shit that doesn't even apply. Wang should have had his experiment vertical, bro. He wasn't even measuring the motion of the Earth. It's fucking
so
retarded. Like I was racking my brain trying to like give some sort of benefit of the doubt where it's like, well, I don't know. It's literally retarded. It's just it's a misrepresentation of the experiment and the implications of it. So that he could just hand wave it. It's so dumb. It's like all these fucking all these academics that can't figure out the Sagnac effect and the problem with it and how to properly explain the friendship. Like, these people can't fucking do it. But it's like some dude in Discord is like, oh no, it's just the relative motion between the device. It's like, clearly that's not the fucking issue.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're not gonna stop. It's gonna be like this forever.
Yeah, it just sucks because it's like, it doesn't even feel like a good victory when you smash them because they're like so incoherently retarded with their understanding of relativity that it's like going up against a baby that just cries and like but the cry sound instead of crying it's just reference frame relative motion. Like, it's just that's what it sounds like.
I don't know about it like never gonna stop though, man. It just seems like more and more every day, like shit's getting closer and closer to being kind of like fact.
Yeah, there's still though, like they will just like we were just saying that dude, we're like one dude, and all of them will do this. They will just like confidently make stuff up, like assert things, and then play sophistry games until you force them not to, and then they just run away.
Yeah, and they'll talk shit or whatever. But I mean, I don't know, man. As long as fucking Elon's skimming the fucking firmament, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, more and more people are seeing that shit.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. It will be more and more, but it won't be everybody. It will definitely be more and more and more, though.
I don't know, man. For me, I just was like, dude, this is just. I don't know. I just feel like it just made me feel like they're disinfo and agents. Like, why are you guys here every day? Like, dude, Kosho, like a bunch of them are there. It's like a job, dude. Like, I'm convinced of it at this point.
That's what I thought after the last time Kosho talked, because it was like he had been starting to get really quiet and started to say things like, "Yeah, there are a lot of problems for the globe," and then all of a sudden the other day he just came out swinging, just making stuff up, like
came out swinging, dog.
Just saying, it was really like knowing he didn't know what he was talking about. It's almost like his boss was like, "I don't care, just make something up, get out there and shut them up."
Like his counseling session was coming up soon, and he had to check some fucking boxes.
And they're all completely absent. Like, conveniently, all of a sudden, when Witsit does his schooling Globers, like, oh, okay, so nobody's coming up. We got Seafoam in there.
Trying his best, bro.
Trying his best for like a little bit, and that's it. And all of them are just like gone.
Dude, shout out to Seafoam. About to give that guy about to give that guy a highlight, bro.
He was super respectful on Wednesday.
Dude, I think like a big deal, or one thing we need to start doing is trying to like organize trying to organize like literally a fucking a disinfo fight, or like disinfo fighting fucking campaign, like seriously try to organize people like clipping this shit and like putting it all over TikTok, YouTube shorts, Instagram shorts. Like we need a shorts campaign, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't know, I wish we would try to, there would be a little bit more like organization from us, you know?
I mean, dude, that's
A lot of
exactly
people are
what
doing it.
it's exactly what we're trying to do, honestly.
Yeah. Also, you know what we
We're
should
not
do with
can't
Kosho
make
or,
them
or
short.
Jay?
Go ahead.
What we should do with Kosho or Jay Ace or any of these guys like Jesse would just when they bring anything up, just bring up that list that which it had for those questions that they have no answers for, and just go, okay, let's go over these questions. You have some answers for these, because otherwise there's not really much use in talking about your theodolite, or like I do with the spinning, like the planes not being able to land if they're treating it as stationary, if it's actually spinning. I mean, those kind of things. Why even talk further than that? If that doesn't work, then your fucking
Hey,
theodolite means
I
nothing.
paid good money to misuse this theodolite, and now we're going to discuss every time I ever caressed it.
Exactly. Just waste of time.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a waste of time. If like one person gets through, it gets through to one person that's just like sitting there as like a anonymous listener, you know.
No, I'm not saying it's a waste of time for the audience necessarily, but it is if the audience isn't like aware of these other things not being answered
Or just
at
like
the same time.
pounding the shit back in the same motherfucker every single week.
Dude, and Geo, it's kind of funny, man, because I've kind of noticed the last like week or two, Geo's getting real like, dude, he's starting to lose his patience. He's like,
Oh
why are
yeah,
you
dude. He went off on Kosho today. He was just like, "Why are you in here all the time? Why are you here?"
Oh
Like he's
shit!
usually so open, like like just say their piece. I think Kosho pissed him off some other way, because I saw him in the chat asking Geo if he was still mad. So I don't know what it was about, but then
Okay.
Geo started just going off. I'm like,
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here, guys. Thanks for coming out tonight. Hope you had a great Flat Earth Friday. Sorry for the interruptions, man. Twitter Spaces just kind of suck sometimes. Elon was having a rough night, but hopefully we got some good clips out of the content that dropped tonight and the interactions that were amiss or taking place or whatever. But all right, have a good night, everyone. Catch you guys on Tuesday. Dude, make sure you come through on Tuesday and catch Toby's presentation that he's going to be doing on ether cosmology. The presentation will be regarding the Earth's electric field. So it'll be awesome, man. See, I think that's everything, man. Shout out to the Flat Earth Friday crew, proud and sacred. You guys crush. We'll come through next week and do it all again for episode 83. And shout out to Rife, dude. That was a lot of gravy came out of that. That was awesome. All right. Good night, everyone.